Hello, good afternoon everybody, and a very warm welcome to Brands Hatch and the start of a new racing season from the 750 Motor Club, brought to you by Alpha Live on 750 Motor Club TV. And we are enjoying fantastic weather here. Marcus Pye and myself here in the commentary box for this afternoon's 10 races, 21 in total over the course of the weekend. We'll hear from Josh Browett as well in pit lane with interviews after every race. There we are on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, the classic 1.2 mile layout, which is going to be host to this first event of the 2025 season for the 750 Motor Club. Weather today is set fair, perfect blue skies over Brands Hatch at the moment. The final qualifying session of the morning comes to its conclusion. Temperatures about 12 degrees. It is pretty breezy though. 7 mile an hour breeze, if not a little bit stronger than that with gusts at times, but generally speaking, good conditions for racing here at the Kent circuit today. Well, we've got a busy day ahead of us, 10 races, 2 of which are coming up before the lunch break, with the Radical Club Challenge Championship getting us underway in just a few minutes' time, followed by the first of 2 races today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. After the lunch, 8 more races for you, with the 116 Sprint Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup. They have 2 races today ahead of the 116 Trophy Enduro tomorrow. We've got a very big grid for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, including some guests from the Classic Clubmans. We've got the opening round of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. They have 3 races this weekend. 2 races for the Vulcan Racing Classic Slot Catch Championship, 1 today and 1 tomorrow. And rounding out today's action will be the 5 Club MX5 Cups that have just qualified, with Oak Richardson setting the fastest time to qualify on pole position. Then the final 3 races of the day, back to the first 3 that we had during the course of the day: the Radicals, the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge, and the 116 Sprint Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup to round out the day. Marcus Pye alongside me. Marcus, good to have you with us here at Brands Hatch today. Looking forward to a great weekend's racing.
A delight to be back, Ian. A delight to be back, and yeah, always a pleasure and a privilege to be involved with the 750 Motor Club, leaders in affordable motor racing. And what a scene we have here. Great vista. There's been a bit of a thinning of the trees over the winter, probably natural wastage, etc. But we can see a little bit more of the cars at different points on the circuit. But of course, on the live stream, we'll be following them in really close and picking up the strong racing that this Indy circuit always engenders across the board.
Yeah, it produces fantastic racing, and it's great to see such big entries across the bill this weekend.
Very much so, and you always kind of a little bit kind of finger in the air and sort of see when it comes to a first event of the season. See how the competitors have weathered the winter, how many newcomers come out, and we do have newcomers. We've got I think three under 18 racers with us this weekend, as well as people who've been racing with the club for decades, it seems. And everybody is very, very welcome. It's very inclusive with the 750 Motor Club.
Yeah, that's right, and we've got some fascinating championship battles. We've had some drivers that were dominant in their championships last year, not defending their titles this year, so that's going to leave things wide open. And things like 5 Club and 750 Formula and the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, for example, as the quick guys move on, it actually might make it more competitive down the field, so we'll look forward to that. We've got changes as well, which we'll talk to you about in just a moment when the cars come out onto the grid for the first race of 10 this afternoon. And by the way, we've got more racing tomorrow as well. Of course, 21 races in total over the weekend. We'll also see tomorrow the Toyota MR2 Championship and the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship as well, both with healthy grids as well. They'll be added to the roster tomorrow. Also, the 116s are back, but tomorrow it's for their 90-minute enduro race rather than the 50-minute sprints that they have today.
Intriguingly, Ian, the first race we have, the Radical Challenge. Radicals, as a mark, started their journey with the 750 Motor Club. And we always remember that race back at Mallory Park when literally a couple of cars were there, and very soon afterwards proliferated under the original Phil Abbott and Mick Hyde ownership at that point in the company, and it took the company 12 years, the same as Van Diemen in Formula Ford, to reach their first 1,000 cars, and now there are several thousand of them, many SR3s, which we'll see alongside PR6s and SR1s in this first showcase of the weekend. And the first Radical was the little 1100cc Kawasaki-powered club sports. They were absolutely brilliant. Soon followed by the Pro Sport with the Suzuki engines, and some aero and some fatter tyres. But over the years, the marque really has developed, hasn't it? And you know, we see them racing all around the world. I've seen them as far afield as Australia.
Amazing. They've really spread around the world and been a very successful British export. But we'll look ahead then to the first race of the day for the Radical Club Challenge. So first race of a new season, first race of the 750 Motor Club's 2025 campaign. Shortly to get underway, it's going to be a 25-minute race. The grid set by the fastest time in qualifying. No messing about with reverse grids we did last year when this was the Bike Sports Championship. On pole position is number 89, Shane Stoney, a winner several times last season. And besides him is number 55, Dan Headlam. On the second row of the grid, it's last year's champion, number 1, Leon Morel, a change of car and class for him. He's alongside number 84, Paul Seward. The third row of the grid is going to be number 57, that's Pedro Oliveira, a winner here at Brands Hatch last year, and 98, a multiple champion in bike sports, Joe Stables. Row 4 of the grid has Doug Carter, the stalwart of the category, in car number 5, and 11 is Philip Brown. On row 5 of the grid is going to be number 9, Jamie Keevil, and number 15 is Dean Hudson. Row 6, number 92, the first of the SR1s is Gordy Much, and 86 Stephen Bell alongside him. Row 7 has, and it's slightly different actually to what I've got in front of me, it is going to be the car of Calvin O'Connor. Next to them will be number 8 Aaron Rose. Then on row 8 it's the 24 car of Ian Charles and the 91 car of Davis Sedera, Vic Sedera and Stephanie Hubica are on the 9th row of the grid. And then on row 10 we should have number 37 which is Scott Lear. So it looks like Gordy Much actually has possibly withdrawn from the entry because he's not appeared on that grid that was just on your screen, although it was on the grid that I was reading out from my timing sheet. Anyway, cars going off onto their green flag lap ahead of a 25-minute race. It's a straight 25-minute encounter. Last year, the second race of every Bike Sports weekend had a pit stop in it, but there's no such features this year. Of course, it is the Radical Club Challenge now, with backing from the factory, backing from the manufacturer Radical, and it is just 4 cars from this marque now, rather than some of the other manufacturers allowed in bike sports before.
And the PR6s are much lighter than the SR3s, but the SR3s are laden with downforce, and that round certain parts of this Brands Hatch Indy circuit will come to its own. You'll see the cars jostling for position in different parts of the circuit as each reaches its strength. But I think we're going to see Stoney on pole rocket away initially.
Yeah, safety car is leading around. It's 2 pace laps.
And the lights come off the roof of the safety car.
It's not particularly
And
helpful.
they've just been dropped into the light bars, dropped into the track.
Okay, well that's not particularly helpful. The safety car has lost its light bar before we've even had the start of the first race of the season. Safety car is continuing with 2 pace laps were scheduled. Probably just as well, really, that wasn't a race start. We've now got a red light on in the
surprise,
box, which means that we're going to have to do this all over again. But yes, I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
Another marshal lost his hat. He's just gone to retrieve the light bar.
Okay.
And various attachments.
Yeah, and his hat.
Yep.
Anyway, so he is going to get back on the safe side of the barrier, and we will then work out what we are going to do next.
Well, I've never seen that before.
No, there's a first time for everything. No matter how many years you attend motor races, there's always something that you've not seen before. maybe the 750 Motor Club need to attract an adhesive sponsor for this season for attaching.
Or some stronger suckers.
Exactly. Right. Class structure, by the way, for the Radical Club Challenge. So Class A is for cars with tuned engines up to 1500cc. The minimum weight of each car is based on its engine capacity. There's a free choice of tyres in Class A. Class B is for SR3s with production Hayabusa engines up to 1500cc, and they can run on Avons or Hancocks or Hoosiers. And Class C, new for this season, is for the Radical SR1s, which have moved over to the Radical Club Challenge, and they will run to a fixed specification for their own set of regulations. So a new class structure for this season, some amendments to, of course, what we saw in bike sports previously. As far as the championship calendar is concerned for the Radical Club Challenge, it's starting here at Brands Hatch. It moves to Silverstone in May, Snetterton in June, back to Brands Hatch for a race on the Grand Prix circuit in July, which I'm sure will be very well subscribed. Silverstone in August, and then Donington Park in October will complete a 6-event, 12-race calendar.
And interesting to note, Ian, that the first 4 rows contain 4 PR6s and 4 SR3s, given that Morella's changed car.
Yeah, and I am just looking down, and it does look like the Gordy Much car, as I thought, possibly has withdrawn, because I don't see that down there.
What number are we looking
92.
at?
92.
Should be on row...
Should have been on row 6, I think it was.
There is an SR1 on row 5.
Yeah, there is an amended grid. He's not on... oh no, he's moved up, so it's not him that's missing. So he's on row 5, so the car ahead of him that's dropped out.
Okay.
Number 9 it was that this was disqualified. It was Jamie Keeville, actually. That was
he also damaged that car this morning. He knocked the splitter in the nose. Went off at Clearways, and they were trying to get... They thought they had the parts to fix it. Looked like the damage was localised. Oh, a replacement safety car has just arrived.
It's one of the Hyundai vehicles that Motorsport Vision have associated themselves with for this year. All of their fleet of vehicles now being provided by Hyundai. I noticed that their Young Drive scheme even uses an i10.
I think Dan Headlam was getting a little agitated there in the cockpit as he looked at the course car coming along for the restart, presumably worried about engine temperature.
So presumably we'll just get one more pace lap, or are we going to get 2 once again? We'll soon find out.
The race remains, does it, at 25 minutes? Yes, it does.
It's showing us that on our timer screen at the moment. The Megane you can see in the background is shuffling it down into pit lane out of the way. And we will hopefully be able to get underway. 32nd board now being shown by the marshal on the start line. And green flag about to be waved once again. So hopefully very shortly we'll get this race underway. So it's Jamie Keeville that we're missing, who should have been reasonably well up the grid. Of course, one thing that we need to get used to from this season on is that the old Blue Book references that we grew familiar with and no more. We've got the national motorsport regulations have been completely rewritten. So it's something to do with Chapter 12 up Appendix 6, Article 5.5e. was the reason that Jamie Keeville was disqualified from qualifying, and your guess is as good as mine on that one.
Because we haven't got the book to refer to.
No, exactly.
Scroll through on our screens and find it, perhaps.
We'll work that out.
Suffice to say, he's not there.
He's not there. So 19 cars that we'll have. A very good field, nevertheless, of PR6s and SR3s and SR1s as well. Gordy Much being the fastest of those. Have elevated to row 5 with Keeville's absence. So it looks like it is just going to be 1 pace lap this time, because we've not been notified on our time screens that we're going to get 2. But the field still is in single file order at the moment. Safety car is going to continue on, yes, for 1 more lap by the looks of it. Hopefully these lights will remain attached as it goes over the start line, such that it was the speed that the Megane was doing that they flew off, but it's a rather more securely.
They haven't tested it in a wind tunnel with the light bar on, that's the problem.
No, exactly.
Well, Hyundai may have done.
So around they go through Paddock Hill Bend, the leading contenders as the final cars just come across the start-to-finish line on the Brabham Straight. Dip down through the compression, climbing up towards the hairpin at Druids. Slowest part of the circuit. Lap times this morning were pretty good. We had a 45.718 for Shane Stoney. The lap record in bike sports was a 45.55 set by Scott Mittal, so not too far off the kind of times that these cars are ultimately capable of. See if we get a lap record today. It's pretty good conditions. The one thing that counts against it is the wind. It is quite a strong headwind, isn't it, as the cars come along the start and finish straight?
Yeah, it looks that way. But that'll provide a welcome breeze while they're sitting going these sort of speeds. But headwind, as you say, but it's going to build the downforce through the corners, I would think.
Okay, here they come then. Safety car has peeled in, so it is Shane Stoney, number 89, and Dan Headlam, number 55, on the front row of the grid. It's Leon Morel and Paul Seward on the second row of the grid, and the champion from last year is trying to squeeze through a gap between the two front row drivers, but it's the Dayglow yellow of Shane Stoney that leads. Leon Morel is second. It looks like Dan Headlam is third. There's one through the gravel briefly as they head through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, up towards Druids for the first time. Then it's Morel trying to get his car up on the inside of Shane Stoney, and he can't quite make it work. Headlam is still there in third position as they drop down towards Druids for the first time. You can see first two cars, the PR6s with the central seat driving position, and it's the SR3 of Headlam in third place as they head through Surtees, McLaren towards Clearways for the first time.
Yeah, fantastic. And a dive up the inside, and that looked like Stables trying to make a move. I think he's grabbed a place. I think it was Stables who was into just touching the gravel out of Paddock. And here comes Stables attacking Headlam into Paddock Hill Bend. Ahead of him are Stoney and Morel. Stables trying to make it a 1-2-3 for the PR6 models.
Yeah, so it's Stables in that number 98 car. He's in one of the Class A machines. Headlam, the Class B leader, at the moment in third position overall. Joe Stables has not been in the what was the Bike Sports Championship for a couple of years, so returning for this season. And it's good to have him back. I was a little surprised he was as far down as 6th in qualifying. Joe Stables, who won the championship in 2018 and 2019. He's making a move here on Headlam. The two of them alongside as they go along the start to finish straight, and over the timing line it's Stables in the black PR6 that does make it a 1-2-3 for the PR6s and the Class A cars.
Didn't even get as far as the braking area before he made his move. Headlam capitulated and thought, well, okay, he's not in my class, doesn't really matter, and that makes it a 1-2-3 for the PR6s, which for the centre seat version of the Pro Sport. And immediately Joe Stables is attacking. He wants that second place from Leon Morel, who made such a fantastic start, a gang-busting start. And he's made it. He's made it. He's charged through. A little bit of power oversteer through there and tucks onto the Brabham Straight. Stoney's gone at this point, but Morel comes back, slipstreams down towards Paddock. He's not enough room on the inside though, and has to give way.
Yeah, so that's 3.6 seconds the deficit for Stables on Stoney. Stoney's done the best lap of the race for 45.663, the Ravenel fastest lap of the race so far, but Stoney now is going to have to just keep this lead as Stables will no doubt try and close down on him. Meanwhile, it's Paul Seward, I think, that's, yes, they're in 5th position. We're just seeing him ahead of Pedro Oliveira in 6th, but that was getting closer. And
that makes it a Class B battle in 4th place. 54 Headlam and 84 is Seward. Behind them is 1. I see that's the red car, which is that's 11, Philip Brown.
Yeah, and the gap's gone out by another 1.2 seconds on that lap as Stables was having to defend from Morel at the beginning of the lap, so Stoney continuing to pull away. When we saw the entry list for this event, Josh Barrett was messaging me, our regular commentator with the 750 Motor Club, saying Stoney versus Stables this year could be spicy. Well, Stables has got a bit of work to do to get on terms with Shane Stoney. There's still 19 3/4 minutes left to do it in this race. I think we have lost a couple of minutes off the total race time with that extra couple of pace laps that we had to have. So it's Stoney leading. There is Leon Morel, then last year's champion, a 3-time champion now in bike sports, winning it for the last couple of seasons. And also in 2021 as well, the carpet shop owner from Nottingham, 42 years of age. Watching these cars as they swoop down Paddock Hill Bend. That's the number 5 car, that's Doug Carter. He has got ahead of him Gordy Much, the British GT4 racer from last year in the University of Derby run SR1, that is leading that class quite comfortably from Aaron Rose in the number 8 car, 13th overall, who's second within the SR1 division at the moment.
Rapid driver Gordy Much. We've seen the young Scot in various historic cars owned by John Clark over the years. John Clark, the motor trader, motor baron from north of the border. Big supporter of Gordy.
Yeah, Aberdonian driver who's risen through Gilletta Junior, Gilletta GT5 as well. He's raced in over the season, still only in his early 20s. At the other end of the age scale is Doug Carter, one of the veterans of 750 Motor Club racing in his PR6, but he's going well in 9th position overall. He's 4th within Class A at the moment.
Doug Carter's raced for the 750 Motor Club for donkey's years, hasn't he? Still as enthusiastic as ever.
There's the 84 car of Stewart. He's being pursued by 57, Pedro Oliveira, based in the West Country at the moment, has won karting championships in the UK, but part of the Team Brazil cabal of drivers, masterminded by Luke Cooper and his wife Lyra. Here is the number 1 car of Morale. Then he is now 0.7 of a second behind Stables, and really his focus of attention is keeping Dan Headlam behind him. But Headlam, of course, in a different class, and points within the Radical Club Challenge are scored based on your class finishing position rather than your overall finishing position.
Stoney going so rapidly, right down into the 44s now, 44.851, so under the old bike sports record.
Yeah, so a new lap record there for Shane Stoney. Very, very rapid lap of this 1.2 mile Brands Hatch circuit. But he's now 9.7 seconds clear of Joe Stables, so we thought Joe might be able to try and mount an attack, but he's not going to be able to do that. We just saw Stoney there heading through Graham Hill Bend. Here he is now heading up the Cooper Straight, and he's already lapping traffic in this race. So Shane Stoney very much on a mission. Successful driver in last year's Bike Sports Championship on occasion. He won 4 races during the course of the year, including one here at Brands Hatch, where I think the car was not staying in gear. I think he had to really drive around an issue, if I remember rightly, on that occasion. 24 car going through is Ian Charles, another stalwart. He's in 14th position. And he has just behind him the car number 91. That is John Davis. You
can see where his colour scheme was inspired by the JPS cars of the early 1970s. I remember seeing Emerson Fittipaldi here in 1972 British Grand Prix in the Lotus 72. Fabulous racer, the Brazilian, twice world champion, of course, in Formula 1. And there comes Stoney carving his way through the lower order now as he laps them. Takes Davis into paddock, making this look very easy, isn't he?
Yes, he is, with a car that's playing ball, which it wasn't always during the course of last season. He now laps the 24 car of Charles, so that's lapped everyone up to including 14th place. Question now is going to be how far up the order can he get? We've still got 15 minutes of this race to go, and a little bit more in actual fact, so there's time for him to make up quite a few more places. He is lapping really 2 seconds faster than 1.4 seconds faster than Stables on best lap times, but really 2 seconds faster than anybody else.
Yeah, he's using all the road and not an inch more, which is great to see.
Stephen Bell we can see in the shot there, the number 86 car, the Radical SR3 RSX, the packaging designer from Leeds. Again, another long-time 750 Motor Club competitor. Started out in 2001, did kit cars and RGB. He's in the Tim Gray Motorsport run Hayabusa engined car, which apparently was driven by Sebastian Vettel in the Race of Champions a few years ago.
Has that made it any quicker?
I don't remember, possibly when Sebastian Vettel was driving it, I don't know.
This gap's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We've got another, we've got pretty much half the race still to go, and Stoney is pretty much a quarter of a lap ahead of anybody else.
Yeah, that's a big margin. Class B, that's being led by Headlam, Dan Headlam in 55, who started on the front row of the grid. He's got about a 1.2 second advantage over Paul Seward in the number 84 car, and third within Class B is Pedro Oliveira. Class C still being led by Gordy Much from Aaron Rose, and then third within that class is Vic Sedera.
Vikram Sedera himself?
Yeah, number 66 car, the 41-year-old from Leicestershire. Started out racing in Porsche Boxsters 5 years ago and bought this car in the winter. So there's Bell in the 86 car, and he's running in 10th place, just ahead of number 15, which is Dean Hudson.
Gordy Much is having a nibble at a couple of cars through paddock. I think it's cars he was lapping.
Yeah, so we've got Gordy Much coming towards them. 13 minutes of this race left to go. Shane Stoney leading by 16 seconds, so that's more than a third of a lap based on the lap times that he's doing. So he's a long way clear of everyone else. Watching the 84 car of Paul Seward, 49-year-old from Templescombe, second season of racing. Did some bikes between 98 and 2006, was successful in the Supersport 600 Championship that supported the British Superbike Championship. Champion in 2004. And he's in the RJ Motorsport run car. And he's running there in 5th position at the moment, just ahead of Pedro Oliveira.
Headlam's the only SR3 driver who seems able to stay with any of the PR6s. He's hanging on to Morel, but not really threatening him.
Just looking at drivers who are setting green lap times, which are personal best laps. Morel and Headlam both improved their lap times last time through, 46.8 and 46.7 respectively.
There's nothing really in it, is there? But leaders' times backed off quite a bit.
Now I've got a black and white driving standards flag that's gone out to two drivers, to number 3 Calvin O'Connor and to number 91 John Davis, and they are in 16th and 15th respectively, and one imagines that's going to be because they've exceeded track limits, which is monitored here at Brands Hatch by, amongst other things, sensors at the side of the track, which will capture an image of the offending vehicles. So quite quickly
presented with a souvenir afterwards in the
exactly.
headmaster's office.
The officials can quite quickly then, make the decision to show these flags and apply penalties where appropriate. If either of those drivers contravenes again, they'll get a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, and those will build up over time. Ten minutes or so of the race left to go here.
20 seconds now, the lead.
Yes, it's he's going to get through most of the field, isn't he, during the course of this race.
Now Headlam is now all over the back of Morel in that battle for 3rd place. And Stoney there in our picture just sweeps round the outside of one of the lower order cars.
Yeah, he's not improved his lap time recently, of course, with all the traffic that he's had to deal with. Here's quite a congested piece of circuit. This is up at the top of the circuit.
And there's the leader at the back of it in this sort of lime coloured, sort of lemon meringue pie coloured car, isn't it?
Yeah, and at the head of that group, I think, is Well, Gordy Much has actually dropped back, hasn't he?
Oh, and we've got one pulling off into the refuge at the back of the pits.
Yeah, so it's Dean Hudson that Shane Stoney's about to lap. He's got ahead of Much, who has dropped back down the order. He's still leading in Class C for the SR1s.
Is that much?
No, it's not.
There? No?
I don't think it is. We can't quite see the number on that car.
It's a dark coloured car, so which is
17 it is. So that's
Herbaker. It's Stephanie Herbaker who's pulled off in number 17 then. Thank you to our spotter who picked up that number.
So 9 minutes or so to go. And here is the 86 car of Stephen Bell. He's in 9th place, about to be lapped by the race leader Shane Stoney, who's going to be in no hurry to force a way through here. He's a very experienced driver now and knows that he doesn't really need to make any rash moves. He's experienced in all kinds of cars as well. He's Shane Stoney. He first made an impact on 750 Motor Club in Sax Max many years ago, where he was champion in that Citroën Saxo based category for junior drivers. Oh, and now we've got the safety car being scrambled, and that'll be because of that Herbaker car on the side of the circuit, just on the Cooper Straight. So safety car coming into effect with 8.5 minutes of the race to go. The order as things stand is as follows. Number 89, Shane Stoney, it is that leads. Number 98, Joe Staples is second. The gap was 21 seconds. That will compress a bit, but there'll be cars between Stoney and Staples, I'm sure. Number 1, Leon Morell is third. Those also the top 3 in Class A. Fourth is number 55, Dan Headlam. Fifth is number 84, Paul Seward. Sixth is 57, Pedro Oliveira. Those are the top 3 in Class B. 7th is number 11, Phil Brown. 8th is number 5, Doug Carter. 9th is number 86, Steve Bell. 10th is number 15, Dean Hudson. Class C is being led by number 1, Gordy Much, ahead of Aaron Rose in number 8 and Vic Sedera number 66, completing the top 3 in the SR1 division. 7.75 minutes to go. Safety car is out.
Carter wasn't lapped when the safety car came out, so what this has done, it has put Shane Stoney there in the PR6. In the queue is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ahead of the black car of Joe Staples. Joe Staples has Leon Morell right behind him, and then it's lapped cars, Davis and Charles. Then it's Headlam and Brown. By the Headlam, Brown didn't pick up Oliveira there, but I'm sure he's there.
It looks like it shouldn't be too long of a delay, because where that car stopped was right by the back entrance to the paddock, and the recovery vehicle as well. He sort of popped out to try to quick that car back into position of safety. So I think we will have more racing laps before the end of this Radical Club Challenge race, the first of 2025.
What it may do, it may allow a little bit of an adjustment in the order for third, maybe the Morell Headlam situation, or maybe Headlam has Stewart and Oliveira behind him, right behind him, so that could change on a restart. It looks unlikely that the lead situation will alter.
Safety car lights have gone out,
yes,
which is excellent timing there, because they were almost followed the car that was being recovered back into the pit lane. So we're going to have probably 5.75 minutes or 5.5 minutes by the time they get back to the timing line, which is probably going to be enough for 7 laps, something like this. The gap between Stoney and Staples was down to 5 seconds, but there were cars between them as they come up to the end of lap 20, about to go on to lap 21 then, and it's Shane Stoney who's made a great restart. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars between himself and Joe Staples in second. And then Staples is under pressure here from Leon Morell, who's going up the inside of him into Paddock Hill Bend. Did he get that move done? Not quite.
Oh, that was close, because he boxed Morell in behind one of the SR3s, the car that's running behind Sedera.
We're watching a couple of the back markers there. Behind, if we stick with this shot and wait for the next couple of cars to come in, we should see in the background there, you've got Joe Staples and Leon Morell heading towards us as they battle their way through the traffic. Stables and Morel, car 98 and 91 then. I mean, it's a huge lead again for Shane Stoney. He's really made hay with that restart. He's gone off into the distance, helped by those lapped runners. And it is going to be, yeah, Stables, I think, has seen off the challenge of Morel there, because all of a sudden there's 0.8 of a second between those two cars as they start their 23rd lap.
And then Headland, Seward and Oliveira in their SR3s remain pretty close together. 1.5 seconds splitting those three. Joe Stables has got right back into it, hasn't he? He's pushing really hard to break away from Leon Morel. Morel had a good chance. He tried to make it stick at the foot of Paddock Hill Bend last time through, but that opportunity looks to have gone.
Yeah, and Stables is now more than half a lap up, or more than a third of a lap again behind Shane Stoney. Although the gap had come down to 5 seconds behind the safety car, it must be close to 20. No, it's 9 seconds. In fact, I'm overstating it somewhat. 9 seconds is the gap, but it's certainly gone out from where it was.
Still a country mile.
Yeah, it is. So this the battle for 9th and 10th that we're watching on screen now. Steve Bell and number 15, Dean Hudson, who lists Brands Hatch as his favourite circuit. Started racing only last year, the electrical engineer from just up the road in Rochester, the 40-year-old. Done some track days and some motocross. It's a 2011 car, an X-Mark Thompson machine. He's owned the car for about 12 months now. And he's having a really good run out here. Oh, and there's been a spin. That's for Seward, who was in 5th place overall. Is he going to lose a position? I think he may have already lost the position to Pedro Oliveira after that moment. We'll get confirmation of that as they come through to complete lap 24. There's that ongoing battle.
Yeah, Brown's through Phil Brown's through as well in 11. And Seward continues to drop down the order.
And to add insult to injury, he's got a black and white driving standards flag as well. So he's got to be careful not to blot his copybook any further in this race. 2.5 minutes left of this opening event of the season. Stoney come across the line again with this big advantage of his. Joe Stables is about to come across the line, I can see. As this battle in the midfield comes through, that's the one that involves Charles, I think Calvin O'Connor as well, in the number 3 Radical SR3, the 2010 car. That battle though featuring, oh no, we're now watching Joe Stables. We've got behind it the battle between 86 and 15, Bell and Hudson, which is actually more than a lap behind on the circuit. Perfect conditions for this opening event of the season. These cars all running slicks, of course. Joe Stables now putting a lap on Steve Bell, or trying to, and just about managing to do it. So he's now lapped off on Upton, including 9th, and Stoney's probably lapped a few more than him. Stoney already halfway along the Cooper Straight, with probably 2 more laps to go at the end of this one.
Oliveira slipping back in 57 from 55, the class leader, Dan Headlam. Brown in 3rd place, number 11 in that class. Doug Carter not far behind him. There goes our leader, through for the 27th time.
Yeah, and there will have to be 2 more laps to go because there was a minute left on the clock as he crossed the line. That time he's climbing up the hill and he's already at Druids, the right-hand hairpin. He'll be dropping back down the hill now towards Graham Hill Bend. And turning on to the Cooper Straight. There's PR6, its central seat position. Looks like Shane Stoney is going to be the inaugural winner of the Radical Club Challenge. And this new association with the 750 Motor Club launched for this season.
It's interesting that his car has a sort of LMP style dorsal fin above the engine cover.
That's right.
Not all of them do.
So he now is going on to his final lap of the race with 8 seconds left on the clock. We're counting down to 0 now. It's going to be a 29 lap race. It would have gone into the 30s were it not for that safety car halfway through the race, or just over halfway through the race. He's got one more car to lap, I think, before the end. One of the SR1s. But he's turning his way through now. Through Clearways and Clark Curve and on to the Brabham Straight for the final time. So the first 750 Motor Club race winner of 2025 is going to be Shane Stoney then. He wins round 1 of the Radical Club Challenge.
They're going to be dancing on the streets of York tonight. It's a York 1-2 because Joe Stables is going to come home second, and he does now in car number 98. So PR6 is 1 and 2. Leon Morel is third in the number 1 car. Another PR6 just ahead of Dan Headlam, who wins Class B in 55, the SR3. And then it is 57 Pedro Oliveira, the Brazilian, UK domiciled Brazilian. And in 6th place, third of the B runners, is car number 11, which is Philip Brown.
Yeah, Paul Stewart then was in the top 5, wasn't he, at one point, but had that spin coming out of Druids a few laps from the end, so he dropped out of contention. Class C for the SR1s, that's been won by Gordy Much, second Aaron Rose, and Vic Sedera was third. And that brings to an end our first race of the day. 19 started, 18 finished. Here's the order. Shane Stoney it was, number 89 that won, 29 laps completed, and his winning margin in the Radical PR6 was 13.2 seconds over number 98 Joe Stables in second place. In third position was number 1 Leon Morel. Then the Class B winner was number 55 Dan Headlam. From 57 Pedro Oliveira and 11 Philip Brown. Doug Carter was 7th in number 5, 8th was number 84 Paul Stewart, 9th was 86 Stephen Bell, and Dean Hudson round out the top 10 in number 15. Gordy Much, number 92, won the SR1 class. He was 11th overall ahead of John Davis, Ian Charles and Alicia Barrett. And 15th place went to number 3, Calvin O'Connor, ahead of Aaron Rose, Vic Sedera and Scott Lee. The last of the finishers with Stephanie Herbeker, number 17, the only non-finisher having pulled off on the Cooper Straight just over halfway through that race.
It's interesting that all but the last 3 managed to lap below 50 seconds.
So the Radical Club Challenge is back out a bit later at 4:30. But for now, we're going to head down to the pit lane and we'll hear from, for the first time today, Josh Barrett.
So we're down here after the first Radical Club Challenge race at Brands Hatch, and it was a race win for Shane Stoney, so we'll grab a word with Shane if we can. Shane, well done, a new season, new competitors, but you're well in front of the rest, well done.
Yeah, that one went to plan, didn't it? Finally, it actually ran a race without braking. Yeah, it's the car felt really good. Although the safety car coming out was not ideal, particularly it was going really slow, very, very slow, which I was getting kind of worried about because, you know, if it had been much longer than that, temperature started to creep up, things like that. So, but yeah, no, really good result, really happy, and just want to say a massive thank you to my dad for all the hard work, and also a massive shout out to RLM because we had an absolute disaster a couple of weeks ago, and they managed to turn the engine around in about 8 days. So yeah, massive thank you to all those guys.
And a 44 as well, which is pretty epic round here in one of these.
Yeah, it was quite nice. I knew in quali that I'd not got the best out of the car because I was having to there was a yellow flag and they lifted off and all that kind of thing. So, but I'll be honest, I didn't think there was a 44 in there. I thought a low 45 was doable, but yeah, no, I was quite chuffed with that when I saw that come up on the dash.
And obviously with the bigger grid this year, a bit more traffic to deal with, especially around here, so how was that?
It wasn't too bad actually, yeah, most of the traffic, I mean, I was quite lucky I had the gap, so I could pick and choose when I was trying to get past people and try not to disrupt them too much, as well as having to make do or die. I need to get through quickly. I had the time on my side on that front, but if race two's closer, then obviously I'll have to try I'll have to be a bit more positive through traffic and things like that. But I mean, everybody knows what's happening. They know where they know who the quick guys are, so they know who they're looking out for. So, and as long as everyone does what they normally do, stay on the line, it's down to us to get past them. So yeah, we don't want to cause any trouble.
Well done, Shane. Class B winner was Dan Headlam. Dan, a great start to the season then. What looks like a very competitive Class B this year?
Yeah, it certainly looks quite close this year. Obviously, best start we can have in that class right now, and hopefully try and replicate it this afternoon.
Looked like you had Leon race again, although he's in a different car.
Yeah, we were close for a good few laps, and then obviously there was a safety car and some traffic and back markers, and we spread out a bit. But yeah, it was good to be behind him again, although yeah, in a different class, as you say.
But the class win, that's the most important thing. You got that, so well done.
Yeah, I mean, that was the job to do in that one, and ideally it's the job to do in the next one, yeah.
Well, good luck for that one then. Our Class C winner was Gordy Much, the new Class C Radical SR1s, and Gordy, well up overall as well. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good fun out there. I've only done a few reference laps in Radical before this weekend, so but I've been really looking forward to working together with Derby University with the students. It's a fantastic programme which offers experience to students where you can't really get anywhere else, and I think the result there, fighting with some of the SR3s, is more a testament to how good of a job the students are doing rather than me behind the wheel.
Tell us a bit about the university programme quickly.
Absolutely. So we've got the motorsport engineering programme at Derby University, and effectively Derby University have got their own motorsport team, and we provide the opportunity for students to come and get real world experience. It's extremely tricky for young aspiring engineers to get proper experience in motorsports, and teams are a little bit shy on taking people on that haven't got experience, so it's a bit tricky. So it's a perfect opportunity for young budding engineers to actually get feet on the ground and get experience, and it's a fantastic programme, and if you're interested, you should contact us.
Great stuff. Well done then. Well done to all our three class winners in the Radical Club Challenge. More racing coming up here at Brands Hatch, so BMW Car Club is about to go on to their green flag laps, so back up to Ian and to Marcus.
Club Racing Championship. So let's take a look at how this grid is going to line up. Well, on pole position it is the number 26 car of Paul Cook, and besides him, having moved up to the M1 class for this season, number 43 Stephen Schweikart. On the second row of the grid it's number 99 Mark Lee, and besides him is number 25 Ben Pearson, making a return to the championship after only appearing I think once last season. 78 Ronan Bradley is on the inside of row 3 besides number 76 Stuart Pywell. On row 4 of the grid, it's the 235 car, which is that of Michael Dark, besides number 9, Jason Rees, who's parklimited.com garage, is sponsoring the race coverage this weekend. Number 7, John Brown, has number 18, Scott Noy, besides him on row 5 of the grid. Row 6, number 5, David Heisman, a popular competitor, has number 77, Paul Travis next to him. Row 7 has 37, Cavan Granger, and 17, Andrew Pywell, son of Stuart. Row 8 of the grid is 48 Mike Nash and 69 Aidan Vilku, the man from Willenhall in the West Midlands. Row 9, 20 David Aspton and treble 8 Andrew Phillips. Row 10 is 4, which is Will Lake, last year's Cup Class champion, and 75 Craig Emerson. Row 11 of the grid has 22 Joe Geach and 6 Sam Walton. Row 12 is 14 Daniel Smith and 61 Ernie Graham, with row 13 68 Gareth Thomas and 42 Paul Neville, with 44 Ben Haynes, rounding out this very big 27 car field for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. The cars already coming back onto the grid, with Paul Cook lining up on pole position in the grey number 26 car. It's the white and blue number 43 car for SWAC, Steve Schweikart. Class structure for the BMWs, Class M1 for the most powerful M-Series engine cars. The M2 cars are also M-Series or more modified cars. Class 6 cylinder, less than 3 litre cars and there's also the Cup class for the 325 TI Compacts running to their own specific set of regulations as well. Cars about to come back towards us then, and we're about to get underway for 20 minutes of racing for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship here at a gloriously sunny Brands Hatch. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. Paul Cook on pole position, Steve Schreikart in a different car then for this season. Up into the M1 class, he is gone, the lights go out, the race gets underway, and there's some wheel spin from Schreikart. It's a great start from Ben Pearson, isn't it? From the second row of the grid, he has swooped into the lead of the race at the first corner in that number 25 car, the 2355, the M2355. So he's got a big lead over the rest of them as they head up towards Druids.
Saw Ben Pearson, he put the drag racer's whole shot start. It was absolutely wonderful. And he went steaming through. I saw him win a race at Thruxton in this car last year by a country mile. But I think it'll be a bit more difficult as the race progresses. But at the moment, he's got a lead of maybe 100 metres.
Yeah, at least I would say. And it's side by side for second. That's Paul Cook being lent on there as they went through, and we'll pick up it. I think it is Paul Cook that's got through into second place there. It's Schreikart in third. It's Jason Rees up from row 4 of the grid. He's into fourth place already in the number 92 car, the drive from Pontypool. Although having said that, I think that's Ronan Bradley that's possibly just gone past him as they went through. It was Ronan Bradley indeed as they went through Clearways and Clark Curve that time. So it's Pearson leading by 2.5 seconds at the end of the first lap of this race.
That's quite remarkable, isn't it, on this Brands Hatch Indy circuit to get away so rapidly, but he's gone charging through. Stuart Pywell dropped back into 7th place in the 76 car, and immaculately turned out in the Dibuzalt colours. But he's involved in a big old battle. See that car coming along shortly. There's it on the right-hand side of your screen, tucking in behind.
Yeah. And
That's a novel line, wasn't it?
It certainly was. So Jason Rees there we can see in the number 9 car. Just behind him then is number 18. That is Scott Noy.
Rees having he's being ganged up on now. Rees from Pontypool in South Wales. Well, they used to have a round of the British Hill Climb Championship in the 1970s.
He's lost a position there to Noy, the 36-year-old from Poole. Project Management racing since 2015 in initially the Kumar BMW Championship, but also classic touring cars as well. He did stock cars as well in the past. This is the ex-Jason Williams car that he is in this M1 class. It looks relatively humble compared to some of the other cars out there, but it is a mighty machine, and there's contact there between Stuart Pywell and Jason Rees, who goes spinning around onto the grass at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Now hopefully he'll be able to get back into the race. I think it was a relatively light touch, but there was contact nevertheless from Stuart Pywell in that number 76 car.
So that's kind of split the pack up a little bit. Well, one of the cars, the early laps, sounded really rough, running a cylinder down. Hasn't slowed Stuart Pywell. He's gone back after white yellow car there going through paddock. And Pywell's now diving up the inside. Can he make that stick? He's got a bit more grip he's found on the inside, but they're still overlapping coming out of the corner. That's the number 7 car of Brown.
Yeah, oh, and off the circuit goes Pywell, and he's going to pull off here.
Probably legacy of the damage from the earlier incident, isn't it?
So the number 7 car we're watching is that of John Brown, the Glaswegian 42-year-old gas engineer. This car built by himself 10 years ago for the short-lived M3 Cup. That was Pywell's car parked up against the wall there. As we've got Ben Pearson coming towards us. There's David Aspton now in the little Z3. And he is running in 15th position at the moment. Fantastic fields of these BMWs that we have. The M2 class lead, by the way, at the moment is held by Paul Travers, number 77. He's in 9th position overall. Class 6 is led by Will Lake, who switched to Class 6 from the Cup class for this season. We'll try and pick up on him as we go through the race. I can see in the middle of the field there, number 69, Aidan Vilku, who's dropped back down the order in his M2.
Lake starred in that Cup class, and he was very difficult to beat.
He was. And that is the number 4 car of Lake that we're watching now. In actual fact, with David Atherton right behind him. And just behind him is the number 9 car of the recovering Jason Rees, who's going to muscle his way through in that E92 M3. Much more powerful car than those around it, so it should make short work of Will Lake there, number 4. Having moved up a division for this season then. Now, Ben Pearson's lead has sort of stabilised now. It actually came down a little bit on the last lap to 2.6 seconds, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll also keep an eye on this, because it's the battle for 4th position between Ronan Bradley, number 78, and Mark Lee in the number 99 car, the driver from Halifax in West Yorkshire.
Janetta before, didn't he, at some point, Mark Lee?
May well have done.
G55, I think.
And he's going to have a go for 4th place here. He's going to be on the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. They were 1/10 of a second apart as they went over the line, and it's now a change because Mark Lee has forced his way through at Paddock Hill Bend. So Mark Lee now up into 4th place, Ronan Bradley down to 5th. He's got about 3 seconds to make up on Steve Schweikart ahead of him, though. Those two making their way back down the hill. Ben Pearson's done another best lap of the race, 51.734, so he's extended his lead again over Paul Cook. The lap record for these cars is a 51.16, set by Graham Crowhurst 18 months or so ago. So it's still about 0.6 of a second off those kind of marks.
Crowhurst in an E46 M3 from memory.
Yeah. There's the 42 car, that's Paul Neville, who is 4th in the Cup class at the moment. I think just ahead of him you could see there the number 61 car, that's Early Graham from Walton-on-Thames in another of the Cup class cars. And those the 2 Cup class leaders you can see together now, numbers 14 and 6. 14 is Dan Smith in this Automac entered car. It's another Automac prepared car for number 6, Sam Walton. Those are going to be monstered by the race leader there, Ben Pearson, who's coming through to lap them on lap 8 of this race. So there's 2 Automac Cup class cars having a very good battle for the lead of that particular division. It's the entry point really for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and a number of drivers have moved up from that Cup class into higher classes over the past few seasons. And there's Paul Cook now lapping them as well. Paul Cook, who did occasional rounds last season, didn't do all of the races, but did have 4 wins, I think, for all 4 races he took part in actual fact last year. Long time competitor with 750 Michael in BMWs and in MR2s as well. So the MR2s out here at Brands Hatch tomorrow. Jason Rees, where's he up to now? He is in 12th position still.
Paul Cook was entered in the invitational class, wasn't he? But he seems to have been pulled into the main classification for the purposes of the race.
There's that sort of slightly rough sounding car going across the line. It was one of that group involving Aspen and Vilku and that kind of group, I think.
It's going to be quite interesting because our leader, Ben Pearson, is going to catch a bunch of cars over the next couple of laps, and he is being closed on. It's down to 1.898 that time through, but Lee has best lap in the 99 car in 4th place.
Yes, and he's only 0.4 of a second up behind Schweikart now, so we'll try and pick this one up in a moment. So it's car 43, it's just ahead of this group actually. Car 43, Steve Schweikart, and number 99, Mark Lee. So it's the white and blue car we're looking for of Schweikart and the white car of Lee. We'll see if we can pick that up on our cameras, because they are together now. As they, just turning their way, here they are, into Surtees. We've got them on camera. The Cronin Garage car, number 43.
Ben Pearson got a better drive out of Graham Hill Bend that last time through, and I wonder if he's got the wake-up call now. He's done a 51.8, 52.1 to Cook. It slipped out again, so I thought it looked a little that way, and 3 tenths gain back.
Yeah, and Schweikart's also pulled out 3 tenths over Mark Lee that time as well, although having said that, they're very close as they climb up towards Druids this time. It's not 0.6 of a second now as they turn their way through. Schweikart in that number 43 car, 49-year-old from Spalding, BMW technician in Peterborough. Been racing since 2020, did some 1300cc stock car racing. Before this, it's an 3.4, 3.2 litre engine in his car, prepared by Cronin Garages Motorsport, and bought from Automac over last October, I think.
Getting closer now, first to second. In fact, with second place Cook going around the outside of a lapped car at paddock, he's got absolute sight now of the leader Ben Pearson, and it's down to 3-4 lengths, but of course one of the slower cars has moved in front of Cook and blocked him from Druids. Got a bit confused, the driver, that one. He's nearly ran off the road in trying to make an escape.
Yeah, so we just did see that battle briefly. We're watching Steve Schweikart to get in third place on our live stream at the moment. They're turning their way through the left-hander at Surtees, just ahead of Mark Lee.
Yeah, Ben Pearson looking anxiously in his mirrors, I should think, because he's got to negotiate 3 cars up onto the Brabham Straight, but now absolutely in his slipstream. It's the 26 car of Cook.
Yeah, so the 2 leaders are together through Paddock Hill Bend. We're not seeing this on the stream at the moment. They're heading up towards Graham Hill Bend. Now, though, the 2 leaders, there's a car length between them, I can see. They're almost side by side as they turn into the right-hander. There we go, on the stream now. I've picked them up. The 25 car of Pearson, the 26 car of Cook. And Cook is really menacing. He's had something in reserve here. Pearson made the very strong start this race, but I wonder if he, I don't know, maybe got through the tyres a little bit too early. We've only had 11 minutes of racing, still 9 minutes to go. But Pearson, with his work cut out now to keep Paul Cook at bay.
Yeah, very much so. Cook looks really menacing.
Pearson, another driver to start out in the junior racing ranks, and has been successful in this championship before. He was the champion in 2021 in the class from Class 6.
He's weathered it for a lap, you know, and I noticed with the M2 that leads, just kind of dances at the back under braking for Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, M235RA for number 25. Ben
Change
Pearson.
though coming down into Graham Hill Bend. There is our change. New leader down the inside, and it's Paul Cook who seized the advantage from Ben Pearson. He made that rocket-like start.
Yeah, Paul Cook then goes through into the lead of the race, then number 26 from number 25 in second place, Ben Pearson. Of course, it was Cook that qualified on pole position at 51.28. Pearson was a 51.56 in qualifying. So theoretically a couple of tenths faster at least, Paul Cook. So we'll see if he can now extend that advantage as one of the slower cars jumps out of the way on the Brabham Straight of the 2 leaders.
Those roles are reversed now, and Ben Pearson has sight of Cook's car, but it's Cook who has to negotiate the traffic, not for maybe half a lap or so now, but see Pearson's car looks quite compact. There's Aspden in the Z car,
and that's allowed Aidan Vilku, I think, to get through ahead of him. That's for 4th place within the M2 class as well. So Aspden loses out there. Class M2 still being led by, well, actually now being led by David Heasman from Camden Ranger.
And the cup order's changed. It's Walton from Smith now.
It is, and Class 6 still being led by Will Lake in number 4. Got just under 7 minutes left to go in the race. That's a lap still to Mark Lee.
Cook's just done the damage. I think he's broken the resolve of Pearson this time round. Gap's gone out to 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, we have a third of the race left to go. There is Mark Lee in 4th place, number 99. 3.2 litre, E46 M3. He's just lost a bit of contact now with Schweikart in the number 43 car. And from Lincolnshire. There is Lee heading his way through Surtees McLaren. Good battle going on for the lead of the Cup class. That's going to change again by the looks of it, looking out of our commentary box window.
That changed because they were lapped going into Paddock Hill Bend, and as the lapping car washed wide in front of the class leader, his pursuer was able to duck through.
So that's Dan Smith back ahead of Sam Moulton then for the Cup class lead. Multi-class racing. always spectacular with lots of lappery, lots of traffic to for slower cars to deal with. And there's 3 wide, all on different laps there. I think that's Paul Cook blasting past. Actually, that's Paul Travers getting a position from Cavan Granger, isn't it? So Cavan Granger, I think, was just slow off Graham Hill Bend. So Travers now back to second within the M2 class. David Heasman will be his next target. Paul Cook is going to make his way past the number 44 car now, which is that of Haynes, Ben Haynes, the Evesham man, and his 330i. And he's still got the novice cross you can see on the back of his car. Ben Pearson blasts his way through. And you've got Granger trying to get that place back from Travers, second place in the M2 class as they headed up to Druids that time. New livery for Granger on that number 37 car for this season. And he's got, I think it's a new car in fact, and he drops back down with the advantage. So Cavan Granger getting second place back from Paul Travers in Class M2. We've not seen much of the lead though. David Heasman in the course of this race in the number 5 car. The man from Biggleswade, 49 years of age, differential engineer, been racing for the past 13 seasons. So a good battle there for second in Class M2. Paul Cook's lead has extended to 1.9 seconds now over Ben Pearson. Stephen Schreikart's gap over Mark Lee is 0.6. Came down by 0.6 that time, so we'll might have a battle for third and fourth on our hands again before the end of this race. They're just going, here they are now, they're just getting in amongst the Granger and Travers battle. That shows you the differential in performance between classes M1 and class M2. Class M2 cars, the best of them lapping in the mid 54s. The front running M1s in the mid 51s. So quite a differential in performance. 4 seconds.
Smoking now, Reese's car.
It is from the left rear, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what it is?
Is that damage from the earlier incident with Pywell? Is it a wheel arch in on the tyre?
Could be, but I wouldn't have thought it was in quite the right place for where the contact came. To be honest, but maybe wrong. But
it sounded rough though, coming past the, and it's the front corner that's locking. Yeah. The front left is locking.
Yeah.
2 3/4 minutes to nurse this car back.
Yeah, he'd got back up to 9th position, but probably not lapping the kind of times he would have expected to have done. So clearly all has not been well with that car. The Park Vehicle Repair Centre entered car, doing all kinds of mechanical and bodywork repairs down there in South Wales. He's going to go on to another lap. Mark says 2.5 minutes or so left to go in that race. Paul Cook taps him, and the closing speed there was quite substantial as they went through. So Paul Cook leading, number 26, Ben Pearson second, number 25, Stephen Schreikart third, number 43, and Mark Lee, number 99, in 4th position. It's good to have a much stronger Class M1 representation this season. It was a little bit thin on the ground at times last year. But we've got 9, I think, 10 Class M1 cars. No, 11 actually, if I look down the order to see Stuart Pywell there, although he stopped, of course, early on in this race. And his son Andrew was a retirement at the end of the first lap as well for the pit lane. So not a happy first race of the season for the Pywell family. You had some victories between them during the course of 2024. There's David Heasman. He's our Class M2 leader. Very nicely turned out. Number 5 car, the E36 330i. Car number 5, it's just been lapped there by Ben Pearson. Looks like it's going to be good to take the M2 class honours. 1996 car, 29 years old that car is, and it still looks as fresh as it did the day it rolled off the production line. It looks absolutely fantastic.
I think Munich would be proud.
Yeah. It was built by A1 Rally Sport a couple of years ago, that particular car. Oh, Reese is off the circuit now.
Yeah, he's got big issues, hasn't he? I think that it's locking up, it's pulling all over the place.
Checkered flag can't come soon enough.
In fact, the front left wheel isn't moving by the looks of things. It looks like it's absolutely jammed solid.
Yeah. So doing well to make the progress that he is and just bring this car home to the checkered flag and hopefully repair that over the lunch break. These cars back out again at 5:10 this evening for their second race of the day.
Last lap now for Paul Cook and Ben Pearson, Stephen Schweikart and Mark Lee.
Yeah, just picking up the number 75 car there, that's Craig Emerson. There's the battle for third just going through shot. We also see the Treble 8 car of Andy Phillips, 44-year-old company director from Mount, which is his third season of racing. There you can see still this battle going on for second place in M2 between Travers and Granger, but our victor is shortly to come up to the line. Paul Cook is not too far away from the checkered flag now. Here he is, up to the line he comes, and Paul Cook takes the checkered flag and he wins the opening round of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for 2025 by 4.1 seconds in the end, from number 25 Ben Pearson in second, 43 Stephen Schweikart his third, number 99 Mark Lee is in fourth position, gets the best lap of the race, the Ravenel Fastest Lap Award as well. And then, yes, now Ronan Bradley comes across the line in fifth, number 78. Sixth should be number 18, Scott Noy. We've already got cars through a lap down, including David Heasman, our Class M2 winner. And Cavan Granger, who got the battle of Paul Travers in the battle for second within that class. David Aspden I can just see flashing through there. I think that there was Will Lake going through to complete victory in Class 6. So Will Lake wins Class 6, and the Cup class has already gone the way of Dan Smith as well from Sam Walton after their race-long struggle. Paul Cook it was that bounced back after that fast start from Ben Pearson to win the opening BMW Car Club Racing Championship round of 2025. Another race later on, and then full season of action with the next meeting at Silverstone next month. But here are the results. Paul Cook it was that won after 23 laps in his BMW E46 M3. Number 26, he won by 4.1 seconds from number 25 Ben Pearson in second place. Third was number 43 Steve Schweikart. In fourth place, number 99 Mark Lee. In fifth position, number 78 Ronan Bradley. Sixth was number 18 Scott Noy. Seventh was number 7 John Brown. Eighth was number 235 Michael Dark. Those are all of the drivers finishing on the lead lap. Then we had our Class M2 winner, number 5 David Heasman in the E36 330i, from Cavan Granger in the E36 330ci, and a similar car for number 77 Paul Travers. So they were 10th and 11th, 2nd and 3rd within class. 12th, and driving around a big problem, number 9 Jason Rees. 13th was number 69 Adrian Vilku. 14th was number 20 David Aspden. And a bit further back, we've got 48 Mike Nash. Will Lake was in 16th position and won Class 6. And then winning the Cup class in 19th position overall was Dan Smith from Sam Walton. So that's all the racing that we've got before the lunch break. There's more racing to come a little bit later on, in around about 50 minutes time. We'll get back underway at 2:10 with the 116 Sprint Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup. But let's head downstairs now, once again, to the far end of the pit lane. We'll hear from Josh Barrett with our successful drivers from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
So we're down here after the first BMW Car Club race, and winner Paul Cook. Well done, Paul. That like the start didn't quite go to plan, and then you managed to hunt Ben down.
Yeah, I don't know if I missed a gear or come out of gear. I'm not sure. I have to look at the footage, but yeah, it was a great start. But yeah, once I got in behind Ben, I knew kind of he wouldn't last to the end on his tyres. A little bit heavier car, so I wasn't being impatient. I was just kind of just trying to keep with him. And then the back markers probably helped me out more than they helped him out. Yeah. So yeah, it was good race. And I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Mike Eustace. I've only sat in this car this morning for the first time. It's Mike's car who's very generously lent me it, and he must be mad, but it's all unscathed at the moment. So fingers crossed for the second race we'll take it home in the same condition.
Grid looking good, a big M1 grid today, the biggest we've seen for some time. Yeah,
it's good to see. You know, you got the likes of Steve Schweikart, who's straight on the money. And it's just a general mix of good drivers all around, really, in all classes.
Yeah, because it's round here that the all classes thing make more of a difference to you, because obviously you have to catch up the slower cars as well to get past. Yeah,
that's very true. I had a couple of hairy moments with a back marker, and the main straight kind of went across at
there you go,
right at the wrong time, but yeah, we brought it home.
Well done. I think if we've got time, we're going to speak to the top three overall as well, hopefully. So we'll speak to Ben Pearson while he's here. Ben, a fantastic start there for you, but Paul was saying that your car a bit heavier, so it didn't look after the tyres as well as the M3s?
No, I didn't. I managed to get a really good start, pulled a big gap. I thought hopefully I'd be able to maintain it, but unfortunately the tyres couldn't hold on for the duration of the race. So hopefully we'll do some adjustments, make them last a bit longer in the next race.
It's good to see you back, and the grid in M1, I just said to Paul, is very different to when you last raced here.
It is, yeah. I mean, there was only a couple of us there. Now it's a good grid, close competition. Should be a good season.
So tell us about the M2, because it's a bit different, I guess, to the M3s.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the one thing is a lot heavier than the older cars, and it's turbocharged, not naturally aspirated. So yeah, there's a lot of differences there, but hopefully we make it work.
And try again later on.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Well done, Ben. From Steve's over here, if we go back again. Steve, while you're here, we'll have a quick word with you on third position overall, a new car for this season.
Yes, new car, new class, everything. So yeah, I couldn't put it. You know, Clone Canes, they've helped me get here really, so I won't be here. I would have packed up, sort of thing. So yeah, can't say any more. Fantastic.
Yeah, it was a good result, isn't it, with a strong M1 grid to jump into as well?
Yes, I went to Snet and did a bit of testing it. We had a few issues with sorted, but I didn't expect to be on the money that quick. Definitely not.
You think you've got anything for these two later on?
Yeah, no problem. If I can get off the line, I'll be all right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got to learn. That's the first clutch start I've done with it. So yeah, not many places you can do that. So yeah, I think we'll be right. Race 2.
With much more powerful cars you've got now, does that make the start more challenging?
Yes, this has got a different clutch in it, a multi-plate clutch, so it's very hard to get off moving. It's bad enough just drawing off here, so on a grid with all them behind you, it's pretty scary, but we got there. We finished, that's the main thing. I'm real happy, so yeah.
Well done. So congratulations to our top three overall. We're going to head down here now, see what class winners we can speak to. We'll start with the one the closest to me this time. This is Will Lake, another driver of a new class, but same result for you, Will, with the class win and battling against cars in the higher classes.
Yeah, a bit of battling against the cars in M2. Very lucky. I moved up from the Cup to be in a lot of groups, cars that are in Class 6, but there's only 4 here today. So I got slightly lucky, but I know it will be a lot tougher in races to come. But lovely day. Yeah, just getting used to the car. Yeah, went as well as I could have hoped. I didn't expect to win, so it's very good.
Yeah, the grid spread's totally changed really from last year. Like you said, Class 6 was the big grid last year. This weekend at least M1 is the big grid, but it's a big grid of BMWs whatever the case.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone here is a car fan, and it's very impressive to see all those M3s out on the track, even if they're sort of going around me. But yeah, no, it's a good spectacle, and if there's lots of people here enjoying BMWs with the car club, then that's fine.
Is this the same cars you raced last year upgraded, or a new car?
It's actually Steve's, so he's gone up into the M3 and I've taken his one. So I suppose you could say it's got some pedigree. Yeah. But it's been very well looked after, so I'm reaping his rewards. So thank you, Steve.
Well done, well driven. So that's Will Lake, our Class 6 winner. We head back, our M2 winner was... we've got Kevin Granger here, so we'll speak to Kevin. Looked like a real competitive battle there you had.
Quite fun that was, yeah, quite a good thing. I mean, I've got to be honest, I'm not sure if I've won or not because...
I thought you were second, but we'll talk to you.
Well, yeah, talk to me as well, yeah. I mean, Dave, bless him, and he's done really well, but he had a bit full start, so we had to wait and see, won't we? Yeah, but no, it's good. It's enjoyable out there. Sun's out, which is all good, isn't it?
Yeah.
New car this year, so I'm still getting a little bit used to it, but the car's good, so it's just down to me to drive it properly, really.
How much sort of time have you had in it before today?
Hour. Couple of hours here on the track day when it was wet. So that's about it. Yeah, it's a bit different. And obviously quali. So it's good in quali.
Yeah.
I'm not playing about suspension or anything. I've bought the car how it is. It's Lee Pearce's old car, who won M2 a couple of years ago. So I've got the tools, I've just got to learn to drive it.
Yeah.
If I learn to drive it, then maybe I'll win.
Oh, better luck later on.
No, but it's a good race, enjoyable.
Well done. And then have we got Daniel Smith over behind me? Daniel, well done. Yeah, your first race and a win as well.
Yes, first time out, so got a curl off Neil and yeah, first time out, so glad to be first in class. So it's a bonus. I was just wanting to get here and finish the day, to be honest. So to be first in class, I'm over the moon, really.
Looked like you had a close competition though throughout that race.
Oh, it was, yeah, he was in front, I was in front. It was a good battle, and like I said, coming from track days to racing, it's such a big jump. And going from that, like I said, he was fair. I think it's Sam. He was fair, and we give each other space, but we wanted a race, and that's what we got.
Tell us a bit about the experience. Like you say, you've done track days before. Now your first day when you're actually a competitor in a race meeting.
Obviously, I've done racing with Graham Crowhurst, obviously, for years now, and I've always looked after his car. cars. I've got an M3 myself, and I thought, I've been saying for years, I'm going to do it. And then Neil said, look, I've got a cup car so you can borrow. Like, let's sort something out. So I just said, oh, YOLO, let's do it. Throw myself into it, and I did. And coming from track days, it's a totally different experience. It's just cars everywhere.
I guess it helps for the format of the day. You know about it because you've been here with Graham.
Yes, exactly. So it's nice to be. I've been in a paddock for many years now, and obviously been mechanic. So I know the routine. I know where to go. I know what to do. So it's nice to be actually sitting on the start line now instead of behind there. So it's a weird feeling, but look, I've had a great day, and we've got one more race yet, so it'll be good. I'm looking forward to it.
Is this a one-off, or are you going to be for the full year?
I'm 750. I'm not sure if we're doing any more of this at the moment, but we're doing. I'm Donington Park next weekend. But then obviously we're doing. I don't know what next one is for 750. I've got to find out, because the goal is to race my M3 and not borrow this. But obviously being a novice, I had to start somewhere. So we'll see how far we go down next weekend and see how that goes, and then I'll jump on the next one with 750. They're a good bunch of lads, and he runs well. So yeah. You should see me about again.
Well done on a great debut.
Thank you.
So there's top 3 overall and class winners as well from the BMW Car Club. That will bring us into the lunch break here at Brands Hatch, where there's lots more racing to come up this afternoon. To stick with us on 750 Motor Club TV, and in less than an hour we have a full afternoon of racing here at Brands Hatch with the 750 Motor Club.
And a very warm welcome back to Brands Hatch after the lunch break for the continuation of this opening event of the 750 Motor Club season. And good afternoon to everyone here at the circuit as well. I think the PA now working loud and clear as well. So hello to you from myself, Ian Stable. We'll hear from Marcus Pye and Josh Barrett as well during the course of the day. We've got 8 more races still to come for you this afternoon. We've had 2 already before the lunch break. Coming up next, we've got the 116 Sprint Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup. We've got the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. First of 2 races this weekend for those cars. The Tagiwa Type R Trophy has a triple header this weekend, a race today and 2 more tomorrow. The Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship, the 5 Club MX5 Cup, the Radical Club Challenge Championship, that has their second race of the weekend. We saw the first won by Shane Stoney an hour and a half ago, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship also has its second race for Cook, the winner, before lunch, and then the second race for the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup as well. And the cars for that category are about to be released out onto the circuit for their first race of the afternoon. It's a busy season ahead for the 750 Motor Club, with many of the events live streams on 750 Motor Club TV, courtesy of Alpha Live. We're starting our season this weekend here at Brands Hatch, and then we go off to Donington Park on Easter Monday for the second event of the 750 Motor Club season, with then events at Croft and Silverstone coming up during the course of late April and May. So that's the first few events of the 750 Motor Club season here at Brands Hatch. There's action upcoming in a couple of weeks with the British Trucks here over the Easter weekend of the 19th and 20th of April. So that's the first major event of this Brands Hatch summer. Almost ready for the cars to be released out onto the circuit then for this first race of the afternoon. Just a circuit maintenance vehicle I can see heading out to its position right now, and then we'll be underway for a lot more racing. 21 races in total over the course of this weekend. Tomorrow we switch in the 116 Trophy, the Enduro race, plus the Sport Specials and the Toyota MR2 Championship as well. They will join the roster of races tomorrow, but I can see the cars are now being released out onto the circuit because the gate has been opened for the first race of the afternoon, which is for the 116 Sprint Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup. So we'll bring the cars out onto the circuit for what will be the first of 2 15-minute races for these cars this afternoon. Many of these cars and drivers will see out tomorrow as well in the Enduro. We've got the 5 120 cars at the front of the grid, the slightly quicker cars. They're probably, what are they? They were doing 57, the best of the 116s were doing 59, so they're about a couple of seconds a lap quicker, the 5 120 Coupe Cup cars. And then the 116s, so many of them that we have reserves, 38 qualified. We could only have 34 cars start the race, so those that got their entry in a little bit more sharply will be able to take to the grid for this first race of the day. There may be an opportunity if someone drops out to get in for the second race a little bit later on in the afternoon. Hopefully those drivers will be out tomorrow in the Enduro as well if they wish. See the perfect blue skies over Brands Hatch. It is really quite windy though. You can see the flags on the top of the commentary box building where Marcus Pye and myself are based. They are blowing pretty much horizontally, aren't they? So a strong headwind for the cars up the Bradham Straight. Here's how the cars are going to line up on the grid then. Pole position has gone the way of treble 5 Matthew Highcock, the winner of the John Miles Awards, the most talented young driver in the 750 Motor Club last season. He's on pole position, switching up to the 120s, and besides him is number 21 David Williams. On the second row is number 5, the preparation ace Anthony Seddon, and 107 George Healer. On the third row of the grid it's number 88 John Turner. Then we get to the first of the 116s. That is going to be 228 James Waring. On the fourth row of the grid, it's Jack Godden in number 71 and Peter Keane in 151. On the fifth row, it's number 80 Theo Millward and 25 Ethan Hall. Row 6 of the grid is treble 7 Thomas Law and 173 Dan Lavery. Row 7 is 101 James Allen and 666 Ben Wilshire. Row 8 of the grid is going to be 209, that's Will Abraham. and besides him is going to be the 55 car of Lewis Charlton. On the 9th row, it's going to be 252 Jamie Dunn and 111 Antonio Souza. On the 10th row, 86 Pete Brand has besides him number 83 Sammy Walton. On the 11th row, it's 27 Steve Lloyd and 212 Luke Fox. On the 12th row, 249 Scott Jeffs is besides number 93 Lawrence Johnson. On the 13th row of the grid, in number 78, it's James Poole, and in 325, it's Lee Pearce. In 121 on row 14, it's AJ Duffel, and 186 Dan Petters. Row 15 is 47 Connor Anderson, and 28 Melissa Bexley. 321 and 200 on the 16th row, Caroline Early and Giles Carter. And on the back row, it's Ben Snee in treble 3, and Rob Tinto in number 12. And we've got reserves heading down the pit lane, as you can see, as well, with the hope of possibly even sneaking into this race if someone has dramas. Green flag waves to get the pace lap underway, headed by number treble 5 then, Matt Highcock, who we mentioned earlier. He was the 116 Sprint Trophy champion last year, the 29-year-old race engineer from Stockport, been racing since 2022 and has really expanded his team, Matt Highcock Racing, to run several cars during the course of this season, and he's switched himself to the 120 coupes with a car that's been freshly built. That's the treble 5 car at the front of the field. His opposition will come from the likes of number 21, which is Dave Williams, the 47-year-old. In his first season of racing, the man from Hayes, or first season of racing in the 120 Coupe Cup, he did some track day trophy races in 2019. It's a self-built car with support from Anthony Seddon racing for him. And then it is Anthony Seddon, the aforementioned, on the inside of the second row of the grid. He was contending for the championship last season. It was decided at the final corner into the hands of Rob Carvel. And next to him is 187 George Healer, and then John Turner, number 88, lines upon the inside of row 3. Then you've got, what have we got, 29 of the 116 trophy cars, headed by James Waring in the number 228 car. He's the 17-year-old now from Garstang, a college student in his second season of racing. Had a win in the enduro races in the trophy. Snetterton last season had 3 podium finishes in the sprints, and he's run by Matt Highcock Racing this season and has his eye possibly on switching to single-seaters next season. He's talked about joining into the F1000 Championship. So we have the cars coming up to the grid for what will be a 15-minute race, 2 15-minute races for these cars. And they are forming up into their position. So it's the black car with the sort of BMW red and two-tone blue stripes of Matt Highcock on pole position. It's the white car with those similar colours down the side of the car for Dave Williams. Then it's Anthony Seddon racing in the grey and orange car, the white, all white number 87 car with the Dayglow members George Healer. And then it's the 88 car next up, which is that of John Turner, which is the blue and white and black car. James Waring, the first of the 116s, has pretty much the same colour scheme as Matt Highcock himself in the Matt Highcock racing car. Then you've got Jack Gordon, who did get a win towards the end of last season at Donington Park in the number 71 car. That's the car that's been driven by Martin Donnelly in the past, that one. And he has next to him number 151, which is Peter Keane. Pretty much all we've got time for, though, because the green flag, I should say, is about to wave at the back, which means that very shortly we'll get the red lights on. They come on now, and they go out. Away they go then, an even start from the 2 on the front row. A better start, though, from Anthony Seddon from the second row of the grid, and he's pulling alongside Matt Highcock here, Seddon the grey and orange car. It looks like it is, I think, Pete Brand that's made the best of the starts in the 116s. Will pick up on that, but it's Seddon that's leading the way. Sorry, Keane, I should say. It's Seddon that's leading the way, though, from Matt Highcock as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend for the first time. It's the all-white car in third position of George Healer. Dave Williams has gone down to fourth position. Yes, I think it is Peter Keane that's got ahead of Jack Gordon, and James Waring's gone down to about fifth in the 116s as they head through Graham Hill Bend. But here are the leaders. They're about to go into clearways, Marcus. It's Seddon from Highcock.
Yeah, Seddon made a fantastic start from row 2 and was able to ease up the outside into paddock and then cut back on the exit to grab the lead from Matt Highcock, and that's how it remains at the end of the first lap, with about half a car length between them, breaking similar points. In third place is George Healer in the white car. Then it is car 777 is off in the kitty litter, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's Tom Law, the Londoner. He's out of it. Here's Highcock, though, up the inside. Druids of Anthony Seddon. That's going to put him on the wrong line, though, for the next corner, the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. So Seddon fends him off. George Healer in third place is right with them as well, as Highcock pulls alongside with a wheel over the curb, and he sees the safety car in front of him and backs out of it. So we've got a safety car here. That's going to be for the 777 car, Tom Law. It's the only car that didn't come round at the end of lap 1. All other 33 other cars did. But yeah, Highcock had to back out of that when he saw a Hyundai ahead of him on the grid. I think we've on the circuit, I think we're on our third different car now that's performed safety car duties during the course of today so far. It's a different Hyundai than we had earlier on.
Unless they've rewrapped it at lunchtime. No, we had the maroon one earlier on, and then the Renault before that, the Megane. But yes, that was quite exciting, wasn't it? Because we had Highcock running up over the curbs on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, getting his nose ahead, and then noticing that there was the safety car lurking for Tom Law.
So they'll complete their second lap then behind the safety car. These laps count behind the safety car. There's no extra laps to be added on to the end, as there might be in the British Touring Car Championship, for example. It's going to be a 15-minute race, come what may. And it is number 5, Anthony Seddon, that's leading from treble 5, Matt Highcock in second. 187, George Healer is third. 21, Dave Williams is fourth. And number 88, John Turner, is the last of the 120s in 5th position. It is Peter Keane, yes, number 151, that leads in the 116s. Number 6 from 71, Jack Gordon. 25, Ethan Hall. 22 to 8, James Waring. And 80, Theo Millward, the top 5 in the 116s.
Peter Keane, that class leading car with the distinctive big white K on the bonnet. So Waring just got swallowed a bit at the start. He's down to 4th among the 316s, just ahead of Millward.
Yep, so this is the second season with the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup having championship status. It was Highcock that won the 116s and Rob Carvell the 120s last year. Safety car lights are still on. That car still to be recovered from Clearways. James Waring, we've mentioned, one of the front runners in the 116s. Jack Gordon, he's been competing in this with his father, Chris, who's joined him in the Enduro for a few laps.
They're just going to hoik that car up onto the Grand Prix circuit, aren't they, out of sight?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, which is handy.
Ethan Hall, another driver in that front group of 116s, the 19-year-old from Newdigate, student, started racing a couple of years ago. Safety car lights are still on, so they'll do one more lap behind the safety car, and that's because that incident was cleared just too late, really, for the safety car to turn off its lights and get into the pit lane safely at the end of this lap. So they'll do one more. So there'll be something like 8.5 minutes probably by the time they get back round again. So we've only had one racing lap so far, well, 1 and a bit. And we'll probably get another 8, maybe 9 out of it once this race gets back underway. Fantastic field of these 116s and 120 Coupe Cup cars. The 116s use the N45 model, produced from 2004 to 2006. Engine remains largely standard, although there's a throttle body upgrade, different exhaust and an ECU reflash. Control coilover damper kit from Gas Shocks, standard brakes, free choice of pads, 5-speed manual gearbox, and they run on Nankang control tyres, the NS2R tyres as well. We've got the 120 Coupe Cup. As we say, a couple of seconds a lap quicker, so it is something for drivers to move on from 116s. Safety car's got a wriggle on, so it's going to pull into the pit lane now, and the race will get back underway. It's in the hands of Anthony Seddon at the moment, number 5.
9 minutes.
Yeah, so it probably is going to be around 9, maybe 10 laps, because the quickest car's lap at about 57-second mark. Away we go for the restart. So Highcock doesn't immediately pounce at the first opportunity, but is within about a foot of the back of Seddon's bumper there as they climb up towards Driz. Jinks out to the left-hand side of the circuit, tries to outbrake him and go around the outside.
He left his braking very late, didn't he? But had to settle for that place there. He tucks in behind Anthony Seddon in the silver and orange car down to Graham Hill Bend. George Healer still leads the way, but this is an opportunity with bumpers just about overlapping. But Seddon's quite wily. He's using the centre line of the circuit. It's difficult to pass on either side, but there's only 3/4 of a BMW width to choose from on each flank. So Seddon from Highcock, Healer holding the watching brief, and just dropping back a little bit is Dave Williams in the stripy car, which is in 4th place.
Over the line go the leaders then, just looking back to see who's ahead in the 160s. It is still 151 Peter Keane from 71 Jack Godden. Those two separated by not very much at all as they go on to their 6th lap of the race. Meanwhile, Highcock sees another move up the inside of Anthony Seddon at the right-hander at Druids, but he can't make a way through there.
Waring's back up to 3rd among the 116s in the 228 car.
Yes, he's got back ahead of Ethan Hall there, hasn't he? So the leaders, Seddon and Highcock, making their way into Surtees once again as we watch a battle further down the order amongst the 116s. A nice little gaggle of cars here. It includes the 186 car, which is that of Dan Petters for this race, the Newmarket driver. So we are looking at a battle that is somewhere in it for about 25th position backwards, I think. So quite a way down the order. It's the 121 car, yeah, in 24th place, AJ Duffel, that's at the head of this group from the number 78 car, I think that now is, having moved up as a position, that of James Poole. So they're turning their way on to the start and finish straight, that group of 116s. George Healer's just in the best lap of the race, 57.713 amongst the 120s. And he's now within half a second of the race leaders, I should say, the top two. Here's the battle for the leader in the 116s. 151 is Peter Keane, and then 71 is Jack Godden. You can see that James Waring is next up as well, 3rd in that group.
And Ethan Hall behind him in the car that looks like Dave Matthews' Melton Racing with Broadspeed Escort from the early 1970s. In terms of its colour scheme, the blue and sort of iridescent pink.
So there's this battle for 116 supremacy across the line. Peter Keane and Jack Godden. So hey, Jack Godden had one win during the course of last season. So too did Peter Keane, actually. Both having a victory during the course of the season. Peter Keane did win here at Brands Hatch. Jack Godden's win came at Donington Park, and with Matt Highcock having moved on to the 120s, they'll be among the favourites this year. Matt Priestwood also having moved away from this category. The other driver to win last year was Will Abraham, who won both races at Silverstone last year, who we do see out.
Healer's just improved his fastest lap. 57.600 now.
Yeah, and he's got it within 0.4 of a second now of the two race leaders in the 120s. But Keane and Godden here, they're going to be some of the men to beat in the 116 Sprint Championship this year. Peter Keane just with a window open, a chink there, just to let a bit of air in. Oh, and Highcock using the grass to try and make a move and succeeding on Anthony Seddon. Oh, I'm not sure you are really, Marcus, but he's done it nevertheless. It was a bold move, and he's gone through to take the lead of the race from Seddon. And in 3rd place is George Healer, right behind him. Possibly there, Highcock felt the need to hurry up because George Healer was starting to breathe down his neck as well, setting fastest laps of the race. But plenty of grass used, not quite as much grass as I remember Adam Prebble. Oh, he's spun! Highcock spun out of the lead. We've just missed it off camera. There he is. He's pushed a little bit too hard, I think, Marcus, having got off on the grass, possibly got his tyres dirty.
Oh, dear.
And has dropped back out of the contention for the 120 Coupe Cup supremacy.
Is that hoist by one's own petard?
Might well be. Might well be. He is still ahead of the number 88 car, isn't he, of John Turner. So he's ahead of at least one of them.
This is tightening up in 116s now, because we've got Keane and Godden, and behind them Waring making up for that slightly slow start. He's got himself in, hopping over the curves on the inside of paddock is Peter Keane. And there in the 71 car with these 3 stripes up it, kind of almost like a German flag, is Godden. And now right with them is 228, the Lancastrian, which is Jamie Waring.
Yep, he's right with them now. It's going to be 3 for the lead. They're just lapping a car there. That's the number 12 car, Rob Tinto, who's done 15 years on the short circuits, a Super Rod English champion in 2012 and British champion in 2014, but having a difficult baptism here on the long circuits.
This has got the kind of intensity of a roller derby, hasn't it? With these 3. Keane from Godden from Waring. Cumulative slipstream available to Waring. It goes up the outside. He wants to try to cut back if he can. The others then wash out because they were tighter into the apex. And Waring's got his nose up alongside Godden, and the wing wearer's got precious close, but they're unscathed.
He didn't quite use the line taken by his team boss a couple of laps ago, did he?
Probably saw what happened to Matt Highcock half a lap later. Thought, trying to avoid that at all costs.
So Waring up to second. He was on pole position for the 116s, of course. Meanwhile, it's Highcock is just in the battle for the race, 57.215, as he tries to hunt down the 3 leaders now in the 120s, Seddon, Healer and Williams, separated by 1.2 seconds. But similar gap really between the top 3 in the 116s. With Peter Keane now with Waring right behind him. There is Seddon. He's got George Healer right behind him amongst the 120s. Difficult to know where to look when you've got 2 races in a race and both of them equally close like this. Minute 45 left to go in the race. Back to the 116 battle. And Waring was strong at this part of the circuit a lap ago, but doesn't. Oh, he's having a slightly later look this time, which Keane moves across to defend and finds his rear bumper perilously close to the front one of James Waring. And here's the 120 battle now. Healer putting pressure on Seddon. So Seddon soaked up pressure from Highcock initially, but now Healer is going very well indeed. Highcock's on another best lap of the race, by the way. 57.093. He's lapping 6 tenths faster than the 3 cars in front of him, but it's going to be too late to catch them.
Yeah, Seddon's having to work pretty hard to keep George Healer at bay. 0.27 between them at the end of the 12th lap.
Less than a minute to go, but I think we want to just squeeze out one more lap at the end of this one, as those 3 120 leaders have traffic. The 116 leaders into Paddock Hill Bend, almost 3 wide.
Godden had got back past Waring during that lap.
He had, and these are going to have nearly 2 laps to go as well from this point on. Although we're down to 30 seconds on the clock, and that is a back marker coming into play. It's the number 82 car, that. No, it's not the number 82 car. We don't have a number 82. Oh, yes, we do. Mark McCulloch got it as a reserve, I think. So it was Mark McCulloch, I think, getting out of the way. Here are the 116 leaders again. Keane and Godden just with a length or so over James Waring now, as they're about to go on to their final lap. The 120s already have, and are up at Graham Hill Bend, in fact, already coming out of Druids, as the 116s go on to their final lap, headed by Keane by all of 0.2 of a second over Godden. Another 0.4 back is Waring. Here are the 120s, Marcus.
Yeah, and it's Seddon who pogos through Surtees, now turns the car to the right over that slightly off camber crest, further off camber, out of clearways. There are 2 cars, 2 116s ahead of them as they charge back up onto the Brabham Straight for what should be the final time. Yes, the checkered flag awaits, and they take the flag in the order of 5. Anthony Seddon from 187, George Healer, half a second, 0.501 between them. Meanwhile, the 116 is still fighting for supremacy. Waring's back with Keane and Godden. Godden tries to get a nose up inside the lead car of Keane. He uses a bit of that green stuff on the pit lane entry. Someone's had a big spin behind us.
But look at this, it's going to be, God knows it, Waring, it's going to be 3 of them side by side over the line. And what does the timekeeper say? He says Waring 29.466, Godden 29.496, and Keane 26.9612. 0.03 of a second between Waring and Godden, and Keane, who was leading all the way through pretty much, finishes 3rd. But there was some of that green stuff used, Marcus.
But not by Waring.
No, that is true.
He got the momentum because the others were kind of squeezing themselves down the inside there.
They were.
We had Godden on the edge of the pit lane, and Waring just snuck up the outside. That was an absolutely brilliant opportunist victory if he's pulled it off, and of course it has yet to be ratified.
Well, no, certainly a dramatic race in both the 120s, with that dramatic leading move for Matt Highcock, which then fell apart half a lap later. Here are the results, though. Number 5, Anthony Seddon, got the win at the end of the 14 laps there in the 120s. He was 0.501 seconds clear of George Healer in second in the 187 car. Third was number 21, David Williams. Fourth was 555 after that spin, Matt Highcock. And fifth was number 88, John Turner. Then the 116s. Sixth was number 228, James Waring, the winner of the 116s, from 71, Jack Godden, and 151, Peter Keane. All of, what are we looking at? 0.06 of a second covering those 3. Then it was Theo Millward in 9th place, Ethan Hall 10th, Will Abraham 11th, Pete Brand 12th, Dan Lavery 13th, and Ben Wilshire 14th. And then a bit further back, James Allen, Jamie Dunn, Antonio Sousa, Luke Fox, Lewis Charlton, Scott Jeffs completing the top 20. And one more screen, I think, will cover the rest of the field. Rob Tinto, I think the last of the finishers, 2 laps down in the end. We lost one car, that of Tom Law, the treble 7 car, on the opening lap of the race that brought out the safety car. And those have another race a little bit later on this afternoon. The final race, in fact, at 5:45 for the 116s and the 120 Coupe Cup.
What a cracker it was.
It certainly was. We really enjoyed that. So more of that to come, and we'll head down in a few moments' time. In fact, we'll go down right now to hear from Josh Barrett with our 6 drivers in the 120s and the 116s.
Here with our first 120 Coupe Cup winner of the year, Anthony Seddon. Well done, Anthony. That didn't look easy.
No, that was a tough race. Come here, George. You're going to celebrate as well. This man here pushed me all the way. I am the King Slug.
I'm Baby Slug.
And you're Baby Slug. But there's another race, so we'll see what happens. Thank you to all the team. There was a bit of bedlam after the qualifying because a couple of the 116s were in a mess. Sorted it all out. Sorted the clutch out, and we're out. And we had a mega race. Thank you very much.
You obviously had Matt up there as well. I think he got past you and then he went straight off.
He overcooked it in the last corner, unfortunately.
Looks like he was giving you some nibbles before that.
Oh, he was doing more than nibbling. Yeah, go and have a look at the back of the car.
Well, you came out on top, so well done. And for you, George, a really good result, second.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a good start. The car in front of me lit up, so I managed to kind of get past into third. And then, yeah, watching the first 2 battle. And then, obviously, once Matt span out, I was trying to get Anthony, but couldn't quite get close enough, couldn't get there in the end. But a great race, so really, really pleased. And the car was mega, so.
Obviously, at the end as well, you had to negotiate on the back of the 116s as well. I guess that's quite difficult.
I know, and you're always like, is there an opportunity going to come? Anthony managed to get through cleanly, so yeah, it was good. But that always brings a bit of excitement in these 15-minute races because you are hot on the tail. So yeah, it was good.
Enjoying these new faster cars?
Yeah, definitely. So I started off in the 116s last season, moved up to 120s, doing the 116 trophy tomorrow. But yeah, just a bit more poke, and yeah, they're great little cars, handle really, really well. So yeah, a lot of fun. So it's good.
Well done. Good luck later.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll speak to third place if we can. We've got to squeeze past, which is not easy. This is David. I think David Williams in third overall. Good result there.
Yeah, really pleased with that. First time out in the car, so it's really good fun. I think thanks to Matt for taking himself out earlier on, but yeah, really good.
And you kept up with the top 2 as well for your first time out, so that's good.
Yeah, I was pretty pleased with that. Yeah, I was expecting them to pull away, but I don't know, I think they were scrapping with each other quite a bit, turning each other down, so that was fun. But yeah, managed to keep up.
And have you done racing before and other things?
I did a few rounds with MSV Track Day Trophy a few years ago, but no, first time trying it properly. So, yeah,
and in this one make style of race, is very much different to that?
Well, oh, totally, yeah, because I never knew wherever I finished, is it because I was good, bad, the car was good, bad, you didn't know, so and this is a great leveler. Shame there's not more 120s, hopefully there'll be more at future rounds.
It's growing, isn't it? Slowly growing, so hopefully we'll get that throughout the year.
Yeah, exactly, can't wait, looking forward to the next one.
Well done. I think we can quickly speak to our 116 winner. Let's go down this way, shall we? And James Waring, who I don't think led very much of the race, took the win at the end, I think. James, tell us about the finish there.
Oh yeah, it was brilliant. So out of the final corner, I just tried to go for the best exit I could, and the toe was brilliant. And I didn't think I got it going first. I thought Jack Godden got it going over the line, but now I've just been told it's P1, so I'm outstanded. So yeah, it's brilliant.
I think you were third most of the race, so what a way to finish.
Yeah, well, I started in first. I had a really bad start. I had so much wheel spin, so that'll need to be looked into. But I mean, the racing was brilliant. I mean, us three worked together to pull away, and then at the end, I just managed to get them both, so I'm outstanded.
Well done, and you're your second season as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my second. Started first. My first season was last season, and then hoping to win the championship this season or something like that. But winning race 1 isn't too bad, so. Yes.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
Says James Waring, our 116 sprint winner. Managed to speak to him just about. More racing coming up here at Brands Hatch. So the race parts, 750 Formula Championship with a huge grid. He's heading onto the circuit.
Round 1 of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship shortly to get underway here at Brands Hatch then, and as has been mentioned, a good field of cars, 25 of them qualified. New for this season, the classic Clubman's cars running the 1600cc engine are able to join as well for non-point scoring entries, and there's I think 5 of those that have taken up that opportunity to add to the size of the grid here, but as I say, they're not eligible for points. Last year's champion, David Bartholomew, not racing this season, or certainly this weekend. Richard Rothery is driving the PRS that David won the championship in last season. He has qualified on row 3 of the grid. Within qualifying this morning, the top 2 drivers setting identical lap times to 1,000th of a second. But David Reed getting the verdict, and he'll be lining up in a moment on pole position alongside the more experienced Bill Cowley. Let's have a look at the grid then. There's the confirmation. 53.296 seconds for both David Reed in the HRD, the ex-Dave Hodkin car, and the 77 car of Bill Cowley, the Cowley Mark IV. Built by his grandfather. Row 2 of the grid has number 7, Steve Boother, and number 69, Mark Windley, in the 2 Darvies, and it's a new colour scheme for Mark Windley in the ex-Peter Bove car for this season. On the 3rd row of the grid, it's number 40, Mike Upton, in the first of the Clubman's cars, the Malik Mark 20B, and the 17 PRS of Richard Rothery. On the 4th row of the grid, it's the Monoposto ace, Robin Dorr, number 78, in another Clubman's car. This is the Diamond from 1975, and besides him is number 4, Matthew Unwin, in the Race Kits Falcon. On the 5th row of the grid is the man that was 3rd in last year's championship, number 3, Jake Doherty, in the SSF, raced for 70 years by his grandfather, Bob Simpson, and 12 is Conway Dorr. Next up on the 6th row of the grid, it's 35, David Winter, having switched over from Master 7 Racing, and 26, Richard Jenkins, a regular low-cost winner in the past. Row 7 of the grid, 42 is Martin Kemp, the man behind Race Kits Falcons, and 28, Alan Bunter in the Shark. Then on row 8 of the grid is number 6, which is Simon Bolter. He's in the Derby 92J, and 52 is Roger Watton. Row 9 is 11, Hugh Davis, and 58, Tom Llewellyn. On the 10th row of the grid, it's 27, Sue Harris, out in her Derby for the first time in a little while, and 60, Brian Hunter. On the 11th row of the grid, it's 25 and 18, 25, Richard Dixon, and 18, Simon Gledhill, although that car had problems in qualifying. Gledhill, I should say. Row 12, 99, Peter Hackett, and 73, Tony Brazier, and 56, Matthew Twynham is going to be at the back of the grid for the first of 12 rounds this season for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. It's been running since 1950 as a championship. First race was in 1949 for this particular format and formula of cars, based on, in the early days, on the Austin 7 engine. Austin 7 Specials and such like. Charles Bulmer won the first championship back in 1950, and it's been running every year since. And the cars these days run the Fiat 1108cc Fire engine. Cars forming upon the grid there, Marcus.
I think that car that Simon Bolter has, number 6, that was the John Harvey car, which I think had the first Fiat engine in at Mallory Park on a very, very wintry day, 1 October.
Yes, that was when they switched over from the Reliant engines, the first try of that out. Green flag just about waves at the back. It's a bit windy for the marshal, though, to wave his flag. Red lights are about to come on. They do so. And out they go, and the race gets away. Very sideways start from the HRD, but nevertheless it is going to be David Reed that's going to have the lead into the first corner. It looks like
Robin Dorr second in the Clubman's car.
Yeah, in the Diamond, so he's made a good start. Bill Cowley then is in third place as the cars head up towards Druids for the first time. Cowley trying to go around the outside of all of them, it seems, but that leaves the door open, I think, for Mark Windley. It is in the now sort of yellowy green Derby. He is, as you say, behind the Diamond of Robin Dorr in that classic Clubman's non-point scoring car, and off the road has gone the race leading HRD, but comes back onto the circuit in the lead of the race. Cowley's lost out to Windley as well, I think, as they turn their way through Surtees and McLaren. Yes, he has. So Cowley down to 4th position overall. And then it's looking like Steve Boother, I think, in 5th position. As they come up towards the end of lap number 1, then it's going to be the HRD leading of David Reed then. First time he's led a race, I think. Robin Dorr 2nd, Bill Cowley 3rd, Mark Windley 4th, Steve Boother 5th, and Richard Rothery in the PRS is in 6th position. And as they go up the hill towards Druids for the second time, it's the HRD with a decent lead, and Bill Cowley trying to come back at Robin Dorr.
Yeah, he's running really hard around the outside line to just try and get. He's got his nose back ahead, and coming down the hill, he's managed to keep it there. Robin Dorr really just sort of experiencing this car, the Diamond Clubman's car, for the first time. He had a brief test in it a couple of weeks back, and Mark Windley coming at Dorr now, with the works coloured Derby in behind, which is Steve Boother, isn't it? And then the PRS, which is the Pither Rothery Special, with one of its co-creators, Richard Rothery, this year at the wheel.
Identical times in qualifying for these two at the right together now in the race. David Reed, who was 13th in the championship last year, had a best finish of 3rd place at Snetterton, just did half the season, sharing the car that he raced last year with James Jeffrey. He was out in the Race Kits Falcon, the ex-Ollie Collett car last year. 2nd now Cowley, 3rd is Windley, 4th is the Diamond, now with Steve Boother in the Fiat engine car, trying to get past the car. Oh, and they've come together, the two leaders. Cowley into the side of the HRD at Graham Hill Bend, and Cowley sneaks through into the lead of the race as a result of that. So it's Cowley leading, Reed 2nd, and Mark Windley going to try and capitalise on that. The two similarly coloured cars together here, and Windley, who had a big off at Mallory Park at the end of last season, goes through to 2nd.
Yes, right. The car looking very smart now, the Windley Mobile, isn't it? And it's working well too. So he's now 2nd, and David Reed coming back at him in the ex-Dave Hodkin HRD, developed from Derby underpinnings, as I recall. Robin Dorr dropping back a little bit in the classic Clubman, and he's now under attack from Steve Boother in the number 7, sorry, Derby. Rothery and Jenkins behind them.
Yep, so Boother's made it through. He's got ahead of Dorr then, who's best by a long way for the classic Clubman's cars at the moment. Next up is Mike Upton, who's in 12th position overall. In the background you can see Pither, Rothery I should say, and then Jenkins is next up in the number 26 car, which is the Shepherd RR01B. That's the original car that had a win here, I think, at Brands Hatch in the Hans Max Shepherd. Quite a few years ago now.
The Shepherd brothers built a couple of cars, very different cars, and then there was a sort of a replica made, and both of them now run, don't they?
Yeah, here they go down to
Max's car.
Yeah, oh, and that's a problem for
the ADR.
Yeah, Thomas Llewellyn, the driver from Hinckley in Leicestershire, is out of the race, the 44-year-old.
Cowley's having to work incredibly hard to stave off Windley.
This is a car that Windley's driving that's had enormous success in the hands of Peter Bove. He took many championships in this car in recent seasons. He won from 2020 to 2023, inclusive, I think, 3 of those in that car.
Stranded car is on the outside of Surtees now.
Yes, there's a black and orange flag for car 18 as well, which is Simon Gladall's DNC, which is smoking. Gladall in the ex-Mark Windley car that he campaigned previously.
Yes, and now looking gorgeous in its new livery.
Llewellyn waiting for someone to come to his aid. Just wonder if we might get a caution here, because that car is in a relatively exposed position. As here the two leaders are side by side up towards the right-hander at Druids, and it's Cowley just about still fending off Windley. Yeah, we've got a safety car. I did think from the body language of those cars it looked like they'd seen a yellow flag for safety car, and sure enough they have. And that will close everybody back up again behind the safety car, which the driver is sort of indicating everyone come over to the left because the car is off on the right-hand side of the circuit, and that's where the recovery vehicle is now heading to pick up that Tom Llewellyn ADR for the driver from Hinckley, the managing director of an engineering consultancy who started racing 5 years ago in the Indian Touring Car Championship, but that was cut short by COVID, and he's having his first event in the UK. A car owned and run by Gavin Hardman, that one, but Gavin will have some work to do to get that back out onto the circuit tomorrow. Best lap of the race before the safety car was a 54.308 for Mark Windley. And lap record for these cars around here is a 52.26 set by Nathaniel Cooper. And that was way back in 2011 that Cooper set that time. So one of the more longer established lap records we have. In the end, we seem to be recovering that car using marshal power rather than the recovery truck, which is now just reversing into position, I think, to probably try and tow it off the circuit once the marshals have actually got it off the tarmac. But we're going to be at least one more lap behind the safety car here.
Martin Kemp's working his way through the order, of course, having lost a couple of cylinder head studs this morning in qualifying. Change of manifolds, changed the pressures, and probably blew a gasket, and took the studs with it. Creator of the Race Crits Falcon cars.
Yeah, although he's no longer building them, I understand.
No,
but the plans are available for anyone that wants to build one. We also lost at the beginning of this race the 99 car as well of Peter Hackett, a 65-year-old from Stockport, who started racing in 1978 in the ex-Colin Ralph Mallock 1975 car. So
the car that's leading, Bill Cowley, you talked about the engines, going back to the early Austin 7 engines and chassis at the start of the 750 Formula. Well, this car was built in 1969 by his grandfather with an Austin engine, but with a very special valve gear. I think it was banned before they could actually use it, 'cause it's very advanced. But it has run in many guises and many colours over the years, and the family bought it back a bunch of years back. I remember Trevor Hegarty having it at one point, the late Trevor Hegarty, who ran the Penistone Hard Metals team, which ran in Formula 4 and Ford 2000, ran the late great Ian Briggs in that, and yeah, great to see this sort of car that if you squint from about the other side of the M20, it looks a little bit like a Ferrari P4, and it was red at one point with gold wheels.
Right, going to have one more lap behind the safety car. Did wonder if we might get the safety car lights turned out half a lap ago, but they didn't. So we're going to have one more lap, so we're probably going to have 5 minutes or so of racing once we get back underway. Bill Cowley, number 77, it is that leads from 69, Mark Windley in second place. Windley still in Class B, and within the 750 Formula, Class B isn't for a different specification of car, but it's for drivers who've not finished on the podium or in the top 6 in the main championship or won Class B in the previous 5 seasons as well. So Mark Windley he's going to be a strong favourite, you'd think, for Class B honours this season. Second in Class B in this race is Alan Bunter, and Martin Kemp is third in Class B as we speak. There's Sue Harris, good to see her out on the grid, car 27, 67 years of age from West Marling, garden nursery owner, been racing for more than 40 years, including on dirt ovals in Papua New Guinea. Part of Imino Racing with husband Mick Harris, the 10-time champion of 750 Formula.
So it's been Erno racing for a long time, hasn't it? It's been about something like 8 to 10 years, as Mick was saying to me this morning, since he last had the 877 out, but that's coming back in a very much revised form, hopefully by the middle of this season.
Safety cars pulled in, so we're going to have just over 5 minutes to go, so probably 6 laps for these cars as they get back underway. They go on to lap 9 of the race, and it's Robin Dorr looking to get back ahead of Steve Boother as the race gets underway. Steve Boother there in that red and blue Derby for the man from Andover. It's side by side for the lead. Windley trying to go around the outside of Bill Cowley at the hairpin.
Not going to find much grip there.
No, not in these conditions.
But he can take a little bit more speed in, perhaps.
Yeah. So along the Cooper Straight they go. They've already pulled out quite a few lengths over Boother. And the smoke from the back of the 25 car, that was the car that was in strife this morning. Richard Dixon Shepherd RR02. Richard, who races alongside Richard Jenkins.
Well, it caught fire last year, didn't it?
Seem to remember it did, yeah. End of lap 9 coming up then. It's Cowley from Windley and a gap of quarter of a second, 0.269. Windley does the best lap of the race, 54.127 on the first flying lap of the restart, and he's perilously close to the back of Cowley as they head up towards Druids. We're going to see the same again. Cowley defending on the inside line, Windley forced to go to the outside. Yeah,
Cowley's a canny racer, isn't he? And Windley really beginning to exploit this Derby.
Cowley winner of the championship in 2017. He's won a number of races since then, not always done full campaigns, and did have sort of 2 or 3 years where he didn't race at all. He's still got the lead here though, as they go through McLaren and Clearways towards Clark Curve in the end of lap 10 of this race. Cowley from Doncaster, and Windley behind him is from Lincoln. And it carries a bit more speed through paddock that time, I thought. Can he use it to good effect up the hill?
Windley's been racing for donkey's years with the club, haven't they?
Yes.
Roger Windley. And now Mark. Roger, he built his own circuit, didn't he?
That's right.
On his premises.
Yes, Tattersall Park, I think.
Tattersall Park, that's right.
Yeah. Into the pits comes, that's Martin Kemp, isn't it? Out of the race, I'm afraid, from third in Class B.
Probably a legacy of this morning's overheat. It was a bit tight, wasn't it?
It was a little bit tight. Involved there was number 35, David Winter, in the race kits Merlin, who switched from Mazda 7s to, and previously low cost, to 750 Formula this season. The 59-year-old property manager from Cambridge, who's been racing for 10 years. A car built by Martin Kemp. This particular one, number 35. Here comes Windley around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend, this time of Cowley, and he's got his nose in front and he's done it. Mark Windley goes through around the outside at Paddock. Great move. Cowley will try and fight back, but he can't do it at Graham Hill Bend. Wonderful move though from Windley.
He broke into the 53s the previous lap.
Yeah.
53.830 for Mark Windley, so he's the quickest driver on track. And he's forged his way to the front. Boother and Dorr, Rothery and Jenkins, Winter, Doherty, Unwin and Upton are the next group through. Dorr still leads the Classic Clubmans from Mike Upton, who was quicker in qualifying.
And we're seeing there the 52 car, which is that of Roger Watt and his Mallet Mark 15, as they're absolutely side by side over the line. 300ths between them. We saw that at the end of the previous race as well. It's
Cowley got back ahead,
but not anymore. He's not.
He's lost it out again.
He is head over the line, and that, well, if you can do that when the checker flag comes out, that's perfect. Doesn't matter if you're not leading by the time you get to paddock on that occasion. But he's behind again now. 53.628
now.
Still a little bit off that sort of 52.2 for Nathaniel Cooper from 14 years ago.
Cowley's in the 53s as well now, 53.7. And he's not given up without a fight. Bill Cowley ducks out of the slipstream. And Windley, who has done very few races in this car. Cowley's raced the granddad and dad's car for a very, very long time.
I think he's only done one race in this car, hasn't he, Windy? Which was what he crashed out in at Mallory Park, which was the most incredible race, wasn't it?
It was.
We had 9 cars battling for the lead.
Car's had a bit of a birthday since, hasn't it? Because it's looking the nicest it's done for a long, long time.
Yeah, really smartly turned out. So Windley, Cowley, Boothador, Rothery. We're on to the final lap of the race. That's your top 5. David Winter in 35 crosses the line in 6th position. And we've had a few to the pits. Alan Bunter, the latest to arrive in the pits in the Shark. So we're on to the final lap then. Cowley just a little bit too far behind now. Is several lengths behind Windley here. The only thing he can hope for is that Windley trips over this back marker that's ahead of them. It is the number 60 car, which is Brian Hunter's Mallet Mark 16. Which way are they going to go? Well, he keeps well to the left. Cowley right in the slipstream here. Is the room for him to dive out of it? He's going to have a look. Windley tries to cover it off there side by side as they come over the line, but it is Windley by 51 thousandths of a second. So we've had a race decided by 300ths. This one decided by 500ths. Cracking racing here today at Brands Hatch. Windley, Cowley, Steve Booth the 3rd, Robin Dorr 4th in the Classic Clubman's car, Richard Rothery in 5th, and then David Winter, number 35, rounding out the top 6 ahead of Jake Doherty, number 40, which was Mike Upton, Matthew Unwin, number 4, and Richard Jenkins, number 26. But that was quite a race between Mark Windley, number 69, and Bill Cowley, number 77, Marcus.
Yeah, Unwin, Jenkins and Dorr finished within 0.3 of a second. That's Conway Dorr without the E. I suppose the Robin Dorr with it. But he'll be pleased with that first time out Classic Clubman's section victory. Robin Dorr with Monoposto, Formula Vauxhall Lotus. Veteran at the wheel of this newly acquired Diamond.
Last car I think just about to come across the line is that of number 73, which is Tony Brazier in the BFS, the driver from Herne Bay. 18 finishes then, 7 didn't make it to the end, a little bit of attrition in that race. Let's have a look at the results then. Mark Windley completed the win, 14 laps for him in the Derby MP88. Bill Cowley was 0.051 seconds behind in number 77, the Cowley Mark 4. Third to number 7, Steve Booth in the Derby Mark 5B. Fourth was 78, Robin Dorr, best of the Classic Clubman's cars in the Diamond. Fifth was number 17, Richard Rothery. Sixth was number 35, David Winter. Seventh was number 3, Jake Doherty. Eighth was number 40, Mike Upton. Ninth was number 4, Matthew Unwin. And 10th was number 26, Richard Jenkins, ahead of Conway Dorr, Matt Twynham, who came from the back of the grid actually, so good drive from him, Roger Watton and Simon Bolter. And then the remaining finishers, Sue Harris, Brian Hunter, Hugh Davis and Tony Brazier, and the rest failed to make it home, unfortunately, for one reason or another. 750 Formula, they're not out again today, but they are out tomorrow for a race at 12:10, so just before the lunch break. The second race of the weekend for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. And if it's as good as that one, we'll be certainly in for something of a treat. We've got still 6 more races to come this afternoon, though, here at Brands Hatch. We've got the Type R Trophy coming up next. We've got Classic Stock Hatch, so we've got the Tin Top races, then back to sports cars with the MX-5 Cup, and then Radicals, BMWs, and the 116s and 120s to round out the day. But let's head downstairs now. Josh Barrett is going to speak with Mark Windley.
So we're down here after an epic 1050 Formula race and a first-time winner as well, Mark Windley. Well done, Mark. What a race, and congratulations on the result.
Yeah, cracking race. Couldn't hope for a better race, really, with Bill. Been plenty of years coming, so yeah, well chuffed for that.
And I guess the winter's been long, having to repair the car as well.
Yeah, I got to say thanks to Dad. That one's for him, really. He's put in hours and hours getting it sorted. Yeah, it was worth it.
And you sort of had to come through the field as well to get there, so it's like almost the ideal race.
Yeah, it's, to be fair, there's no point starting at front and finishing at front. It's a bit not quite the same, so at least you're having a bit of a race, especially with Bill, which is, yeah, brilliant.
It got quite close to the end, I think, with a back marker, then allowed Bill get a better run.
Yeah, we was waiting for it. I thought, I know we'd had one before, a safety car, and then I see it coming. I thought, knowing what he's like, you got to be on your game ready. But yeah, it's cracking.
Oh, well done, congratulations. And second place for Bill, but Bill, looked like you enjoyed that.
Great fun. It's been a long time since me and Mark had a race like that. I think it's back in 2011. And well done to Mark. He fully deserved that, especially after the damage he did at Mallory and rebuilt the car. First time driving it this weekend, and he got the job done.
Everything sort of carried on from Mallory Park, hasn't it? But there's loads of cars at the front getting involved.
Well, there's a lot of fast cars, and there's me hustling away with the old girl, trying to keep with them. Yeah, we've got our advantages in the slower stuff, but through the fast stuff, as you could see when Mark just round the outside at Paddock Hill, I couldn't answer to that, so I had a go, and yeah, we had a fantastic race.
Well done. Let's have a word with Steve. Steve, a podium finish, and this was all a great advert for the championship.
Absolutely right. Yeah, I wasn't expecting actually to do so well today, and you know, so it's a real pleasure to be up here on the podium, especially with these guys. They're just a little bit too far away. So, but yeah, it was good fun. It's great fun.
And sort of new people coming in. You've got different people in different cars. And obviously, look, Mark right at the front.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. I mean, Mark winning first time out, well, second time out in that car is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, we've got 25 cars on the grid today. We've got another 5 or 6 people waiting in the wings that should be out this year. So things are looking on the up for us, which is great news.
And from your point of view, your race, you had some good battles out there.
Yeah, do you know what? I was quite a bit on my own, to be honest. I had a little battle with the Clubman's guy, but managed to get away from him. And after that, I was kind of sat on my own, just watching these two having a dice up the front, wishing I was there. But there you go.
Well done the race, and well done on all your hard work to help get the championship where it is today.
Yeah,
so well done to our top 3. More racing coming up already. The cars onto the grid ahead of a green flag lap for the Tigua Type R Trophy. So the first round of the 2025 Tigua Type R Trophy about to get underway. We've got the cars forming up on the grid before they go off on their green flag lap, and 25 cars that we should have on the grid for this one in this order. Pole position has gone the way of number 15 Don de Graaf, and besides him is number 42 I should say, Trafford King, who's been a race winner in the past. Joe Dalgarno, number 93, is on the inside of the second row of the grid, and besides him is number 21 David Walsh. Row 3 has Andy Stevens in the 151 car, besides 114, which is Dale Wurton. On the fourth row it's number 83 John Labella and number 19 Ollie Musgrave, who was always there or thereabouts last season. Adam Huntley, number 16, is on the inside of row 5, next to number 74 Richard Lindsay. The 12 car of Richard Jones has Tom McFarlane, number 13, besides it on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7, you've got 41, which is Andrew Cooper, and Kai Lindsay in 374. On the next row, it's Ross Borman and Andrew Cooper on row 7, I should say, and Ross Borman in number 66, Cooper in 41. Row 8, 374, Kai Lindsay, and 77, Luke Emmons. Row 9 is 62, which is Max Martin, and 24, Jake Johnson. Row 10 is number 97, which is Jordan Banks, and Mohammed Ben Lada, number 10. 60, Jack Reynolds and Shay Kavanagh, number 46, on the 11th row. James Millward is on the inside of row 12, which is 98. And besides him is Lee Rickard in 26, and Andrew Idwin, number 7, is on the 13th and final row of the grid. So a few new names, a few drivers that have come across from the Hot Hatch Championship for this season, most notably the top 2 from the championship last year, Matt Wilkins and Joe Jessup, not taking part. So Trafford King, who was 3rd, and Don de Graaf, who was 4th, they make up the front row of the grid. We also need to watch out for the likes of Joe Dalgarno, who was 8th in the championship last year. David Walsh, who's come across from Hot Hatch, he's going to be there or thereabouts as well. Last season, de Graaf had no wins but 5 podium finishes. King had 7 podiums, including 2 victories last year. He's also been
the Sim champion in 24, and in 25 he was the runner-up, 24-25. His 2 wins on the circuits last year came at Snetterton and at Croft. The races here at Brands last year were shared between Jasper and Wilkins, who, as we said, are not here this year. These cars, Type R Trophy, using the K20 engine. It's the EP3 generation of the Civic Type R, so these cars from around about 2002, 3, 4, 5 kind of time. Still a very popular and impressive and spectacular design, and they were going to produce great racing. Marcus Pye alongside me. Looking forward to this one.
Certainly am. We're missing David Walsh in 21 from the outside of row 2. He wasn't on the grid.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I saw him in the assembly area this morning, but not among us, I'm afraid.
That's a shame. So there is a gap there, I think, where he was due to be, which could be to the advantage of Dale Wurton in the 114 car. There's a gap where he was going to be. I think that's going to be 24 cars that start. So pole position is Don de Graaf in the red, white and black car, and it's the mostly turquoise and black car that's next to him, which is that of Trafford King. Cars just forming up on the grid. Last one into position. Green flag. There it is. Will be waved at the back. Waiting for the lights to go on and off, then on they go, and off they go, and the race gets underway. And it's a good start by Trafford King from the outside of the front row. John Labella, I can see in the multicoloured car, he's made a very decent start as well, a little bit further back, but it's King that's leading. De Graaf is
Wurton outside
second.
him, I think.
Yeah, Dale Wurton on the outside. Can he make it around the outside as they go up into... There's the other one that's gone very well at start is John Labella, who's gone really, really wide and wide onto the grass indeed. So that's all got a little bit pear-shaped for him, just about keeps it out of the barriers though. There's a little bit of barging as they come around, 1 or 2 off onto the curbs and onto the grass on the exit of Graham Hill Bend in the upper midfield. But the leaders seemingly not affected. As things stand, and it's Trafford King that has the advantage at the moment over Don de Graaf in second place. Someone very sideways there. We'll pick up on that in a moment, but they've kept it going, I think. Up and over the line they come, then it's King from de Graaf, then it is Wurton, and then Joe Dalgarno in the 93 car in 4th. The car that was sideways was that of Andy Stevens, number 151, the man from Congleton, in his 3rd season of racing, the pale blue car. Up towards Druids they go for the second time, and it's still Trafford King that is leading the way of what looks to be a very competitive field.
Yes, it does indeed, and they're strung out from all the way from Graham Hill Bend to Druids at this point on lap 2. Again, we've got 1 or 2 drivers using a little bit too much of the real estate, but back on.
There's Wurton in the 114 car, the driver from Derby. He's got behind him Joe Dalgarno, number 93, the farmer from Tadley, who lists Brands Hatch as his favourite circuit. It's where he had his first win in the MG Trophy, which he competed in before we switched to Type R Trophy.
Down to the low 56s, 56.3 plays against the pole time for Don de Graaf of 55.006.
Lap record is 55.34, so about a second off that at the moment. As Dalgarno and Wurton were certainly getting very close together through Druids that time. Here are the leaders, Trafford King and Don de Graaf, just pulling away slightly from Wurton and Dalgarno, and then Ollie Musgrave, number 19, in 5th position. He's been racing in this championship for a little while now, the driver from Frodsham, there in Cheshire. He's in 5th place. Then there's Dalgarno. So the cars spreading themselves out a little bit now as we move on to lap number 4 of the race. Leaders coming through again. De Graaf has lost the fastest lap of the race to Labella now, who was spectacular at the start of the race. He's done 55.949 as he tries to recover ground after that very scrappy start that he made. There we can see Ross Borman. He's in 9th position, just behind Tom McFarlane. There's Labella in the 83 car, the drive from Hexham. 37-year-old in the DH Racing, Danny Hobson Racing prepared car. Just done some karting before coming into circuit racing. His dad was a rally driver, Giovanni.
This is getting seriously close, isn't it? In this little group.
It is. It's McFarlane, number 13, at the head of this group, the 35-year-old from Loughborough. Been racing since 2023, originally in the North West Sports and Saloon Car Championship with the VW Scirocco. Switched to the Type R's last season. We've got the 74 car behind them as well, which is that of Richard Lindsay, the Yorkshire driver.
Yeah, the two Lindsays running together, 3 tenths apart as they are now. Leaders lead split off into pairs. This is that chase group we were talking about with McFarlane and Borman and the Lindsays involved in that. Huntley and Jones on the back of it.
Yeah, 10.5 minutes remaining. So we're yet to have a third of this race. Along the Cooper Straight they go into Surtees and McLaren. Bit of a lock-up there from Ross Borman, who switched to Civics from Clio's a few years ago. Still in 9th place, 9th place, yes, chasing after Tom McFarlane. And then ahead of them, a little bit further ahead of them, is Andy Stevens in the 151 car. There's quite a gap actually between 7th and 8th of nearly 4 seconds now. Here's Borman to the outside of McFarlane. Trying to get the cut back then on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, but comes to nothing. The Lindsays chasing both of them. And the Lindsays getting alongside one another. Kai almost getting into the side of Richard there. Those two absolutely together as they drop down the hill towards Druids. It's still Richard ahead in the number 74 car. And Borman still trying to find a way past McFarlane as well here. Also looks like Adam Huntley in the number 16 car might be trying to get involved as another driver who favours Brands Hatch, driver from Bexhill.
Big moment there. Someone got really out of shape.
It was the driver I was just talking about, yes. Well, the driver from Bexhill's found the beach and he's got back onto the circuit again, only in his 2nd season of racing.
That'd be Bexhill, home of British motor racing.
Here are the leaders then coming up towards us. Still Don de Graaf right with Trafford King. We've not seen them for a couple of laps, but they're still right together, these two. 2/10 of a second apart at the beginning of this lap. And then Wurton and Dalgarno not too far behind. They're in their own little battle for 3rd and 4th. And then on his own in 5th really is Musgrave. Stevens got ahead of Labella on the previous lap. Andy Stevens, 151, getting ahead of John Labella, number 83, for the final place inside the top 6. As there's a car that is blown up, I think, by the looks of it, looking out of our window. There's certainly a lot of smoke just emanating from that part of the circuit, which you can see clearing on the live stream now, but I think everyone's survived unscathed as a result of that.
Yeah, it looks like de Graaf's wound up the bick a little bit. It's now right on the back bumper of Trafford King. 1.1 seconds between them and the chasers, and less than 1/5 of a second between 3rd and 4th, Wurton and Dalgarno.
Someone off into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. There is a yellow flag, so there is a car in there somewhere. We can't see who it is at the moment, but there are the leaders coming through.
We can see a car beginning to emerge through the Desert Storm.
Yeah, but we can't see what number it is at the moment. 41, I think. Would make it Andrew Cooper. Indeed it is. There he is, Andrew Cooper, director of the 750 Motors Club, on the board. And he's out of the race here. Into the yellow flag zone go the leaders then. King and de Graaf with just under half of the race to go. 7.25 minutes. Safety car's going to come out for that, as I thought it might do. With that car in a relatively prone position up at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. So drivers, I think, will have seen the yellow flags by now. Oh, maybe some of them haven't. Given that there's a little bit of, yeah, okay, there's a slow car. Okay, I think what had happened is that Joe Dalgarno possibly hadn't seen the yellow flags, so managed to get past some other cars and has now let them back through again, hoping that all will be well with Clark, but he might still need to explain himself. It's only a day for a bobble hat, isn't it, with the wind? It's a nice sunny day at Brands Hatch, but it is cold in the breeze. Our marshals doing sterling work. There are many, many thanks to all of the marshals here at Brands Hatch today for all that you do this weekend and every weekend to support the 750 Most Club and British Motorsport in general. And you can find out more about how to get involved by going online. Always very appreciative of your support.
Because they weren't locked into Lappery at this point, it is going to reunite the field with whatever the remainder of the race is, probably somewhere around 3 minutes, I would think.
Yeah, the snatch vehicle is on its way to pick up the car of Andrew Cooper.
There's an attempt to keep some kind of temperature in the tyres. At the start of the races, it's the rear tyres that's the problem, because the driven wheels do obviously generate some temperature in their tyres, but the ones at the back are just trailing.
We actually lost another car at the beginning of the race as well. After 2 laps, Max Martin, who's switched across from the Clios, has gone into retirement. So we've lost Martin and Cooper, and we had David Walsh on starting. So 22 cars left circulating at the moment, as we're now behind the safety car here at Brands Hatch in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. These cars all use yellow speed premium coilover suspension. There's a built-in roll cage, a bolt-in roll cage as well. That can only upgrade the brake pads, but ABS is removed. Standard gearbox. They run on MRF controlled tyres, which are very affordable to keep costs down. 14 rounds during the course of the season. This is a triple header. They have another of those at Snetterton in August, with double headers at Silverstone, Mallory Park, Cadwell Park and Donington Park, completing the balance of the season. Looking like a pretty competitive one here, because King and de Graaf, they were not separated by very much, and they weren't very far ahead of Worston Dalgarno when we had the safety car come out. Great grid for race 2, by the way, has the top 10 from the finishing order of this race reversed, so it's a partly reversed grid that we have for race 2. Grid for race 3 will be set by the results of race 2, but no reversal. So it's just the second race that has the top 10 flipped. At the moment, that's going to the advantage of Tom McFarlane in car 13. So that's why, one of the reasons why Kai and Richard Lindsay were both keen to progress, because that would put them inside the top 10 and therefore front row starting position for the second race tomorrow morning.
Kai managed to get past Richard at some point along the way. And Ben Ladder, who was in the Hot Hatches last year and a front runner in that, it was a bit of a different kettle of fish, I sense.
Yeah, he and Shay Kavanagh 14th and 15th. Kavanagh, who was successful in Class A of the Hot Hatch Championship last year. That will be getting underway soon. In fact, I can tell you when it gets underway. It gets underway at Donington Park on Easter Monday, when we'll also be racing for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, Carmel Porsche Trophy, Historic 750 Formula, and Mighty Minis as well.
Next month we're going to see the Swift Sport Challenge get underway as well.
Yeah, that's at Silverstone next month.
Stocking field.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And you'll be able to see both of those events on the live stream produced by Alpha Live at 750 Motor Club TV. Head to the 750 Motor Club website or the YouTube channel, and you'll be able to watch all the racing there, with the majority, well, not the majority, but about half of the events live streamed this year. Mostly at the start and at the end of the season. Well, we're not going to get very much racing, are we? Because they're still trying to recover this car. It's taking longer to recover Andrew Cooper's car than we might have thought. So I suspect that we might not see any more racing laps here, unfortunately, because there's now only 2 minutes to go, and the snatch vehicle is yet to move, and it probably won't move now because there's a train of cars about to come past. And Marshall, I think, still trying to get everything connected. Checkered flag. Yeah, checkered flag has gone out now. So, Trafford King, the winner, from Don de Graaf in second place. Dale Wharton took third. Joe Dalgarno took fourth place. Ollie Musgrave took fifth. John Labella sixth. Andy Stevens seventh. Ross Ballman eighth. Richard Jones ninth. And Tom McFarlane 10th, so he'll be on pole position for the race tomorrow morning. A shame that the race finished that way. It just looked like it was taking too long to recover that car of Andrew Cooper from its position at Paddock Hill Bend. So he was out of the race. Trafford King then gets his first win of the season. It's the start of the season he would have wanted, although he'd have wanted to, no doubt, had a full race as well. Equally, Don de Graaf was becoming a big threat as that race went on. John Labella, after his spectacular start, which involved making up some places and then getting on the grass coming out of Graham Hill Bend, he came back to get the fastest lap at 55.709 and finished 6th. Here's the confirmation of that result. Trafford King winning after 11 laps in car 42 in this Diggy Type R trophy race. Second place went the way of number 15, which was Don de Graaf. Third went the way of 114 Dale Wharton. In fourth place, number 93, Joe Dalgarno. Fifth was number 19, Ollie Musgrave. In sixth place, number 83, John Labella. Seventh was number 151, Andy Stevens. Eighth was 66, Ross Ballman. Ninth was number 12, Richard Jones. And Tom McFarlane, number 13, rounded out the top 10. It was Kai Lindsay, Richard Lindsay, Jake Johnson and Mohammed Ben Lada. Ahead of Shay Kavanagh, Luke Emmons, Jordan Banks, Adam Huntley, Lee Rickard and Andrew Idwin, rounding out the top 20 with two other finishers being Jack Reynolds and James Millward. So that's the result of the fifth race of the afternoon, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Hopefully we'll have more racing action from them in their two races tomorrow. Cars can just see heading into pit lane, so hopefully very shortly we'll be able to head downstairs to hear from the top three with Josh. We've got more racing to come. There more tin tops next with the Falcon Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship. We've got the 5 Club MX5 Cup, and then races for categories that we've already seen today: the Radical Club Challenge, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup. That's all still to come as we are about to head down to the pit lane. Josh Barrett is going to be there with our top three: Wharton, de Graaf and King.
So down at the end of the pit lane after the opening Tagiwa Type R Trophy race of the season, and a race win for Trafford King. Well done, Traff. A close competitive race to start the year, but you come out on top. Well done.
Yeah, it was good on that. It was Bomb was fast.
Yeah.
So it was just a case of keeping to a line, really, not making any mistakes. Safety car maybe did us a favour at end there because he had some pace, but apart from that, it was good.
Start an important part of the race for you.
You what? Sorry.
Is the start quite important, I guess?
Yeah. Normally my starts are at the 1, but it was all right today.
Yeah.
So as soon as I got out in front, that was it.
As Matt and Joe aren't here, it sort of opened the championship up with new people at the front.
Yeah, definitely. It's always been close between everyone behind. This new ballast should mix things up a bit. Definitely.
That's something you tested with. Will that be a new thing tomorrow?
Had to go with anything, so we'll just bolt some ballast in and see what happens, really.
Well done. Great start to the season for you. In second place was Don de Graaf, and we'll have a chat with Don. Well done, Don. Second place and a close race to start the year.
Yeah, no, really good race. I mean, I was gutted to see the safety car come out, to be honest, because I was having such a good race with King. But yeah, he won, he beat me. I've never managed to get off that pole position here. I've been on there 3 times and I just cannot get off that starting position. But I had lots of chances to get back past him, but I just couldn't get past him. He had a wide car.
And a year now racing this car, you sort of getting used to it a bit more?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm definitely getting into it now, and this is the most pace I've showed for a while. So, yeah, really happy with the pace. Just gutted I didn't win it.
Well, good luck tomorrow. And then in third place was Dale. First race in the championship, I think, in the podium. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Over the moon. Couldn't get a better result, really. I mean, first would have been better, but yeah, buzzing. Good car, to be honest. First time in a front wheel drive racing. Yeah, I couldn't ask for any more.
What's your background?
BMW's Compact Cup, really. So I raced with Matt Wilkins last year, who won the championship. So I was racing with him in the compacts. Yeah, I can't knock him. Yeah.
And it's a really competitive grid that we can qualify. It's like 20 cars in a second. Amazing.
Yeah, all within a second, the top 15. Grateful to be in the top 6 there. I'm a bit gutted for Dave. feel a bit like I've got a position up the grid now because he's off the grid, but hopefully we can carry on over the weekend.
And obviously, like guys were saying, it's success balance now. They've reversed grids tomorrow, so it's all mixes things up.
Yeah, it does. New to me, but yeah, I mean, we'll see how we get on.
I'm glad you had a good one, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
There's our top three from the Tyre Part Trophy. Over there are our cars for the next race, which are the for 2025 the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship.
So the first round of the 2025 Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship is shortly to get underway. The car's about to be released onto the grid. We're going to have Paul Thorpe alongside me in the comms box. He's taken Marcus Pye's chair for this one. So before we get the cars released, I'll get Paul to give us some words of wisdom. Paul, what can you tell us about the start of this Classic Stock Hatch season?
Well, it's going to be very exciting. This is our first meeting of the year. Now, this is a class which is for pre-92 vehicles, which are up to 1600cc, 2 valves per cylinder, and if they're a multi-valve engine, up to 1.4. Now, I'm just waiting to see, because Stuart Place, who won the championship last year in his Peugeot 205, has now changed vehicles. Still a Peugeot, but a 106. We've never had a 106 out before, and that's a 1.4 engine, multi-valve. He's having a few teething troubles, which he experienced in qualifying, but I'm hoping to see him out here. But yeah, it's going to be good. We got a young man, first meeting this year, Jake Wood, in car number 10. So if you could give him a good cheer as he's going around. This is his first ever race. He's an example of how he has grown up in this championship.
Yes.
Yeah, his father, Jason Wood, he's I think his 8th or 9th season. Now he's on the back of actually winning a race at Silverstone last year. He has found himself on pole position, which is shows all his hard work over these 8 years. He finds himself on pole, so it's going to be very exciting indeed.
It certainly is, and we're looking forward to this one. It's always one of my favourite categories because these are the cars that were on the roads in my youth, which shows my age a little bit. But
our age, yeah.
but yeah, we're looking forward to this. So we've got these mix. We've got Novas, 205s, 106s now, as you say as well. Fiestas, both XR2s and XR2Is. So a real mix of different shapes of car, which is always something that's good.
Well, also last year we had the Suzuki Swift. Andrew Anderson, he has been unable to make it at the moment. His lady has given birth to another baby, so these adult things have got in the way. So we haven't seen him. So we would have had the Swift out as well. So yes, this is one of the few classes where you can see so many different marques in this and being competitive, because every circuit plays to each different marque's advantages and disadvantages. It's incredible to watch and to be part of.
Let's have a look at the grid then as the cars are now forming up. There's no green flag lap for these cars. I hope you'll get the grid graphic up for you in a second. As Paul was saying, it was the 41 car of Jason Wood, the Nova, on pole position. Besides him, that's in fact the grid for the previous race, so that's not the one that we want. Pretty caught our team on the hop there asking for the grid. We'll see if we can get the right grid up. I'll tell you what it is there. Jason Wood, 41 on pole position, and besides him, number 12, James Hazelhurst. The second row is 91, Finn Groom, and 89, which is Titch Kelsall. Here we go. The third row is going to be 48, which is Neil Dudman, and 72, Lee Scott, multiple champion. Row 4 of the grid is the 92 car of Rick Groom, and the 31 car of Thomas Lins, Ewan Lins, is it?
Lins,
yeah, 58, get my words out, 58 on row 5 is Pete Osgood. Next to me is Ted Cooper, number 4. 6th row, 18 and 47, 18 Darren Bassingthwaite and 47 Graham Rees. 7th row, 44 and 73, 44 Stuart Cleesby and 73 Ewan Lins, there we go. 8th row, 97 and 10, 97 Jack Bradburn, who went well at the end of last season at Mallory Park, I seem to remember, and 10 Jake Wood. Row 9 is 1 Stuart Place and 62 Alan Dooley, and number 33 Ryan Clark is at the back. He had some issues in qualifying, I think.
Yes, just looking back to see if I can see the Peugeot 106 of Stuart Place, and I don't think I don't know if that's...
I think that might be it. Let's have a look through my binoculars.
Oh no, that might be him there, second from last on the back there.
Yeah, that looks like a 106 to me. So I think
Great.
he's there.
They had some mysterious misfire, which he's going to have teething troubles with this new car. He fancied a change after basically dominating, easy for me to say, wasn't it? Dominating the championship in his 205 for the last couple of years, being a champion in both. So it's great to see him try a different vehicle. Also great qualifying there for the car number 12, Hazelhurst. That's a brand new car built after his last one he thought it was a bit out of shape. He couldn't get it to handle right, so he's tried a different shell, and it's excellent work by the father and son team there to get that car ready.
Absolutely right. So almost ready for the start of this race. Who do you think is going to go well here? Which car is going to be suited to Brands?
Well, that's you can see there by Finn Groom finding himself in 3. It's that is really good on braking for the corners and going round the corners. But then you've got the injection cars of the GTE and the 205. They've got the power down the long straight, so it's going to be a little cat and mouse going through the whole lap.
Okay, just going through this countdown procedure. The red lights are now on. The race about to get underway. So it's the red car of Wood, the green car of Hazelhurst. It's a great start from Hazelhurst, not a good start from Jason Wood. Always difficult to get your car off pole position here, as we saw in the last race. So it's Hazelhurst that's not got into the lead, because is that Lee Scott?
How on earth did he do that?
6th on the grid. He's got around the outside of everyone. He's got loads of experience though, hasn't he, as Lee? And he's got the lead as they head up towards Druids for the first time. And it's Kelsall that was knocking on the door of second place there, but it's it's Hazelhurst that's slotted into second. Then it's Kelsall, then it's Finn Groom, isn't it, in 4th? Jason Wood 5th, and I think that's Neil Dudman in 6th place.
Yes, that's a new car for this season. They call it the B car for 2 reasons. One, it is the B car, and the other one, it's got the P livery on it. So it's definitely earned his B, and it's great to see Ted Cooper up in the mix there. This is his first race for a little while. He's sort of been off and on for the last few seasons. It's great to see him out there.
So round Clearways and Clark Curve they come for the first time. So great start from Lee Scott. Started on the outside of row 3. Used all of his experience to get ahead of some perhaps less experienced drivers that's starting at the front of the field, and has taken the lead away with James Hazelhurst, who's gone from second, still in P2. Then it's Kelsall 3rd, Finn Groom 4th, 3 cars side by side, including, I noticed, Stuart Place towards the back of the field. I think he's up to about 13th place now.
Oh, great move there. Like you say, it's very difficult to get off the front row of the grid here at Brands. It's a bit more uphill than the second row of the grid. So, like you say, Lee Scott using experience, being on the flat section to outrun the front runners. But as they come down to this straight, they're going around here at about 45 miles an hour. They're now going to accelerate down the Cooper Straight up to about 85 miles an hour before they take that long left, which is usually taken flat out when the tyres are on peak condition.
Yeah, and it looks like Titch Kelsall and Finn Groom, they're not letting the first 2 get away. You've got the XR2Is 1st and 3rd, that new 205 shell of Hazelhurst sandwiched in the middle of them. And then you've got Finn Groom in the XR2 carburetted car. And then it's Jason Wood, who, of course, he's trying to make amends after that poor start from pole.
Yes, but the Nova tends to spin its wheels incredibly easy, and it's obviously had a bit of a slip in a stake. As I say, look, go down to Paddock Hill Bend there. They are very close together, the first 4 cars, and look at that, 3 different marks in the first 4 different marks in the first top 5.
Yeah, no, that's right, as Hazelhurst is trying to fend off Kelsall here. He was trying to go around the outside. Kelsall might lose out of position now to Finn Groom.
Yeah, we got the inside line here for this as the end of the Cooper Straight, so Finn will slot up behind, but as we know, that's a young man. He's only been doing a couple of seasons, but he's really come to form, and he's had plenty of podiums last year to demonstrate how good he is.
Top 6 breaking away then from Ted Cooper in 7th place. Very close racing indeed, as ever.
Good demonstration there. You've got the Mark III Fiesta and the Mark II Fiesta. There are different braking points in those cars, and Finn nearly got caught out there by the earlier braking from the 2i.
Up to the line to complete the 3rd lap of the race. And there's still very little to choose between them. 1.9 seconds covering the first 6 cars. No improvement for the fastest lap that time, which is with Finn Groom on a 59.335. That record for these cars around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit is a 58.32, so they're about a second off that.
Well, part of the reason for that is we're no longer on the Yokohama tyres, which were excellent in these sort of conditions. With the nice dry and warm surface, the play for the Yokohama is really good, but the Toyos are a little bit harder to work with, so that's where we're losing that second.
Finn Groom up to third position then, as they make their way through. And as he's done so, it's just given the top two a little bit of a break again, hasn't it? Lee Scott and James Hazelhurst.
Yeah, but Finn, he's an excellent young man. He'll be right on the back of there, but they're not really getting away. These top six are definitely getting away from the Ted Cooper machine.
Yep, he is. Cooper on his own a little bit that time through. So
a late break move there by Titch Kelso on the inside there, but the XR2, the Mark II, can just brake a little bit later, so it didn't quite pay off for him.
No, it didn't. That's right. So we've got the top six making their way through as they head out of Druids, and it's Hazelhurst here challenging Lee Scott for the lead of this race. Hazelhurst, I think, just won one race before. That was at Silverstone on the international circuit several years ago.
Yes, it was. Yes, he sort of had a mix of season, but he's had lots of problems with the previous car. Now this is completely fresh. All the wiring's all fresh. Everything's fresh. So he's got no excuse now. He's good. Can show what he can do.
Yeah, absolutely right. So about a third of the way through this race now. 10 minutes left to go.
Now look at that. Finn getting closer and closer to that 205 of Hazelhurst, and he will try and get a slipstream to keep up with these injection cars down this very fast straight, hitting over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, into Paddock Hill Bend they go once again.
Look, he's going to try and get... Oh, no. James cut that off. He cut his nose straight off there. He could see that Finn was going to try and sneak up there, but no.
Neil Dudman in the B cars, just dropping off the back of this leading group a little bit now in that yellow and black Peugeot 205 as we watch the battle for second and third once again.
As Lee Scott tries to make a little gap there, but notice a part of the circuit there is a little bit slower than these two in second and third place as they come down this straight. And like I said, they do about 8 miles an hour as they go around this very fast left-hander, and then just trying up the kink. And here comes Finn again, trying to go to the outside of that Hazelhurst machine. He's going to try and get the cut back as the 205 nearly washes out, but no, he's pushing him away around that corner. He just cannot find past that 205.
Absolutely right. Great scrap going on here all the while. He's got just edging a little bit further forward. He's a 5-time champion in Classic Stock Hatch. 13, 14, 17, 18 and 19 were the years that he won the championship.
Yeah, they've got to be careful, these two, because Lee Scott started to inch away there. He's got an open track, and with James Hazelhurst and Finn Groom fighting, they're going to let him get away, but they've caught up with him. Great up to the Druid hairpin there. Back all together again.
Yep, certainly are. Great racing this with 8.5 minutes to go. Looking further back, still Ted Cooper 7th. 8th is the 47 car.
This is a cracking battle here. Seeing all these different marks racing together. As you can see, as you go round the circuit, you can see some cars get away, some get closer together. It's going to get very exciting as they come to the braking zone for this very tricky right-hander. It washes away. The camber's all wrong. The car is trying to wash to the left. You're only doing about 50 miles an hour, and you're trying to get the power on as fast as you can to get down this start-finish straight.
Yeah, momentum's going to be really important in these cars because they're not hugely powerful compared to some that we'll see this weekend. So you can't really afford to lose momentum at any point because it will set you back for half a lap.
It will, and so that Jason's catching them around most of the circuit, and they lose it a little bit on clearways. The Nova does have a tendency to spin up the inner wheel, and you can see that on the clearways corner where Jason just gets gapped by that wheel spin.
Neil Dubman's done the best lap of the race now, 59.131. He's done the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, there goes Titch on the inside of Finn Groom, but Finn Groom can go faster in that too, round that corner. That nearly paid off, and now this has opened the gap for Jason Wood, and Neil Dudman is getting right behind Jason Wood to try and follow him through. So Titch has lost a place there, trying to fight for that one, and he's going to go for the inside line. The Nova's trying to wash out. No, he gets it back in. Nice move by Jason Wood.
Yeah, so he's made one place back. He's up to P1. 1:34. Kelsall now has Neil Dudman, who's just done the best lap of the race, snapping at his heels. Now they'll be overlapping one another as they come across the timing line this time. And if anything, the 205's, yeah, it's got its bonnet in front, hasn't it, as they come across the line, but not necessarily going to have the line for Paddock Hill Bend. Side by side, very close between those two.
That always makes me worried. Oh, yes, just got a little wide there onto the bumps, but no, they both got around there safely.
Yeah, Kelsall holding on for the moment, but they've both lost a little bit of ground as a result of that to Jason Wood, who's going after Finn Groom now in the number 91 car, the 22-year-old from Kesgrave. A water quality instrument technician, been racing since 2022. He's had 3 podiums so far in the Classic Stock Hatch in the all-group motorsport car.
So Lee Scott is a multiple championship, but James Hazelhurst is not making this easy for him, is he? He's back on him all over the back there, showing that XR2 what a Peugeot 205 looks like.
Absolutely right, and he'll be used to that though. He had big battles with Matt Rosier in the past, didn't he?
Oh yes,
back in the day.
The great battles between Matt and Lee were awesome. And look at this, the 205 slightly later on the brakes. He gets right behind that XR2i as they go down a Paddock Hill, which is incredibly steep. I challenge anyone to walk up that without stopping.
Yeah, it's steeper than it looks, isn't it?
It is extremely steep. I mean, we get to about 80 miles an hour at the bottom of the crest, but we can't get any faster than that because of the hill going up it. So this race continues. That's Bradburn, isn't it? Just coming into shot now. The number 97 car. He was had a podium, didn't he, at Mallory Park? That's right. And there's Stuart Place there, getting another place off Lintz Senior. Just showing that 106 is quite nimble, and it should be incredibly quick. But obviously, it's losing on the far straight past the start finish there because of the power. But Jack went a little bit wide there. Look at a little bit of damage on the front of Jack Bradburn's car there. I wonder if there was a little tap earlier in the race, but there's that number 1 machine. It is immaculate to look at. It's incredibly produced. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle there. Oh, he's still sliding, desperately hanging on to it. And has he hang on to play? No, I think Stewart has got the inside line, but Jack will have the power as they come down the start finish straight, I suspect. No, he doesn't. That 106 is revving, but now we've got the Lentz Senior trying to get that back again as they go across the line. That's incredibly close, and Jack trying to stay on the outside. Stuart Place going on the inside, and Stuart's managed to hold that place briefly as we go down the hill. Now this is going to be the tell of power. Who can get up the hill quicker, and who's going to be there break latest for this Druid hairpin? And they're still side by side. Now this is classic stock racing at its best. Seeing all these cars close together. Stewart has just kept the place. Well, that was an exhilarating half a lap, wasn't it?
It certainly was, and the 6 of them absolutely right together. 3 of them paired off like a crocodile for a moment. But Stuart Place has come to the fore of this particular group, so he's up into 11th place. He was sitting next to him at the annual dinner dance a couple of months ago, and he was telling me he was just looking for a new challenge this year. In fact, he'd accomplished now, he'd done the championship, won the championship a couple of times, 2-time champion, and he just wanted to try something different and sort of build up from the base car again and see what he could get us to do.
Yes, he basically done everything he could do, and he got the full knowledge of the 205 with help of his mechanic, young Jack. Who's an encyclopedia when it comes to... Oh, and there's a little coming together there. That is Graham Rees. So it's had a bit of a moment there. I'm just trying to see where that is. That's at the bottom of Paddock Hill.
Yeah, the bonnet has flipped up of the number 47 car of Graham Rees. So whether that was cause or effect, not quite sure. But he's off the road in a not particularly good position with 3 minutes of this race left to go. So we've got Lee Scott and James Hazelhurst. They're still about a length apart. They come through Clark Curve this time.
Just desperately seeing if they're going to bring the safety car. He's quite a way up there.
Checkered flag's coming out. Checkered flag's coming out a little bit early. So the win goes to Lee Scott then. That's the first time in a little while. From James Hazelhurst in 2nd place. Finn Groom in 3rd. Jason Wood in 4th place after that poor start. Titch Kelsall 5th and Neil Dudman in 6th position. Flagged a little bit early, wisely I think, with that car off the road. This battle coming through. This has got...
Who's going to win this? Is it going to be... It's going to be Cleveland. No, I can't tell it. Like Lintz Senior.
3 cars side by side, separated by less than 0.2 per second. It was Cleveley, number 44 in 12th, then Ewan Lintz, and then
Cleveley
Dan
just got it
Bassingthwaite
in his XR2.
And then Jake Wood, 15th and final finisher in that race.
Excellent there. He's what was his best lap was 1:01. He's doing extremely well. This is his first ever race, and as you can see, he's not that far off the pace. So I'm well impressed with the young man.
Yeah, and assuming he's not blotted his copybook, then he'll get a signature on his licence as well.
That's right. It's a shame about Graham Reese there. He's just gone from an XR2i, which he couldn't get on with. He's now gone in this 205, and it's transformed him. But unfortunately, the race has ended early for him.
Yeah, who had that car before? Was
that's a very. I think it was Robert Campbell. I think it was Robert Campbell machine.
Yeah.
I think it was. But there we go. That's how Classic Stock Hatch is. Incredibly competitive and enjoyable racing.
Certainly was. Let's have a look at the result. Number 72, Lee Scott, the winner then at the end of 12 laps. He was ahead of number 12, James Hazelhurst, who was 0.170 seconds behind in the Peugeot, behind the Fiesta. Third was number 91, Finn Groom in the XR2. Fourth was number 41, Jason Wood. Fifth was 89, Titch Kelsall. Sixth was 48, Neil Dudman. Seventh was 4, Ted Cooper. Eighth was 58, Pete Osgerby. Ninth place was number 1, Stuart Place in the end, so a good result for him first time out in that 106, not 205 as it says on the screen there. And 10th was number 97, Jack Bradburn, ahead of Thomas Lintz, Stuart Gleefley, Ewan Lintz, Darren Bassingthwaite, and then one more finisher was Jake Wood. Alan Dooley was classified as well, but he was a little bit later coming back round.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that bonnet come flying up, didn't it? That's made a right mess of that windscreen.
Yeah, that's going to need...
I'm not quite sure you can go to order class for one of them.
Yes, now, hopefully, it won't be too much longer before he's back out again, but it may not be tomorrow. Right, we're going to head down to the pit lane. Josh Barrett is there, and he's going to speak to our race winner, Lee Scott.
So down in the pit lane with our top three from the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship, and a race win for Lee Scott. Well done, Lee. It seems to be a little while since you've had a race win. Well done.
Oh, way too long. You can't imagine how happy I am. Seriously, really good.
And you were put on plenty of pressure throughout the whole distance, sir.
Yeah, the guys behind, they kept me under real pressure. Yeah, I'm so pleased to still be in the front at the end of that race. I mean, I had the most awesome start. I don't know what happened there, but managed to hold them off throughout the race, and yeah, so pleased.
And it was super close. You might not have seen there. I think top six were all together the whole time, so it's great to see the championship so close.
Oh, I could see plenty of cars right behind me. Yeah, there was only one mistake, and that would have been all gone. And yeah.
I was watching a race with Trevor, and he was saying you were being quite clever into clearways, making sure you had the tight line.
I was trying to drive quite a wide Fiesta. It might have been the widest Fiesta today, yeah, for sure.
Well done, glad you managed to bring it home first. So there's Lee Scott. In second place was James Hazelhurst and his new look 205. Well done, James. You tried so hard to get past Lee, but he's got the experience to keep you behind, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I gave it literally everything I have. So, no complaints really. It was good fun. And a great way to start the season.
So nice to be at the front after a sort of problematic sort of season or so.
Yeah. So reshelled the car last winter, so it's the first proper run it's had. So just happy, really relieved. Everything's back in one piece, so all good.
And look like you got the pace to possibly go for a win at some point.
Yeah, I don't know if I've got the know-how to get past Lee, but if I keep in front of him, then yeah.
Lee was also saying he was surprised how good his start was. I don't know if you thought the same.
Yeah, I was watching the inside just because I knew that's where Finn was, and everyone he just sailed past. So fair play to him. Yeah.
Well done on the second place. And then in third place was Finn Groom, another good result. Well done, Finn. A great way to start the season there on the podium in a really close race.
Yeah, the perfect way to start the season. Yeah, really impressed. Hard race, very difficult. Yeah. Had an okay start. Lee's start was incredible. He just come from nowhere. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
So I had quite a good tussle with Titch in the middle there.
That was good. Yeah, I impressed myself with the overtake, to be honest. So yeah, I do like it round here, so that definitely helped. So
it's interesting this year because everything seems to be a lot more wide open than perhaps the last year or so. Ben.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what tomorrow brings.
And you're one of many father and sons on the grid as well. So tell us a bit about that family atmosphere in the championship.
Yeah, it is good. Unfortunately, he was off somewhere, so never mind. But yeah, that's good.
What do you think tomorrow can bring?
Hopefully another podium, maybe a little bit further up, but yeah, we'll see.
You're looking for that first win?
Definitely, yeah.
Good luck with that.
Cheers,
so there's our top three from the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatches. Over there are Mazdas. They're coming up next, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup.
So the cars about to come out onto the circuit for the first of 3 races this weekend, the first round of the season for the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup, and this is another entry where we have reserves as well. We had 35 cars go out to qualify for 34 spaces available on the grid. So one of them is missing out, although number 13 was disqualified from the results of qualifying. That was Scott Leach, and that has allowed number 97, Jack Lawrence, into the race in the position in which he qualified. So we'll run through the grid in a moment. Last year's champion, and the champion in so many years in 5 Club, Ben Short, not taking part this weekend, and the entry's too full even for him to make his customary late entry into the race. But having won the championship on 5 occasions now, maybe someone else will be able to take the opportunity to do so this year. Great to have this overcapacity field of MX5s now in its 2nd year as 5 Club under the stewardship of Ben Hansey, who took over the running of the championship from Alan Robson at the end of the previous season. And yep, full grid here at Brands Hatch today with lots of familiar names and some newcomers as well that have come into MX5 racing for the first time from other categories. We'll perhaps highlight some of those, but one that springs to mind is Zoli Shabai, who is an ex-Caterham racer. Started racing 13 years ago in Caterham Graduates, but he's having his first race with 5 Club today, and he's going to be starting right in the middle of the grid, actually, in 15th, which is going to be a very busy part of the grid. But as far as the sharp end of the grid is concerned, well, it's Oak Richardson, who was 3rd in the championship last year, that's going to be lining up on pole position. He lost out by just 4 points on 2nd place in last year's championship to Jordan Johnson, who is going to be further back on the grid in number 92, reverting to number 92 after carrying the number 1 last year, having won the championship in 2023. But we've got a newcomer to the championship joining Oak on the front of the grid, and it's a young driver in his first season of racing with 5 Club, 46 car of the 17-year-old from Eckington in Worcestershire, Ben Smiles, who raced in the Junior Saloon Car Championship last season. He's going to be on the front row of the grid here. Done lots of karting. He's been at the Daytona D-Max Karting Winter Series champion in 2023. Been karting since the age of 8. He's a student and also has a couple of jobs waiting tables, obviously helping to raise funds for his racing. He's out in one of the BS Motorsport prepared cars. We'll see him out on the grid shortly, but good to have some young blood, some new blood in the championship. He's going to be starting next to Oak Richardson. Oak, who's 30 years of age now, from Buckingham, 30 a couple of days ago, the manager of a garden centre. Managing director of a garden centre, started racing in 2022, did some drifting before that with no success, he admits, but he's had race wins in the past couple of seasons in the 5 Club MX5 Cup. So Oak on pole, Ben is going to be next to him on the grid, and then 3rd on the grid is going to be number 70, which is Michael Pearce, who was 5th in the championship last year. He's the 52-year-old from Rugby, a marine cargo insurance broker, as he would be, and Landlock would be. And he's been racing since 2019. He switched to 5 Club from the BRSCC Championship. He says the racing with 750 Motor Club is cleaner and it's a much more friendly paddock. And he's very welcome to join us here at the 750 Motor Club and 5 Club. And very nice of him to say that about the atmosphere in the 5 Club paddock. And he was the winner of the top rookie in last year's champion as well. The Alan Robson Trophy won last year, I should say. Right, cars forming up on the grid now, so let's see if we can give you a run through of the full 34 car grid that we have then for this 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, sponsored by Massimo Tyres. As I say, on pole position it's going to be the number 17 car of Oak Richardson. And besides him, 46, Ben Smiles. Second row will be 70, Michael Pearce, and 105, which is Roger Chesno. On the third row, it's going to be 74, here we go, Tom Holland, and the 44 car of Matt Hallam. Moving on to the fourth row of the grid, 95 is Andy Bailey and 92 Jordan Johnson. Row 5 is 64 Scott Lawrence and 848 Matt Crozier. On the sixth row, it's going to be 128 Samuel Gormer and 40, which is Ben Hansey. On the seventh row, 178 and 168. 178 is Kevin Dengate and 168 is Zolly Shabai. On the eighth row, 62 and 97. 62 is Chris Lovett and 97 Jack Lawrence. And on row 9, it's 65 Amy Worthington and number 9 Ian Tomlinson, who's further back than you might expect to find him. On the 10th row of the grid, it's 72 Matt Short and 23 Martina Ward. The 11th row, 68 Stephen Robinson and 96 Sam Moody. The 12th row, 41 Alex Quach and 29 Mary Barnard. The 13th row, 90 and 19 Andrew Robinson, 19 Andrew Beale. 14th row, 191 Philip Barrett and 129 Paul Barnard. The 15th row, 75 Jeremy Rivers Fletcher and 592 Adrian Wardley. Row 16 is 31 Neil Burrows and 26 daughter Isabel Burrows. And row 17 is 5 Glenn Crook and 666, which is Nigel Holland. So 34 cars we have. Can't see any gaps on the grid, so it looks like we're all set for a 15-minute race. There's no green flag lap for the MX-5s. So they're going to be back underway very shortly indeed. We've cleared that incident from the Classics.Catch race and we're almost ready for the off. It's going to be the blue car on pole position for Oak Richardson. The white car next to him is 46, which is Ben Smiles. Second row, the green car of Michael Pearce in 70. 105, Roger Chesley in, I think it's black car. As the race gets underway, and it's not a good start from Smiles in the 46 car. He's plunging back down the order. It's Oak Richardson that makes the best of the starts. Then Michael Pearce in the green car is into second place, and it's Matt Hallam is that, 44 possibly in third. There's one spearing off through the gravel trap. I think it will stay out of the barrier. Was that Jordan Johnson actually? Possibly so. We'll pick up on that in a minute when we see who perhaps doesn't come through, if they're still stranded in there at the end of the lap. But no, they have got out of the gravel trap now, that car that went off. So down through Graham Hill Bend they go for the first time, and along the Cooper Straight it was Oak Richardson in the blue car that was leading from Michael Pearce, and it still is as they stream 34 cars down the Cooper Straight into Surtees and McLaren towards the end of the first lap of this race for these Mark I Roadsters from the late 1980s and early 1990s. 35 years old these cars now, and they've been racing in the UK for probably the thick end of 20 years now. Leaders then on to the second lap then. Richardson leading by 0.7 of a second from Pearce. It was Matt Hallam third, Roger Chesley fourth. Ben Hansey made up 7 places to fifth, and Tom Holland dropped 1 place to 6th in the number 74 car. There he is, the red BS Motorsport car, just trying to rub his way past Ben Hansey as they make their way out of the hairpin at Druids for the second time. So there's Richardson heading along the straight towards Surtees. And this battle for second between Hallam, 4 seasons in the Castle Coombe Formula Ford Championship, but he's been racing in the MX-5s now for, I think this is his 3rd season. And Roger Chesley, who we've seen out in MX-5s in the past, but I think possibly the first time with 5 Club. And they're about to complete the second lap of the race then. And that time through it's Pearce that did the best lap on the first flying lap of 59.013 for him. It was 0.3 faster than Oak Richardson. Lap record for these cars is a 57.44 at this circuit, as we've got Chesno up the inside of Hallam for 3rd place at Druids. And he might yet get that done on the exit of the corner. Yes, he has. Chesno in the 105 car goes up to 3rd place. Hallam down to 4th, and he's got Ben Hansey right behind him now. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that the teenager Ben Smiles didn't get away particularly well from the start. Maybe no surprise among very experienced rivals, but he's gradually picking his way back up the order, and certainly has the pace in him, and just a question of settling in and then charging back in that BS car. Yeah, it's that white car with the purple number plate on the rear, isn't it? At the rear of this group that we need to watch out for. That's James Smiles.
Ben Smiles.
Ben Smiles, I should say.
Yeah. One BS had to go to another, really.
Absolutely. The two Bens. And we've got Ben Hansey ahead as well on circuit. I've been short of Bens in this championship. So that's Chesno ahead of Hallam, ahead of Hansey, and then it's Holland, who's sometime GT racer as well, and Smiles in 7th, and Samuel Gormer it is in the 128 car that is in 8th position. And it's 172, or 72 I should say, that was Matt Short. As there is the 40 car of Hansey. This is going to be for 4th place. He takes it away from Matt Hallam now. Hansey now involved in running the championship, but he's returned to the cockpit for this one, and he's been a champion in the past in 2019 and 2020 as Ben Hansey. So he is no mug at all, had plenty of wins over the seasons, and he's moved his way up into 4th position now. Hallam trying to come back at him though and take possibly Holland with him. Smiles is right there as well. Hansey seems to be allowing the top 3 to get away here as these 4 battle markers.
Yeah, that's up the inside, isn't it, for Ben Smiles there. He can't quite make it stick into the hairpin. You have to brake super late on the kind of the outside line if he was to get round the red car of 74, which is Holland.
Yep, there is Holland, and yep, Holland now has got ahead of Hallam as well, who's very crossed up there, trying to keep the car more or less pointing in the right direction. Smiles, if anything, just backs out of that to avoid an incident, really, probably quite wisely. And he survives in 7th place with a gap back to Gormer in 8th. Andy Bailey up to 9th place, I noticed on the previous lap, getting ahead of the 848 car of Matt Crozier.
Tap on the bumper there, and that's allowed Ben Smiles right back into that one. Richardson still leads from the green car of Pierce, then Chesno in 3rd, Hansey 4th, and the Holland and Hallam and Smiles tussle.
Hallam was a winner at Silverstone last season in a remarkable finish to a race where basically everyone fell over one another in the final sequence of corners, and he was the one that emerged in front, having not been ahead at any other point in the race as far as I remember.
You only got to be ahead once.
Exactly. He's kicking up a bit of the dust there as he's trying to keep Smiles behind him here. Smiles, who started on the front row but back to 7th now, and is hanging
off that one.
That's Gormer, I think, in the 128 car. Sam Gormer, the driver from Ipswich. He's pretty just had a tag on the back there, and that's dislodged it, and he could do with it falling off altogether, really, now. Otherwise, he'll get a black and orange flag from the officials to tell him to come to the pits to get it ripped off.
I think that was Smiles around the outside, wasn't it? In the background.
I think you're right. I think he has got through. Yeah.
Yeah, he's made it.
So 46 now ahead of 44. As Holland here is challenging Hansey. This is for 4th position. Holland in the red car with the white checkered stripe down it. There's the race leader, though, is into the back markers, I think, is Oak Richardson. There was a car between himself and Michael Pearce.
That adds another level of interest to the race.
Not always a lot of traffic in the 5 club contests because they're all evenly matched cars, of course, the same specification, 1.6 litre MX-5 Mark 1. Someone's been off through the dust. You can see that from the dust that's been kicked up. And there's a yellow flag. Yes, that's because of the bumper. I wonder if it was the bumper of Samuel Gormer that's come off at Graham Hill Bend. But it's in the road, and there I can see now. Hansey has got Holland behind him, and Holland is about to be passed here by Smiles, I think, as Smiles comes up the inside into Druids in the 46 BS Motorsport car. The 2 BS Motorsport cars absolutely together, but Smiles has got through.
Gets a little bit out of shape over the curb on the exit, but got his foot back down once he was on the grey stuff.
So 74 there is Holland, and he's now behind Smiles and Hansey as well. And he's at the back of the top 6 now, with Matt Hallam trying to get back into the top 6. Grid for the second race here is based on the result of this one. The result for race 3 is based on the result of race 2, but with the top 10 or 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 reverse, depending on which ball's drawn out of the bag. 58.930 seconds for Smiles. He's still got the best lap of the race. Here comes the 40 car of Hansi. He's being attacked now by Smiles, who really is looking to get towards a podium position here. He's only got 6.5 minutes left to go, and he's got to get past Hansi at one more car, but he's looking pretty determined, Marcus.
Yeah, he's looking as though he's got plenty of talent in there, and he's certainly sticking at his task very, very neatly. And got to be patient in these kind of races. The cars are so evenly matched. You make one lunge and it goes slightly awry, and you suddenly drop a couple of places. So it's all about the long game.
6 minutes left in this race. There's Pierce in second place, number 70.
It's come down.
Yeah, it has by about 0.4 of a second on that lap, actually. Oak Richardson to Michael Pierce, possibly with traffic coming into play. But Chesno is not too far behind either. He made up a couple of seconds. Here's the battle there between Hansi and Smiles has made it through on the inside as they are lapping slower cars as well for an added level of difficulty. He's got well stuck in. You can see that from the black tyre mark on the driver's side of his car there, but he's made it through now to 4th place ahead of Hansi.
A little souvenir, yeah. Now he's taking the narrow line just to try to head off his rivals through Surtees. Takes the curb on the inside, keeps the power on, keeps it nice and smooth, which you need to do. And the others now trying to slipstream themselves up the inside. Dive into the outside is the red car. Has he got his nose through? He hasn't. He had his bumper ahead, but lost out territorially going into paddock. Sort of phalanx of cars spread out everywhere. 74, Holland.
Wide there was Smiles. Can he cling on here?
That was a little bit scruffy, wasn't it? And that might cost him.
And now he's got getting the back of the car stepping out, and it will cost him, I think, because Hansi's going to be on the inside line for Surtees. He's going to go back through.
Yeah, has he overheated the rear tyres, I wonder? They're just not gripping anymore.
Yeah, possibly he's cooked them as he's trying to get back through the field, and now he's got Holland getting almost into the back of him. Holland opening the door for Hallam as well. So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th together here with 4 minutes of the race left to go.
He's got fastest lap at the moment to show for it.
Here comes Smiles.
Not anymore, because Richardson's just nabbed it.
Yeah, but Smiles is getting the place back. Is he into Paddock Hill Bend? You can see them on screen now. They're absolutely together. There's Richardson and Pierce and Chesno together. And here are the two of them side by side for 4th, taking very different lines. Oh, and Hans is massively out of shape. That was all on his own as well. There was no contact, and he's lost two more places there to both Holland and to Hallam as he sorts that out. So a mistake from Hansi. It Smiles back through to 4th and Hansi down to 7th.
There they are, the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. 44 is Hallam. Matt Hallam was sometimes former Ford man. A different technique driving one of these to the former Ford. But equally enjoyable, I'm sure. And there's the battle for the lead. It's getting tighter. 3 minutes to go.
Certainly is. So 17 Oak Richardson, God Centre Managing Director from Buckingham, and Michael Pierce from Rugby, number 70, 52-year-old. Last year was racing with his son Shay, who beat him to 3rd place or beat him to 2nd place. Michael took 3rd at Donington in the final meeting of the season. But you sense this race not over yet. 2.5 minutes to go. Oak Richardson going to have to defend hard here from Pierce and Chesno for the final few laps. Probably going to be 3 more laps at the end of this.
What's Chesno's background, Ian?
He's raced in MX-5s before, not this championship. I think just in Mark 1s, but I've not been aware of his name towards the sharp end of anything too recently. I don't know if he's had a little bit of time out and returning. So they've gone on to their, what I think will be penultimate lap. Richardson, Pearson, Chesno, separated by 0.7 of a second. There's about 4.2 seconds then back to Holland, who's in 4th position and heading the next group, because he's got ahead of Ben Smiles now. Didn't see how that happened, but Smiles has lost out to the red car of his teammate, Holland. That was off camera. Jordan Johnson, I noticed, is the best lap of the race now, 58.811 in 15th position, number 92. It must have been him that was off in the gravel trap on the first lap at Paddock Hill Bend, and there's another one off in the gravel trap, not at Paddock Hill Bend though, and couldn't quite spot the number on that, but it's one of the novice drivers who's pulled gravel all the way onto the circuit. I'll take an extra hazard for the final lap or so. Leading cars go over the line again with just over a minute to go, so they might actually get 2 more laps out of this. The lap here is 58, 59 seconds, something like that.
A tricky moment for Oak Richardson, the race leader, because he's had to take his time to get past the lapped car, and that's allowed Pierce right back onto his rear bumper. The emerald green car. Chesno now has lunged past the slower car into Graham Hill Bend as well. And there's lots of traffic for the leaders to deal with less than half a minute to go on the clock.
Yeah, probably going to get 1 more lap out of this.
This could be a fumble job, couldn't it?
It could. One of the slow cars is through the gravel as well, has got back on. That adds to the complexity of the situation.
I think Chesno's got a bit of a run on them as well, coming out of that as a result. And there they are. They've never been this close over the line, that's for sure. And they go on to the last lap. Chesno comes up the outside. He's got 2 inside him. Can he get back across to the apex? I don't think he can. 3 abreast through Paddock Hill Bend. Chesno trying to brave it out on the outside.
In fact, I think that's not... Yeah, there's Chesno now, so he's a little bit further back, isn't he, in the 105? Got a similar liveried car.
He got through, but yeah, amazing.
So it's Richardson and Pearson that are going to be disputing this. It's still Richardson ahead as they come through. There's another back marker that's ahead of them, I can see, as we're watching cars a little bit further back down the order. Holland here, they're the 2 leaders though. They're going past that car, which I think is the 666 car of Nigel Holland, who's a little bit off the pace. Looks like Richardson's done enough here. Making their way through the final corner then onto the Brabham Straight towards the checker flag. It's actually the biggest lead is at all race, I think, Oak Richardson. He crosses the line to win by 1.019 seconds. Second is Pierce, third is Chesno. Holland is 4th. He got the gap down to Chesno to 1.4 seconds in the end with shenanigans on the last few laps. Smiles was 5th, Hansi 6th, Hallam 7th, Bailey 7th, Bailey 9th, Bailey 8th, Crozier 9th, and Lovett 10th is the order in which they came home. But a busy race, lots of traffic coming into play as well.
Right at the very end, wasn't it? The last couple of laps suddenly went really wild.
Yeah, it got a little bit scrappy, as it was for some drivers all the way through. We saw Smiles make that very poor start, but come back briefly to 4th place, dropping to 5th in the end. But he'll have learned something useful from that. His first race in the MX-5s, having switched from the Junior Saloon car to the Saxo-based series.
Johnson, that 58.811, ended up as the fastest lap on lap 11.
Indeed. So let's take a look at the results then of that 5 Club MX-5 Cup race. 16 laps completed for the winner, number 17, Oak Richardson, and he finished 1.019 seconds ahead of number 70, Michael Pearce. Third was 105, Roger Chesno. 4th was 74, Tom Holland. 5th, number 46, Ben Smiles. Then Ben Hansi, number 40. Matt Hallam was 7th in number 44. Not too far ahead in the end of Andy Bailey, number 95. 848 Matthew Crozier was 9th, and Chris Lovett, number 62, completed the top 10 ahead of Sam Gormer, Scott Lawrence, Ian Tomlinson, and Zolly Shabai. 15th place was number 92, the champion from 2 years ago, Jordan Johnson, after his off at the beginning of that race. Kevin Dengate, Amy Worthington, Jack Lawrence, Mary Barnard, and Matt Short completed the top 20 ahead of Robinson, Quatch T, Moody, Ward, Beale, Robinson, and Mary's father, Paul Barnard, in 27th. And then we've got one car that stopped on the way back in. 28 was Jeremy Rivers, Fletcher, number 75, ahead of Aidan Wardley, Philip Barrett, Neil Burrows, Glenn Crook, Isabel Burrows and Nigel Holland. And I think the only car that didn't get to the checker flag was 666, which was Holland. The car that had stopped there was number 23, which was Martina Ward at her local circuit here. She's from Staplehurst, not too far away, but she'll make it to the pit lane belatedly. Talking of the pit lane, we're going to head down there now and we'll hear from our top 3 drivers in the MX-5s with Josh Barrett.
So down here after the first 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup race of the season, a win for Oak Richardson. Well done, Oak. A great way to start the season. Sort of some new competitors to race against with your usual competitors a bit further down today.
Yeah, mate, that was a fun race. The back markers were not fun. Yes. But that was a fun race. I enjoyed that.
It's a sort of a thing that happens here at Brands Hatch, but not really anywhere else where you catch the back markers. He had a lot right at the end.
Oh my God, yes. I've got dents all down the side of my car from back markers, but we'll gloss over that. That was fun. That was fun.
And a first win of the year and more to come, I'm sure you're hoping.
I hope so. All should be good.
And sort of the whole race you had Michael right on your bumper.
Mike kept me very honest. Mike's a quick peddler and he just gets quicker and quicker each year. We were a bit fortunate with where people qualified, but still had the pace. Not overly happy with how the things with the championship and the power's gone for this weekend so far, because half the cars have been dynoed, half haven't, but that needs sorting out. Other than that, great start to the year.
Okay, well done on the win, Oak. In second place was Mike Pearce. Mike, second place, a great start to the season and being right involved in the battle for the win.
Yeah, it was a good race. Few issues with back markers towards the end. Trying to catch Oak's difficult. A couple of times I caught it, I just didn't have enough to get past him. Thought there might have been a chance towards the end with the back markers in the way, but I would just rather take the second place rather than risk it all.
Of course, there's 2 races to come tomorrow where you can get that top spot.
So looking forward to those. Hopefully the weather's going to be the same. I don't like the wet.
I think it's be dry. It might be not quite as hot, but it's be dry, I think.
No, that's good. So I'm quite happy about that. And obviously we've got the reverse grid final race, so that could be free for all at that point, particularly with some of the slow cars and the back markers in there, because the short circuit like this, it really does make it a bit of a challenge to get through them.
But it's interesting, isn't it? This season we've got some new people come in, people who have won in the past, not high up to date, so it's a really intriguing season ahead, I think.
Yes, it has been interesting. I mean, obviously people have been dusting their cars off over the winter, coming out yesterday, 1 or 2 of us. I tried to do a bit of testing because being an old guy, I have to remember which way the track goes. And a few people who turned up and got a few issues, I think, but I have no doubt they'll sort it over the weekend. There's 2 more races for that to happen. There'll be some fettling going on in the cars, I think, overnight.
Well done in the second position.
Thank you.
Let's have a word with Roger, who was third. Roger, well done on your third position. I think your first time out in the championship as well?
No. This is my first time racing for 7 years.
Oh, right.
But
Okay.
way back when, I have actually been with 5 Club in the past. So, no, really happy. You know, rusty, a lot older. But, yeah, it went well.
Well, if that's your first race in 7 years on the podium, that's a good way to come back.
Yeah, happy. These guys were just that little bit too quick, and I was just happy with third, to be honest. That's I'm not pushing harder at this stage.
Well, you're right with them, so there's not too much more to come, I guess.
I'm honest, but yeah, it wasn't enough to try and make a play for it.
Yeah.
But no, third, I'm happy.
I guess around here is not the easiest track to pass, or not too many long straights.
No, we did have the advantage. I think there was a bit of a gap between us and back, so we could afford to do a bit of racing, but there just wasn't enough, speed differential between us. We're all pretty much there or thereabouts, so no, happy.
Actually, I take you enjoy being back.
Yes, yeah, no damage. Interesting coming through some of the back markers and trying to come through the pack, because that got a little bit wild in a few spots, but we all made it through, luckily. A little bit of sideways action for some people, but no.
I guess that's the thing with a championship like this, where you've got lots of new drivers, especially first weekend of the year.
Weekend, absolutely. I'm thoroughly amazed. Nobody's in the gravel. Yes. Everything seems to have all gone well. Yeah. So no, happy. This is what we want from 5 Club is good, clean, honest racing.
Yeah. And no safety cars, so that was good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well done to the 3 of them. Then the top 3 in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. The races we saw right at the beginning of the day here on 750 Motor Club TV here at Brands Hatch are our final 3 races. So that means the fastest cars of the weekend are up next with a big grid of radicals for round 2 of the Radical Club Challenge.
Time for the second race of the weekend for the Radical Club Challenge here at Brands Hatch, where the news is that after race 1 there were a couple of disqualifications, one of which was for one of the front-running drivers, Joe Stables, who was on the podium in race 1, was disqualified because his car was found to be 11 kilograms under the 595 kilo minimum weight specified for his particular class. There was also another disqualification, that was John Davis. That was for flag infringement in his case. So 2 drivers removed from the results, 16 drivers therefore classified from the first race, and Shane Stoney was the fastest of those, quite comfortably winning the race in the end by 17.5 seconds from Leon Morel, and he was very pleased with that because he said it's really the first time it's all come together, the car running as it should be, rather than sort of having to drive around problems as he often does. Let's have a look at the grid for the second race then, set by the second fastest times in qualifying this morning. So on pole position it's number 89, which is Shane Stoney, and besides him is number 1, which is Leon Morel. On the second row of the grid is 55 Dan Headlam, and 84 Pos Heward. On the third row, 57 Pedro Oliveira and 11 Philip Brown. Row 4 of the grid is 15 Dean Hudson and 98 Joe Stables, although that's not what we've got on screen, and possibly that has changed again. Although I do have the amended grid for this one. I'm going to stick with what's on screen though. Row 5, 92, so that's got 15 Hudson and 5 Carter. Row 5, 92 Gordy Much and 86 Stephen Bell. Row 6 is going to be 60, which is the car of Alicia Barrett, and 3, which is Calvin O'Connor. Row 7 has 24 Ian Charles and 8 Aaron Rose. Row 8, Vic Sedera in 66 and 91 John Davis. Row 9, 17, which has the car of Stephanie Herbiker, and 37, which is Scott Lear. And I can only conclude that there's been another amendment, and having therefore perhaps elected not to take part in the second race then Joe Stables. Marcus Pye is alongside me, so it looks like Joe Stables possibly out of it for now. We'll see if he does appear as they come on the grid beneath us. But race 1, I mean, Shane Stoney just showed us that he's a class act.
Yeah, class above the rest in that. He was quicker straight away really, and just disappeared. The only reason it was 17 seconds at the end or whatever I think you said it was there was a safety car interlude. Otherwise he was going to win it by probably half a lap. Yeah,
something like that. Just looking down, I can't see the Joe Stables car there, which is a shame. Hopefully he will be back out for a future round, but possibly they just couldn't get the car safely up to the minimum weight for that car.
And of course we lost the Keyville car this morning in quality. The biggest problem fixing that was the nose was very badly savaged in both its central element, the prow, and the left wheel pod, etc. And that was an issue.
And that's the one that's coming out down the pit lane now, actually. So that looks like it's going to be a pit lane start for Jamie Keyville.
Yeah.
But at least we should get into the race as a result of that. It's going to be another 25-minute race. You might remember when this was Bike Sports last year. We had a pit stop feature in race 2, but no such modifications this time.
No takers for that.
No. So a straight 25-minute race with a grid set by the second fastest times from qualifying this morning, although modified because of the deletion of Joe Stables, it would seem. So Shane Stoney it is that won race 1 from Leon Morel, and then third overall was Dan Headlam, also won Class B. Second in that class was Pedro Oliveira, and third was Philip Brown. The C class for the SR1s, that was won by Gordy Much in the University of Derby car from Aaron Rose and Vic Sedera. Just last couple of cars coming up onto the grid before they head off onto their 2 pace laps that they'll get in this, 2 green flag laps, and then a rolling start to the race. I guess that's because it's a shorter lap that we have here at Brands Hatch, that we have an extra pace lap to allow the heat to build up in the slick tyres before the race gets underway. So we've got Stoney on pole position for this one by dint of his second fastest time in qualifying. He, of course, has started his career with the 750 Motors Club in Saxe Max. He's gone off and raced other things, including Radicals. with success and distinction before coming back to racing in the 750 British Club Bike Sports Championship as was, and now the Radical Club Challenge. Leon Morel is next to him on the front row of the grid. He's in the number 1 car, the 42-year-old carpet shop owner from Nottingham, who started racing only 5 years ago, but already has 3 bike sports championships to his name in 2021, 23 and 24. New title sponsor for this year, MPM Oils, and he is already busy taking his son Jack karting, who's also Leon's biggest fan and supporter as well. I'm sure he's here watching. Next up, we've got then the 55 car, which is that of Dan Headlam. He's 31 now, from Leighton Buzzard, a project manager. Started racing in 2011 in Formula Ford 1600 for Lannan, and raced in the PRDC British F4 Championship in 2013. And the Radical Challenge in 2019, where he won the 2 driver championship with his dad as the other driver. So that's Dan Headlam on the second row of the grid. Then you've got number 84, which is Paul Seward. He's on the outside of row 2, and he is 49 years of age, from Templecombe, company director of Odin Services UK Limited. Started racing in 2024 at Castle Combe and the Norman Lackford Memorial race there. His circuit racing experience comes in bikes mainly, in the Supersport 600 Championship, where he's the MRO champion in 2004. Also having raced in BSB in 2005 with the Kawasaki Shark team, and the BSB Superstocks in 2006. He's in an SR3 XX prepared by Josh Smith's RJ Motorsport concern. And then next up, you've got Pedro Oliveira, who is another driver from that's relatively new to the championship. 2024 is when he started. A couple of weekends in bike sports, including a win at Brands Hatch. He's 19 years of age, a manufacturing engineer in the Apprentice. He's in the Leon Morel racing car, so it's similar livery to that on the front row of the grid. It's an SR3 though, rather than a PR6. And then next to him is number 11, Philip Brown, who was second in the Class B Championship and indeed the overall championship last season to Morel, losing out by 21 points. Safety car's got its indicator on. It's going to pull into the pit lane. Red lights on ahead of the rolling start. Hard to see anyone beating Shane Stoney here, but we'll see if anyone can take the fight to him. As the cars sweep off Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight. They're in this more or less 2x2 formation. Red lights will go out momentarily and the race will get underway. There they go, revs rising, and it's Stoney that goes into an immediate lead. Morel is slow away.
Yep, problems with changing gear, I suspect.
Yeah, he's dropped about 5th or 6th position. Jamie Keevil, I can hear, has been released from the pit lane.
And is that stables in the pit lane as well?
It might well be, yes. I think it could, it's any other car it could be.
Yeah.
So he will burn from the stern. He's got 25 minutes to do this as well, so we'll see what he can do, as Stoney has been passed for the lead of the race there. That's Headlam, isn't it? That's
Seward ahead of him, isn't it?
Yeah, Seward, I beg your pardon, has got through. Then it's Headlam in 3rd, so Seward leading, Stoney 2nd, Headlam in 3rd. We're not necessarily expecting this. Leon Morel, I think, is falling further back down the field in his PR6. I think his car's got problems. It looks like it's going to go into retirement. Yeah, he's going to pull into the back entrance to the paddock, so Morel out of the race, last year's champion. As Stoney challenges for the lead of the race, but he can't get past Seward on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. So it's Seward leading, Stoney 2nd, Headlam 3rd, Pedro Oliveira is 4th, Philip Brown is 5th, and Doug Carter in 6th place. Joe Stable's already up to 17th. He passed 2 cars already on the way out of the pits. So a great start from him. But here we've got Shane Stoney with some work to do. We weren't necessarily expecting this. You can see again, we're down to about a 23-minute race by the time we'd have the extra pace lap as well. Turning their way through Clark Curve for the 2nd time then, and let's see if Stoney's just going to play a patient game here. I think he can afford to. He's
there he goes, inside into the lead, then down the inside into paddock on lap 3 has gone Shane Stoney. this morning's winner. Made it look very nice and neat. 1340cc PR6s against the 1500cc by and large SR3s.
Yeah, two classes. Stewart in Class B, which is for the standard engine cars. Class A for the tuned engine cars. All higher boosters in Class B. We'll have to run on specific tyres as well. There's a free choice of tyres in Class A. So Stoney already pulling out several car lengths over Stewart, and then it's Headlam in third, who is second in Class B at the moment, behind Stewart. Then it's Pedro Oliveira fourth. Where's Stable's got two? He's now listed as being in the invitation class, presumably because he can't get his car up to the right weight. But he also weight started from the pit lane, and he's up to 12th place now, and is lapping in the 48. So he's going to make up several more places before this race is out. So Stewart now has to try and cling on to the Class B lead here from 55, which is Dan Headlam, who started out racing in single-seaters 14 years ago. And Headlam it was that won the earlier race as far as Class B was concerned. Over the line they go to complete lap number 4. Setting to a 45.709. In race 1 he did a 44.851, so he's about 9/10 of a second off what he did earlier on.
Probably a bit more heat in the ground at this point, in the surface. A dive down the inside into Paddock has taken Stables up ahead of Ian Charles in 24. SR3 tussle continues to second place overall. Stewart in 84, 55 is Headlam.
And that's the battle involving 86, which is Steve Bell, and 15, which is Dean Hudson. As they turn their way through, Hudson, this is favourite circuit is this one, Brands Hatch, the man from Rochester, an electrical engineer in his second season of racing, having done track days and motocross before that. Chasing after the Leeds packaging designer Steve Bell, who's been racing rather long, since 2001 in kit cars and RGB with 750 Motor Club, amongst other things.
Another place taken by Stables into Paddock, and that was Cordy Much, the Scot, in the University of Derby car, the Class C.
Yeah, so Stables now up to 10th, but he's not going to be scoring points in this race, being in as an invitation entry now. Much is still leading Class C for the SR1s, again quite comfortably from Aaron Rose, who was sort of explaining how the University of Derby team run the car and about the course there that's run for sort of motorsport engineering. But the SR1s can't really hope in equal circumstances to live with the SR3s or PR6s.
Keyville making some ground, Ian, from the pit lane. He's up into 10th place in car number 9, the white car with the kind of the Jensen Button-esque brawn stripes on it.
Yeah, well, he was last year's Class A champion, was Jamie Keyville. Third in the overall standings as well. He had one win during the course of last season, did Keyville.
I think someone's found him a nose or lent him one.
Yeah. It was Donington Park where he won last year. So he's making up more ground there, getting past Doug Carter. So that will put him into, I think, 9th position now. Yes, it does. So he's chasing Stables through the field quite effectively, actually. And actually lapping, not quite as quick as him. Because Stables down to the 46s, 46.8.
60s, Alicia Barrett will be leading the Coupe des Dames.
Yes.
Stephanie Habeka had a chain break this morning.
Yeah.
That's what put her out. There's other damage as well around the back of it. Ripped the sprocket to shreds.
Watching Doug Carter, the Cumbrian, head through.
It's a long way down from Lake Windermere to Brands Hatch. The Stables passing another car into, that was I think the 15 Hudson car has just got into paddock.
Stoney's done a new best lap of the race, 45.437 now. So, going faster all the time.
Yeah, fuel load will be coming down, and side by side, and Headlam's going to go through into paddock, going past Stewart. So new second place man.
Here he is.
There he is.
Yeah, so Headlam has executed that manoeuvre at Paddock Hill Bend, but he's just receiving a black and white driving standards flag as we see that, and that's going to be for track limits infringement, so he's got to be careful not to do that again. And with a 25-minute race where they'll do more than 30 laps, there's obviously more opportunities to exceed track limits than in a shorter race. So he's really got to keep his nose clean now as he tries to stave off Paul Stewart, although you sense that he's already pulled out quite a few car lengths. Looking at their earlier race, Headlam's best lap was a 46.3 in the first race, and Stewart was a 47.1. So capable of lapping 0.8 of a second faster. And so far in this race, they've been both in 46.8s. So Stewart finding some more time from this morning. First season of racing in the Bike Sports Championship, and settling into it very well straight away. There's one of the SR1s. That's the 86 car. We can see now Steve Bell, and that's one of the cars just keeping out of the way.
Stables did 46.181 last time round, incidentally. Now running 6th on the road in the invitation class car.
Yeah, he's lapping faster than anybody else apart from Stoney, isn't he?
Yeah, as would be expected.
Yeah, because he was second on the road in the earlier race.
Stewart hasn't given up the idea of getting back past Headlam.
He's not, has he? So looks like a good race in the offing between these two.
Stables 46 flat, pretty much 46.098.
There's the 17 car, Stephanie Herbeckert, just losing a lap to number 84, which is Stewart. Stewart still chasing after Headlam, but Headlam I think has pulled out a little bit more of a gap this time. And he's just coming up to lap the Davis car, that is, the 91 car. It's JPS Tribute livery. There's Headlam now, the inside of that car. And although there's a touch, and around goes number 91.
Davis, isn't it?
Yeah, so we can better see that livery, but no, that's a little bit of a touch there that has sent him round, I think. I'm sure I would expect there were blue flags waving to let him know that through was coming a quicker car. 57 is Pedro Oliveira, we can just see on screen now. He's got Philip Brown chasing after him. There's only 0.6 of a second between them as the start of this lap. 13 minutes of the race left to go, so we're pretty much halfway through this race now. And there's that car still stranded at Druids, half on the circuit and half off. So that's going to need some form of intervention to remove it. I would think we know what that might mean. So there's 60 and 55 cars there. 60 is one that's being lapped. That's Alicia Barrett. Lapped by 55 Dan Headlam, who still leads Class B and is second overall. A long way behind the race leader, though, Shane Stoney is Dan Headlam. We'll get an idea on the gap
Safety
in a minute.
car.
Yeah, safety car coming out, so it's not going to be a true gap. As he's about to cross the line now. Headlam, yeah, 18 seconds apart. Yeah, that was still a relatively quick lap from Headlam. So about 18 seconds the lead for Shane Stoney when the safety car came out. But as it was in race one, at roughly this stage of the race, that's going to be eroded somewhat.
Just like the first one.
That's right.
But it is going to help Stables progress.
And that car's now moved of its own accord, the John Davis car. So it didn't need outside help in the end, I don't think, unless there's some marshals that got down and gave us a shove. that we didn't see. But in any case, it does mean it's going to be a fairly short safety car period, I think. Maybe just one more lap after this. Because here at Brands Hatch, uniquely as far as I can think, the safety car joins halfway around the lap.
Yeah.
On the exit of Graham Hill Bend. I can't think that happens at any other circuit. That's for reasons of safety rather than anything else. It's a safer place to introduce it than have it come out of the pit lane when cars would be heading directly towards it potentially. So just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Yes, safety car in this lap we're seeing on our timing screen. So just 1.5 laps behind it. As that John Davis car's got away. So the order at the end of lap 15 is number 89 Shane Stoney leading, 55 Dan Headlam in second, 84 Paul Seward in third, Headlam leading Class B.
John Davis into the pits.
Yeah, as expected. Pedro Oliveira is fourth in number 57, fifth in number 11 Phil Brown, sixth is the now invitation class winner number 98 Joe Staples, seventh is number 9 Jamie Keevil, both of them having gone from the pit lane, 8th 86 Steve Bell, 9th number 15 which is Dean Hudson, and 10th number 5 Doug Carter. Safety car lights are out on the Hyundai and we'll be soon back off and running.
10 minutes to go.
Yeah, almost exactly. As the race gets back underway, Shane Stoney can control it now, and he doesn't play any mind games with anyone. He just floors it, gets his foot to the ground, and the race is very much back underway. And of course there's cars out of position here, which always makes for spectacular racing on the beginning of the restart. The slower cars now need to jump out of the way. I think Scott Lear may have been one of those in the SL1.
Stables transponder doesn't look like it's worked. That was Stables, wasn't it, on the outside there?
I think it may have
very
been.
Sideways out of Druids.
Yeah, so cars making their way off Graham Hill Bend, trying to sort them ourselves out. And that's Phil Brown, I think, getting ahead of Pedro Oliveira for position there. We just didn't quite see the end of that manoeuvre. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's Phil Brown. He's ahead of the white and green
Stables
car.
is ahead of them both.
Yeah, so he's through, and that'll be for 4th place now. Not that he's scoring points in this race. Reminded that points are scored within the individual classes, but rather than based on overall finishing position. The driver with the most points from either class at the end of the season, or any of the classes now, with 3 of them is the champion. Could play into the hands of Gordy Much in the SL1s if he does the full season. As wide goes Oliveira there, and he's going to have lost another position there to Jamie Keevil as a result of that. So Keevil will have gone through as well. And the number 3 car of Calvin O'Connor is the red car that is sort of finding his way back now. Back past now. He's done 1/4 minutes to go. So he's already completed lap 18. He's done 45.389. And the second place car of Dan Headlam comes over the line 8.8 seconds adrift. So the gap has come down after that. Safety car, of course. But it might well be out to something like 17 seconds by the end at the rate Stoney is going. In imperious form today. Just be hoping that he has reliability all through this season, which he's not had in the last year or so.
The fresh engine probably helps. He was singing the praises of Ireland before.
Ooh, that's Keevil and Brown, and he's muscled his way through as Jamie Keevil. Sometimes races a hello to Lan with his dad. Oh, and Stables massively out of shape there as he flings the car past Paul Seward for 3rd position on the road. He is a determined fella, is Joe Stables, when the red mist descends. And he's really pushing on very hard here. Dan Headlam's just done his personal best lap of the race, 46.641. 3/10 off what he did in the earlier race. And the times are a bit slower than earlier on when we got into the 44s for Shane Stoney. He's still in the 45.2s at the moment. So on to lap 20. Stoney, Headlam, Stables, Seward, Keevil and Brown the top 6 as Stoney completes another lap. Not any quicker this time.
Yeah, 45.226 the previous lap round. Was a new best. for Stoney.
There's Phil Brown. It's the 24 car behind him. That's a lap down, though, of Ian Charles. It's not for position. Last year's runner-up in the championship, running in sixth place at the moment, and third in Class B. And Oliveira it is that's needing to get past that back-marking Charles car to try and take the fight back to Brown and get back onto the Class B podium. A couple of the SR1s there doing battle, albeit on different laps. I think one of those was Herbicat. The other was Gordy Much in the 92 car.
I was watching the approach to paddock there, Ian, and neither Stoney nor Stables tend to trouble the brakes too much. It's a bit of little jab and then balance the car and then in. What we need to do, take all that speed through the apex.
Well, there's our Class B leader, Dan Headlam, and he's now 4 seconds roughly ahead of his nearest rival in the class, Paul Seward, but he's got Joe Stables bearing down on him now, who started the day in Class A. Now an invitation entry, having been disqualified from race 1 for his car being underweight.
Looking at the O'Connor car, number 3, that looks to have a slightly deranged rear diffuser.
Yes, something not quite right about it.
There's Keyville up the outside of Seward, and they traverse the apex of paddock abreast. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, not seeing that on the stream there. It's going on a little bit behind the action we can see here, which is Headlam versus Stables. I'll pick up on that in a moment. Headlam 9/10 of a second ahead of Stables at the start of the lap. That's certainly come down. Here's that Seward and Keyville battle there side by side, and it's Keyville now ahead, and that is for 4th position overall. There's only one car ahead of Keyville now in Class A, and that's the race leader, Shane Stoney. He's not going to catch him unless something bizarre happens. So over the line goes Keyville, whose day is getting better after the non-start for race 1. In that number 9 car, the SR3 RS. For the 30-year-old from Camden, Business Development Director. Last year when he filled in his commentary film, he was planning his first novel, doing some research for it.
Yeah, the diffuser's hanging off on the left rear side of the O'Connor car.
3.5 minutes to go here at Brands Hatch in the opening meeting of the Radical Club Challenge. Right beneath us, we've got 2 cars side by side, and it's Stables that gets ahead of Headlam now. So up into 2nd position. And say no points for Joe Stables in this race. Not in one of the designated classes because of that weight issue earlier on, which presumably couldn't have been sorted in time. But it's been a good performance this from the back of the grid from Joe Stables. I say twice a champion in bike sports. As we're watching, that's Oliveira, I think. No, that's yeah, just trying to figure that out. The 24 car of Charles, yes, with Oliveira getting past him. It's taken a long while to do that, and he's lost ground to Philip Brown, quite a lot of ground to Philip Brown as a result of that. Yeah, Joe Stables won the championship in 2018 and 2019. His dad, Richard, won it in 2011 and 2010, so they've both been double champions in bike sports. This is now the Radical Club Challenge, presented by the 750 Motor Club. And it's into its final couple of minutes now here at Brands Hatch for the opening event of the 2025 season. Shane Stoney leading the way here, as he did in race 1, where he went to a 17-second victory. There he is. Probably got 2 more laps to go after this, because the lap times are such that 2 laps will take him about 91, 92 seconds. Maybe 93 at the rate he's going at the moment. But still going to have plenty of time for 2 more laps at the end of this. in that number 89 car. The PR6 drive from York. Along the Brabham straight he goes with, time for 2 more laps. Low 46 for him, that time has been into the low 45s in this race. Up towards Druid's hairpin he goes for the penultimate time. And it seems to me that the car has been running well again in this race, as it did in race 1. Not too many dramas for him. Just looking further back, the only driver who can see improving his times is Phil Brown, actually, in 6th place, 47.178, and a bit further back, Alicia Barrett, doing 49.921 that time through. But otherwise, not too much in the way of progression from the drivers. There is Keevil. That is up the inside of Headlam now for 3rd place. So from the pit lane, the 2 drivers who started there have moved up to 2nd and 3rd respectively here. And that's no more points for Keevil because Headlam is in a different class. He's in Class B. And Headlam is in... Keevil is in Class A and Headlam is in Class B. And only 1 car ahead of Keevil now in that class, which is Shane Stoney. Clock has counted down to 0, so checkered flag at the end of this lap, which is coming any moment now because Shane Stoney is coming through Clark Curve up towards the line, and he'll take the checkered flag now for the 2nd time today, and he wins round 2 of the Radical Club Challenge Championship here at Brands Hatch. First of 2 visits this season. The second one will be on the Grand Prix loop in the summer.
Difference was he was led for a couple of laps in this one.
Yes, he was. Stewart making that very good start to the race. Ultimately, though, looking like he's going to finish in 5th. Stables come across the line in 2nd. Keevil in 3rd. Dan Headlam in 4th place. Stewart in 5th and Phil Brown in 6th. So Class B victory again to Headlam, 4th place overall from Stewart and Brown in that class. Class C, Gordy Much is going to take the honours, as very slow over the line is the Calvin O'Connor car. Number 3 limping home in 17th position in the end, and it pulls off immediately. It crosses the line. So clearly Calvin just trying to bring the car home. Some kind of issue that he didn't want to push any further onto the slowing down lap, no doubt.
Well, that diffuser that's sitting there on the hook, as they say in Suffolk, was probably rattling on the ground and on the bodywork and everything else.
Yeah. So the Radical Club Challenge will continue at Silverstone next month on the 10th and the 11th of May. Hopefully you'll be able to join us on the live stream or at the circuit for that one. We'll look forward to 2 more 25-minute races, but here's the result of that one. It was a win for number 89, Shane Stoney, in the Radical PR6. 29 laps he completed, and he did so 16.849 seconds ahead of number 98, Joe Stables, in the invitation class. 3rd, number 9, 2nd in Class A, James Keevil, in the SR3 RS. 4th was 55, Dan Headlam. 5th was number 84, Paul Stewart. Headlam and Stewart 1st and 2nd in Class B, with Philip Brown 6th overall, 3rd in Class B, number 11. 7th was 57, Pedro Oliveira. 8th, 86, Stephen Bell. 9th was number 92, Gordy Much, winning Class C. 10th was number 5, which was Doug Carter, ahead of Ian Charles, Hudson, Barrett and Rose. And then further back, Stephanie Herbiker, Vic Sudera, and then limping his way over the line was Calvin O'Connor in 17th place, the last of the finishers. I say, Radical Club Challenge is back at Silverstone in 5 weeks' time for the next round of its championship, basically having a meeting every month between now and August, and then a month off in September, and they're back out for the Donington finale in October. Let's head down to the pit lane then at the end of the Radical Club Challenge. We're going to hear from our class winners with Josh Barrett.
So down here after the Radical Club Challenge race, and we have a word with our Class B winner first, Dan. Really competitive Class B racing. You had quite a long battle with Paul there.
Yeah, it was definitely closer than this morning. It was really good, obviously following Paul a bit, and then managed to get ahead, and then the back markers came into it, and yeah, it was a really close racing. It was really fun. It was really good.
Yeah, it looks, say, Class B again, it looks really competitive like last year. New people that are getting involved.
Yeah, there's a couple more new names on the grid. Yeah, it's really going to be a good year, I think. You know, 2 races down, another 10 to go, and everyone seems to be racing, so that's great. That's what we're here for, right?
Are you feeling more comfortable in the car this year, or is it just how it's going?
Yeah, I am. I mean, the cars felt great all weekend, so big thanks to RJ and Josh for that. We made quite a big step at the last round of last year, and it's good that we've been able to continue that into this new season.
And it's a bit of a longer season this year, some different tracks on the Grand Prix track here later in the year, so I'm sure that's one you're looking forward to.
Yeah, I really love the Grand Prix track here. It's also really good in the Radical, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that one a lot.
Well done on today. Let's have a word with Shane Stoney, our Class A winner. Well done, Shane, you were so quick, the checkered flag missed you. So
yes. Yeah, I was a little bit, I was like, I'm just going to go around again. I could see it in his hand, it was like, it hasn't technically waved, and it's when the flag waves, so I went around again. But yeah, I was actually waiting for the flag to come out, because basically the whole race I've been gradually losing the brakes.
You saw on the start, the car looked quite twitchy.
Yeah, well the start was okay, and then I went into turn 2 and I hit the brakes and it just wasn't stopping, so went very deep, and it did it a few laps later after I got in the lead as well. So, and as the race went on, particularly after the safety car, the brakes just got worse and worse and worse, so I was basically running out from brakes for the whole race. So yeah, I was gradually, luckily I had a big buffer. I knew Leon disappeared early on and Joe was nowhere, so I had a big gap. I could sort of manage the issue and keep going. But yeah, I finally got through 2 races in a weekend without it breaking. It's a miracle.
And you did a 45.2, so that's not bad with no brakes, so well done.
Yeah, it came back a bit after I backed off a bit, and it came back, but yeah, it wasn't ideal.
Let's have a word with Gordy, who's our Class C winner. Another class win, Gordy. You had the big powerful car to try and get past. It looked a bit problematic.
Yeah, it was a little bit busy after that safety car. I kind of got stuck behind a much quicker car in the race, a lot faster around the corners, but just couldn't live with it in the straight. But that safety car, basically I was a lot more aggressive, and I just drove around the outside of people who were getting bunched up, and yeah, managed to pick out a few spaces, and then out the other side no one really pressured me from there. So yeah, it was quite a fun race, and that little safety car bunch up was probably the funnest bit of it.
What's it like getting back into a prototype after being in GT cars?
It's a lot different, of course. Like with the GT cars, it's a lot heavier. You know, it's 1,500 kilos odd, and now I'm in something that is not far off 1,000 kilos less. So it's a lot more sensitive. So it's a completely different driving style entirely. But you know, different's good. I'm really enjoying it. Of course, I've done the prototypes before with Praga, with Jimmy, and you know, it's kind of nice to go back to that, because it's prototypes is something that I really enjoy, and it's something that I'm fast in. So,
any other plans for this year?
Not at the minute, really. You know, I've had quite a few people approach me on British GT, but you know, none of the opportunities really were of that. You know, that much interest. Yeah. They weren't of that much interest to me. So, you know, I'm quite happy doing what I'm doing and working with the Derby University and moving them forward. You know, they've got big plans moving forward, and they want me a part of those plans, which is great. But we'll see. You know, I'm sure I'll be back into British GT and whatever else in the future, but you know, for that the right customer has to come along, so it's a bit of a waiting game on that. But you know, this is a great project to be working with in the meantime.
Well done. Cars already onto the grid onto their green flag lap for the next race. That's BMW Car Club, so back up to the commentary team.
Race 2 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, about to head back onto the grid at the end of its green flag lap, with this stream being supported by Park Vehicle Repair Centre in South Wales. The company of Jason Rees will be back on the grid for this second race. Then grid determined by the result of race 1, which was won by Paul Cook from Ben Pearson and SWAC Stephen Schweikart, with Mark Lee, Vernon Bradley and Scott Noy completing the top 6, and class winners being David Heisman and Will Lake and Dan Smith. So if we can bring that grid very quickly then, so Paul Cook 26 and Ben Pearson 25 on the front row, 43 Steve Schweikart and 99 Mark Lee on the second, Vernon Bradley in 78 and Scott Noy 18 on row 3, row 4, 7 John Brown and 235 Michael Dark on the 5th row, 5 and 37 David Heisman and Kevin Granger, row 6, 77 Paul Travers and 9 Jason Rees. On the 7th row of the grid it's 69 Aidan Vilku and 20 David Aspden, row 8, 48 and 4 being Mike Nash and Will Lake, row 9, 22 and 8, 88 Joe Geach and Andrew Phillips. On the 10th row 14 and 6, 14 Daniel Smith and 6 Sam Walton. The 11th row 75 and 44, 75 Craig Emerson and 44 Ben Haynes. Row 12, 61 and 42, 61 Ernie Graham and 42 Paul Neville. 13th row 68 and 76 Gareth Thomas and Stuart Pywell, with 17 Andrew Pywell at the back. And the car's just about heading back onto the grid then, ahead of a 20-minute race, the penultimate race of the day here at Brands Hatch, in the second and final race of the weekend for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which was formed and had its first race 7 years ago at Castle Combe, and it's been part of the 750 Motors Club roster ever since. And this is one of the strongest fields we've had for a little while, and certainly strong in terms of the quality at the front end of the grid, with a lot of M1 class cars taking part here today. Last car just slotting into position, so we'll get the green flag from the marshal at the back. It's going to be a 20-minute race, as I say. Paul Cook and Ben Pearson on the front row of the grid. Pearson made a great start to race 1 and Cook had to play catch up. Let's see how it goes in race 2. Away they go. Looks like a good start again from Pearson. Cook is slow away. He's going to lose at least 1 or 2 positions, I think, as they head down through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. So again, it's a Pearson with a good start. It looks like is that Scott Noy, I think, that's up into second place possibly, as they make their way up towards the right-hander at Druids. For the first time. Oh, and there's a Schmozzle further back. Is that? Yeah, that's Will Lake, the Class 6 winner from race 1. He's been caught up in an incident with David Aspden. I don't think there's been anyone else involved as well. It looks like Will Lake is going to manage to get away from the scene, but there's been a lot of gravel spread all over the sort of foot of the hill at Paddock Hill Bend, which is going to be to no one's great delight. So it is going to be at the end of lap 1 then, Pearson leading. It looks like Noy in second place in that yellow car as they come up to the line then. And then in third place it's the 99 car of Mark Lee, and then fourth is Paul Cook. Cook it is from pole that dropped back to fourth place. So as in race 1, Marcus has got it all to do. Yeah, and there's Aston. Schweikart got really sideways off the start line, didn't he? And dropped way back into the field. He's 9th at the end of the first lap. Cook there was trying to thread the eye of a needle and go past Lee and Noy, who are finding themselves side by side, but there wasn't an M3's width between them. And so still there in fourth position at the moment. It might be Lee getting ahead of Noy here as they come off Graham Hill Bend and down Cooper Straight. And then Cook's going to be on the inside of both of them for Surtees. No, he's not. He pulls back in behind them, and that's because the safety car is coming out. We seem to have had one in most races so far today, unfortunately. Yeah. This time it's because of Aspen's car, which is stranded on the run up the hill. There's also the short lap drama, isn't it? Because there's not much time for the marshals to react and dive out. As brilliant as they are, it's needs to be done under safe conditions. One car headed into the pit lane as well at the end for the opening lap, and that was Walton, Sam Walton, who was second in the Cup class early on. We did see him involved in that incident that involved Aspden and Lake as well. Lake did come through to complete the first lap right at the back of the field. There you can see his car. He's got the rear bumper and the doors stoved in as well. Yeah, so he's had a nasty hit in the side there as well, which is no doubt what sent him into a spin. Not sure who that would have come from. We might see some corresponding front end damage at some point. If so, we'll try and figure out who that was. So Aspden stopped on circuit, Walton to the pit lane, Lake circulating but with a somewhat modified car.
think you said that was Stephen Schweikert's car before, wasn't it?
Yeah. He's from Louth in Lincolnshire, not far from Cadwell Park is William Lake. And enjoyed success in the Cup class last season, winning that quite comfortably, and the overall championship as well. And now a red flag. I guess the officials have just decided that where that car is, it's going to be too tricky to remove particularly quickly. So we have got about 15 minutes ahead, so there is a little bit of time to play with.
And there might be an opportunity to sweep the gravel off the track.
That
as well.
might also have been a consideration.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where the Pywells, they're making their way through 18th and 19th. Stuart and Andrew Pywell.
Yeah, Stuart in the M1 class car, Andrew in an M2 car, so he's switched up a class from last year, where he was in class 6. M1, M2, and then 6, and then normally there's a class 4, although there's nobody racing in it this weekend, and the Cup class. So they sort of that's the class structure, ranging from the most powerful M series engines in class M1 and progressively more standard engines with fewer modifications down the classes. In the Cup class, it is running for a specific specification of 325 Ti compact, but it's a separate set of regs to maintain parity as far as possible between all of the cars. That's been a way that a number of drivers have got into the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge over the past few years. They've started in the Cup class and progressed their way through the ranks to something a little bit more powerful. So the recovery vehicle on the side of the circuit there, recovering the car of David Aspden. A shame that it's needing to do that. David, 56-year-old vehicle telematics engineer from near Bradford. Raced 750 Motor Club kit cars for a while. And this particular car, a 1998 self-built straight 6 2.8 litre Z3. Let's take a short break and we'll be back with you in just a few moments' time. So back here at Brands Hatch then, the news is that we're going to have a restart to this BMW Car Club Racing Championship race, and it's going to be a green flag lap and then a 20-minute race, so back to the original race distance. The clock has reset, and because we have a little bit of time available, we're going for a full restart. Once the circuit is completely clear and the cars have been regridded, the Aston car has just come into the back entrance to the paddock, so that has been recovered. Cars going back to their original grid position, so that's good news for Paul Cook. There's Will Lake's car being taped up. Neil McDonald of Automac is there, amongst others, making sure that car is safe to go back out into the race, the ex-Schweikart car. And Lake will also be able to, well, actually he won't, will he? Because he's going to be at the back of the grid. He's going to have to start from the pit lane probably, I think, here. So he's going to have to try and burn from the stern to get back out into the race. But yeah, clearly it did need to be repaired after a fashion to make sure that it's safe to go back out into the race. Green flag lap underway for those cars that have survived. I think it's only the two that we've lost, Aston and possibly Walton as well, but I can see, no, that's not his car, that's one of the 116s coming down the pit lane for the next race. So I don't think we've got Walton. Yeah, we've just got the one of the Automac cars, which is going to be that of Dan Smith for this restart, which will, as I say, will be over 20 minutes. Round 2 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's a 14-round season. They go to Silverstone next month. Then it's BMW Live on the 31st of May at Alton Park. They'll form the sort of centrepiece of a BMW Car Club event there. Donington Park in June, Thruxton in July, Snetterton in August and Croft in September to round out the 14-round season for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Points scored within the individual classes. With 10 for a win, then 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, plus 3 points for anyone that starts a race as well. It's a point system that can keep things pretty tight as we get towards the tail end of a season. Some of the drivers out there to talk about. Number 5, Dave Heisman from Biggleswade, the engineer from by occupation. 49 years of age, into his motorsport, of course, in tennis. His wife and 13-year-old daughter will be cheering him on from the sidelines. He's been racing for 13 years now, starting out in another BMW Championship, where he was the Class C champion in 2014, but he's been racing the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for the last 7 years. Originally started doing track days in 2010 after a trip to the Nürburgring ignited his need for speed. Sam Walton with Losser, won't tell you about him. John Brown, just mention him quickly. He's starting on the 4th row of the grid here. The Glaswegian, who is 42 years of age, a gas engineer, built the car and started racing 10 years ago in the M3 Cup. Did some go-karts when he was very young as well. It's an SC Motorsport prepared car that he built himself, as I say, 10 years ago. We need to watch out for Jason Rees coming through as well. Was he out there though, because he was a DNF in race 1? I'm not sure that he is. But anyway, the cars are back onto the grid. We're waiting for the lights to come on, which they do now, and the race will get underway. And it's a pretty good start again from Ben Pearson from the outside of row 2. Not quite such a catastrophic start from Paul Cook this time. He's been passed by Scott Noy, but only by Scott Noy this time, as Will Lake joins the race from the pit lane up towards the hairpin at Druids. They go. The leaders then for the first time in this restarted 20-minute race. It is Ben Pearson that is leading. It is Scott Noy in second. It's Paul Cook third in Mike Eustace's car, as he was telling us earlier on, and it's Steve Schweikart in 4th position as they make their way down the Cooper Straight towards Surtees for the first time in what's going to be thicker than 25 laps, I would think, for these cars if they make it to the end. Round Clark Curve towards the end of the lap they go. So Ben Pearson has a lead of 1.3 seconds at the end of the opening lap over Scott Noy in second place. Noy in the number 18 car, the 36-year-old from Paul, a project manager been racing for 9 years in BMWs in various championships, but he's lost the place there now to Paul Cook up there at Druids. And right behind him as well, he's got Swack, Steve Schweikart as well. So he's in 4th position now, Schweikart, and it's Mark Lee in 5th and Ronan Bradley in 6th position. As the leaders now turn their way through the right-hander at Clearways, even towards Clark Curve they go. And Cook, having again made this rather poor start, not as bad as first time around, he's again having to chase after Ben Pearson, who cooked his tyres rather in race 1. So possibly be mindful of that this time and trying to drive within himself a little bit if he can. So he's able to defend when Paul Cook inevitably comes knocking at his door. Here comes Swack up the inside of Noy for 3rd position. And he's done it, he's gone through at the hairpin there, and if he's not careful, Noy, it might be that Mark Lee can squeeze through as well in his much more wild-looking car. Yes, we don't have Reese in this race, do we? We're just looking down the... oh, no, we do. He's there in 8th place, I beg your pardon, in car number 9. So he is there, Jason Reese, the man whose company Park Vehicle Repair is sponsoring the coverage today. 17.5 minutes left to go. Pearson across the line again, 1.3 seconds quicker ahead of Cook now. The gap coming down that time by 0.3, because Cook did the best lap of the race, 51.707. There are the 2 leaders. There's Schweikart in 3rd, and Lee has now made it ahead of Noy and up into 4th position. And it's Ronan Bradley in 6th, and a bit of a gap back. So Michael Dark in that M235, similar shape of car to Pearson. He runs in 7th place, the more multicoloured car though. There it is, the 235, having John Brown right behind it in the M3. And right behind him is Jason Reese in the E92 M3 as well in 8th place. So Brown has actually got ahead of Reese on this lap. Reese will try and come back to him. You've got the Welshman and the Glaswegian. And not too far ahead of them, there's an Irishman as well, a little bit further up the road. Reese has more straight line speed, but he can't necessarily do anything with it there as the 2 cars ahead of him go side by side, and it's Dark that's losing out. He's been shaded there by both Brown and Reese. Brown up into 7th place, Reese to 8th. Down to 9th has gone Michael Dark as a result of all of that, Marcus Pye.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this is all panning out, and a bit like the previous race, Cook wasn't that quick away, but now he's into his stride and he's eating into Pearson's advantage, and here's a good little scrap going on with Brown and Reese. Let's say from Pontypool in South Wales. There's Michael Dark behind with the M235, the second of those. The other one leads the race in the hands of Ben Pearson. Here comes Jason Reese up the outside in the Park car.
Yep, and he's done it. He's gone through into 7th position. Yeah, I think the timing tower is frozen, so ignore the timing tower on your screen, everybody. I can tell you that the order has changed since then. It's Pearson now leading by 1.1 seconds from Cook, Schweikart in 3rd, Lee in 4th, Bradley 5th, Noy 6th, Reese 7th. So Ronan Bradley getting ahead of Noy that time. But yeah, the timing tower, I'm afraid, is frozen on the screen. So we'll see if we can reboot that and get it working once again. The gap between Pearson and Cook continues to come down. It's down to 0.7 of a second. We'll see if we can pick them up in a minute. They're up at Druids now, about to drop down towards Graham Hill Bend. We're watching Reese and Brown again at the moment on screen. Brown in that lovely, beautifully presented yellow M3. Here are the 2 leaders though, Marcus.
Yep. And it's absolutely nose to tail now, ahead of Schweik at 3rd. Lee and Bradley, and that's it. It's all over by the shouting because Ben Pearson stood wide. Again, as he was saying, that car is heavier than his rivals. It takes quite a lot out of the tyres, and went just offline. Coming through Clearways, lost the advantage. on lap 7.
Yeah, I think that car has other advantages, but its weight just seems to play against it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think round here there's a lot of kind of intermediate speed corners.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily to its favour. So Cook goes through into the lead. There's Mike Nash in number 48, putting a lap on, I think that is. Is that a lap he's putting on? No, it's not. It's for position on the 14 car of Dan Smith, who's leading in the Cup class. And second in the Cup class at the moment is Gareth Thomas, number 68, who's only just behind in that same shot, and with the leaders barrelling past them as well. Cook and Pearson, not much to choose between them still. Cook not being allowed to get away because of the traffic.
Yeah, Pearson's enjoying this, just having a chance. Oh, we got squeezed there, and that kind of made him have to take to the curb, which wasn't quite so much fun. It's funny how those black wings change the proportion of the car. You can see from Michael Dark's 235 how bulbous and hunkered down it looks. And yeah, it's interesting. Yeah,
it's good to have the 235s out amongst the more ubiquitous M3s.
Also, you wonder how the characteristics of the turbocharged engine around here, any lag in there at any point, loses out to the naturally aspirated, very torquey 6 in the others.
Be interested to see if we can pick up on Will Lake in a moment, because he's catching Andrew Phillips for the Class 6 lead, having restarted the race from the pit lane.
He's only 1.1 seconds behind.
Yeah, so we'll see if we can pick out on them in a moment. I suspect by the time we do so, it might be the case that Lake is already ahead. Just trying to spot him out on circuit.
White and blue car, isn't it? But with the sunshine.
Yeah, here they come over.
To tell.
Yeah, that's not him in actual fact. He's not yet come over the line.
There he comes.
Yeah, we've just spotted him now. We can recognise him because of the dent in his door, can't we? So he's not yet got ahead of Andy Phillips.
They glue the bumper back on.
There's a lot of tape involved. Yeah, there you can see there's a black line of tape there, sticking it to the rest of the car.
There's his class rival, isn't it, ahead, 888, which is Phillips, and he's going to take him into the hairpin, or isn't he? No, he's not.
Nearly got a matching dent in the other door, didn't he, there?
Balancing out the aero package.
Yeah, but no, he's survived.
It's a matter of time, isn't it?
It is. There's 10 minutes, still more than 10 minutes to go, because we had a full 20-minute restart here. In spite of that delay, hope everyone's got enough fuel aboard for the extra laps that they would have not necessarily been budgeting to do. I wouldn't have gotten too tight on the strategy. It was a risky game, especially in a tin top like this, where every last gram is less critical than in a Formula Ford or something. Look at that, that's Lake, still can't get past, and of course they were being passed as well by the quicker car, the race leader Paul Cook there as well. So that probably encouraged Lake to take more caution. He's up the inside of Phillips this time. And Phillips is not making life easy, and why should he? It is a battle for position after all. Phillips, the 44-year-old director from Nantwich, been racing for a couple of years. A GP Midget National Champion. Also done some Oval Legends racing as well. And doing well here on a circuit that turns both ways to keep Will Lake behind him. Will Lake, who won his class in the earlier race, has had a biff here, damage to the car.
GP Midgets was sort of built largely, or populated largely by the cars made by Dassel, by Jeff Rumble. More famous in recent decades for the monocoque race box transport.
Yeah. Has he finally done it? Has Will Lake got him this time? I'm not sure he has. He's got his nose alongside. He's on the curb there. He's got his car's previous driver bearing down on him now as well, Steve Schweikart. He has done it though. He's got ahead of Phillips, but he's going to lose a place to Schweikart now as well, or lose a lap to Schweikart, who's just overtaken his old car. And following Schweikart through is the 99 car of Mark Lee, who's running in 4th place. So we've got Cook, Pearson, Schweikart, Lee, Bradley Noy, exactly the same top 6 as we had in the earlier race. And there's 8.5 minutes to go. Cook's still got the best lap of the race, a Watt 51.249, which is faster than he went in race 1. No, Mark Lee got the fastest lap in race 1, didn't he? 51.482. Remind myself of what the lap record is for these cars, 51.16. So we've not got down to that mark yet for Graham Crowhurst's mark from 18 months or so ago. There's Ronan Bradley in the 78 car, one of the M1 class machines. He's running in 5th place overall. Another look at Will Lake. He's just put a lap on the 42 car of Paul Neville, one of the Cup class entrants. Built the car himself in his garage on his driveway. I think here in his 2nd or 3rd season now. So looking at the class positions, Class M2, that's got Cavan Granger ahead of it, and we're just looking at Cavan now. So he's ahead of David Heisman in this race. So battle for position ongoing, just in front of these two actually. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th within that class, featuring Travers and Vilku. Travers in the grey number 77 car, Vilku in the white 69 car, and then beside him it's Andrew Pywell in the number 17 car. So the top 5 in the M2 class are not very far apart. About 1.2, maybe about 2.2 seconds at the start of the lap between them. And Pywell's now got past Vilku, and Paul Cook, the leader overall, the M1 leader, coming past both of them, all of them. Oh, and there's a touch there. That was Andy Pywell on the back of Travers' car. That sent him very sideways around Graham Hill Bend. He drifts it around though, around Druids I should say.
Got going again. He's not. The car's sliding around all over the shop anyway. He seems to have 3/5 with no grip.
Yeah. Travers and Vilku continuing their battle then. Oh, and I could see just ahead of them, Heisman and Cavan Granger were side by side for the M2 class lead. They're up and over the line again. And it's Granger in the 37 that's still just ahead, I can tell you. Out of our commentary box window. There's the 2nd place man in the race, Ben Pearson, 3.3 seconds behind leader Paul Cook. Just now ahead of Travers and Vilku, who spies an opportunity on the inside there. Has to back out of that though, as the gap narrowed between Travers' car and the barrier on the right-hand side of the circuit. And you could just see at the front of shot there. There they are. I don't know, we're just looking at the cars behind them now. We did see Granger and Heisman 37 and 5, but look at this absolute gaggle of cars behind them, including Schweikart I can see now as well. Traffic really is a big feature of this BMW Car Club Championship, isn't it, Marcus?
They're quite big cars physically, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which means that when they do get into those gaggles in the twiddly bits around the back, it makes life a little difficult trying to overtake a whole bunch of them.
Now there is the M2 class lead battle. So Granger and Heisman. It was Heisman that won in race 1.
He's gone up the outside.
And he's done it, hasn't he?
Literally dived up the outside.
Yeah.
But can he make it stick though? Because Granger was still on the inside.
Yeah, he has done. Yeah, he has done as they go down through Graham Hill Bend. So Heisman looking to reprise his result from race 1. As Pearson goes through with 4.5 minutes to go.
Schweikart has the fastest lap on 16, so that was last time round, 51.247.
Yeah, Cook's done 51.249 and Mark Lee's done 51.280, so very closely matched indeed. Pearson 51.514, slightly slower than the rest of the top 4 anyway. So Heisman now showing on 11th place in leading class M2 on our screens. So Heisman and Lake and Dan Smith are our various class leaders. Smith's got about 6 seconds in hand over Gareth Thomas in the Cup class. Lake is now only 0.8 of a second clear of Nash ahead of Phillips in Class 6, and Heisman 0.9 clear of Granger.
Jason Rees just got back past Stuart Pywell for 7th place in the Park Reverse Centre car.
Yeah, so Rees in 7th place, number 9. I think drove 3 different cars during the course of last year's BMW Car Club Racing Championship. One because he initially wasn't allowed to move straight into the M1 class. It's not permitted to do that while you've not got all your signatures on the licence. I had to start in a Cup class car to get signatures before he could move into M1, which he did, and then immediately had an incident at Adamson Park. 2.5 minutes left to go in this penultimate race of the day here at Brands Hatch. The opening meeting of the season for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Paul Cook is now leading by 4.2 seconds, very nearly over Ben Pearson in 2nd place, and Swack, Steve Schweikart, is 3rd. Mark Lee 4th, so it's 26, 25, 43 and 99 the top 4. There is the 99 car of Mark Lee, the man from Halifax in his E46 M3. Glimpse of Craig Emerson going through shot there. Little battle going on here, including the Cup Class cars. Actually, these are Cup Class cars on different laps because Smith has lapped Neville. And there's the 5 car of Heisman, who has now put nearly 3 seconds between himself and Cavan Granger. So Granger is difficult to pass, but I think Heisman quite a bit faster than him, as it turns out. Granger still 2nd in the M2 class.
Yeah, Rees is now threatening number 18, which is Scott Noy, driver from Poole, Dorset.
On Aidenville Coup over the line once again. M2 class, 25-year-old from Willen Hall in the West Midlands. Electrical engineer in his 2nd season of racing in this E36. Prepared by E30 Centre, car built by Aiden and his stepfather. Well, last season did Aiden. Had wins within the class in the first 2 rounds of the championship at Donington Park, and won the M2 class last year from David Morris by quite a convincing margin. Sticking with the M2 class for this season. Well, it looks like there's a bit more competition this year. Anymore, Paul Cook in that Mike Eustace car, continuing to lead the way here. He'll be on his final lap now because there's only 26 seconds to go. So it's looking like a double win for Paul Cook at the beginning of the season. Pearson should take 2nd. Just see Scott Noy going across the line beneath me. He might be caught by the end by Rees. But here comes Paul Cook out of Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight, up to the start and finish line. And there's the checkered flag. So it's a win number 2 for the day for Paul Cook. 2 double winners so far. Ben Pearson 2nd, Steve Schweikart 3rd, Mark Lee 4th. And Ronan Bradley just about to come through in a moment, actually, to take 5th position. And then it should be Scott Noy in 6th. But Paul Cook already with his hand out of the cockpit of the car to celebrate and to acknowledge the marshals on the slowing down lap, as most drivers like to do, to show their appreciation to the marshals that support their racing. Heisman's come across the line to win in Class M2, and the Cup class has been sewn up by Dan Smith. We're just waiting for Will Lake now to come through. He's about to take the flag. He's coming up to the line now. You see him any moment. There he is, and he is going to win actually the most closely fought class of them all, beating Phillips by less than half a second. Andy Phillips, a very good 2nd place for him in the 888 car. I think that's everyone home now after that BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. So we will have a look at the results in a second from that 20-minute restarted race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And it was a win for Paul Cook in the BMW E46 M3. 23 laps completed from Ben Pearson, now number 25. 5.198 seconds the gap. Third was number 43, Steve Schreikart. Fourth to number 99, Mark Lee. Fifth was 78, Ronan Bradley. Sixth, number 18, Scott Noy. Seventh was number 9, Jason Rees. Eighth was number 7, John Brown. Ninth was number 235, Michael Dock. And 10th was number 76, Stuart Pyrewell. Then winning class M2 was David Heasman, number 5 in 11th place overall. 12th went to number 37, Cameron Granger, who was second in that class. And 13th, number 69, Aidan Vilku, who got the better of Paul Travers in the end for third place within that class. Class 6 was won by William Lake from Andrew Phillips, as we were saying, with Craig Emerson third in that division. And the Cup class was won by Dan Smith from Gareth Thomas, and the gap between those two was about 7.3 seconds in the end. So as I say, the next BMW Car Club Racing Championship event is going to be at Silverstone in 5 weeks' time. We've got one more race to go this evening, but before that, let's head down to Josh Barrett, who's going to speak to our class winners from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
So we're down after the second BMW Car Club race. Another win for Paul Cooker. Another start that didn't quite go to plan, Paul, but you come through a bit quicker this time.
Yeah, thankfully there was a restart because my first start was worse than the first race. So, yeah, I was quite lucky to get a chance to do it again. I had a better start after the restart, so yeah, all good.
And a good way to start the season. Is this a full season campaign, or you're not sure yet?
Yeah, hopefully we'll get out there next meeting and see if we can do as much the same.
And hopefully the grid stays like this and there's a good racing throughout the year.
Yeah, I think so. If the grid stays like this, I think the only way it's going to grow. Yeah. So you might get some more M1 drivers, which would be good for the championship.
Well done on your weekend. So Paul Cooker, a double winner in class M2. The winner was Dave Heasman. Well done, Dave. And again, looking quite pretty competitive racing out there today.
Yeah, that was good fun. I got boxed in at the start, and I thought, oh no, what's going on here? But I managed to catch up with the main competitors, Trav and Cav, and had a little tussle with those. And they caught up with the back markers, and I managed to capitalise on that and whistle past them. And then I just disappeared in the distance.
And a slightly different car, I think, to what we saw you sort of race a few years ago in the championship.
Yeah, so it's the same car, but it had the S54, which is the M1 class engine in it. So it's like 100 and something horsepower down, but it's just as much fun.
I guess a bit more economical as well.
That's it, yeah.
Well done on your win. There's Dave. The Cup class winner was Daniel Smith again, and he's behind me. Well done, Dan. Another class win. How was that one for you?
Yeah, that was. I kind of knew what to expect this time, because obviously last time was the first time out, so I kind of knew what to expect on obviously both restart and the first start. I got such a blinding start, it was unbelievable. I thought, and then I just got my head down, and yeah, I didn't see another Cup car in my mirror, and I just had fun with the 330s and that, and yeah, it was fun.
Talk about the start, because that's something that you can't ever really practice or do on track days or anything.
You can't practice on track days and things like that, so it's a new learning curve. This is a good car to practice in because it hasn't got the power of the M3s and you slide in. This has got good grip straight away and it goes. Obviously, it was quite a big smash on the first time. I managed to swerve out and miss that, which I was quite happy about. I didn't want to get no damage. That's the last thing anyone wants. But yeah, I'm glad I'm here again. I can't believe it.
You think you'll be doing some more in it now?
Yeah, I can't believe I'm here again. The second race, and I've won both classes. What's the chances of that?
You equal championship leader as well.
Yeah, I suppose you can, can't you? Jesus, makes me think I'm going to have to get this car for the rest of the year now.
Right.
So yeah, you might see me more often.
Well done, great day for you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
And then here is Will Lake, who well, we didn't really think you'd be here after the first start. Obviously, the car was running fairly okay after the red flag.
Yeah, it was. I came in, got out the car, went, oh dear, and Neil said, get back in. And probably won't show the back of my car, but it's held on by tape, quite a lot of it. I thought I was going to be underweight. I didn't know the rear of my car was on. But yeah, that was great fun.
I feel like we've been at Brands Hatch before where you come home with a win but a damaged car. Was that last year?
Yeah, it was last year. That time front end was hanging off, now it's the rear end. So, yeah. Yeah, very grateful to have been able to finish. I thought my afternoon was over, so just to get back out and put in some good laps. Me and Andy had a great battle from about 10 minutes onwards, fighting for position. Great end to a great day.
Well done. Well done to all our BMW class winners. More BMW action up next. The final race of the day for the 116 Sprint Championship and the 120 Coupe Cup.
Final race action of the day, and the cars off on their green flag lap already for the second race of the day for the BMW Car Club race, the 116 Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup. If I get the right information in front of me, that would help. Race 1 was won by Anthony Seddon from George Healer and David Williams. This, though, has a grid set by a separate qualifying session that was held this morning. It's going to be a 15-minute race. We've got the 5 120s at the front of the grid once again, so 555 Matt Highcock and 5 Anthony Seddon on the front row of the grid. 187 George Healer and 88 John Turner on the second row of the grid. In fact, yeah, it's just those 4 cars this time from the 120 Coupe Cup class that we have. Row 3 then on the inside is going to be number 71 Jack Godd and 228 James Waring. Row 4 treble 7 Tom Laws and 173 Dan Lavery. On the 5th row 80 Theo Millward and 151 Peter Keane. The 6th row treble 6 Ben Wilshire and 25 Ethan Hall. The 7th row 111 Antonio Souza and 209 Will Abraham. The 8th row 86 Pete Brand and 252 James Dunn. 101 Will Tyndall and 27 Steve Lloyd on row 9. Row 10 is 55 Lewis Charlton and 83 Sammy Walton. Row 11 is 93 Lawrence Johnson and 212 Luke Fox. The 12th row 78 James Paul and 186 Dan Petters. Row 13, 47 Connor Anderson and 249 Scott Jeffs. The 14th row, 31 Sam Holman and 333, which is Ben Snee. 220 Andrew Partridge and 82, Mark McCulloch on the 15th row, Melissa Bexley in 28 and Callum Davis in 325 on row number 16 and row 17. Last 2 cars on the grid. 321 Caroline Early and 200 Giles Carter. That's the way that the grid is going to line up. Indeed, he's already lining up. So earlier on, as I say, Anthony Seddon winning from George Healer. David Williams, Matthew Highcock made that mistake, didn't he, in race 1 and finished in 4th place, having taken the lead away from Seddon. And in the 116s, it was James Waring that came back from a poor start to get the win over Jack Godden and Peter Keane in a blanket finish. The 3 of them covered by less than 600ths of a second as they crossed the line. One of the closest finishes that you will ever see. So waiting for the final couple of cars to come into position. Green flag then will be waved at the back. 15 minutes of racing will be ahead of us for the 116 Sprint Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup Championship. Waiting for the lights to go on, which they are now, and they will go out and the race gets underway. Not a particularly good start though from Anthony Seddon. He's swallowed up by only 2 cars as it happens, because there's not that many cars of a similar power to try and get past him. But it's Highcock that's leading from George Healer, then it's Seddon, and then it's the other surviving 120 car of John Turner that's making his way through.
And also very slow away was Waring in the 116s, but Turner in that NASCAR-esque colour scheme 88 car, running 4th.
Yeah, Waring also made a poor start in the first race, didn't he? So
he did.
That's something for him to sort out. Not necessarily a problem for the rolling start in the trophy race tomorrow, though, as the cars turn their way through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. We'll pick up where Waring comes through. There's Ethan Hall, who is certainly towards the sharp end of the 116s at the moment, but it's Jack Godden leading, I can see, in the 116s at the moment, in the black car with the yellow and orange stripes down the side. Coming up towards the end of the first lap then, and it is Highcock that leads from Healer, Seddon and Turner. Then we've got the first of the 116s, which is Godden from Theo Millward, who's made his way up 3 places to 6th place overall, 2nd in the 116s. Then Dan Lavery is 7th, James Waring is 8th, so 4th within his class, having made that rather slow start. But he's already, I can see, starting to attack Dan Lavery for 3rd position. Lavery in that Union flag liveried car, which is now rather less pristine than it was, because he's got James Waring getting into the side of it, and through into 3rd place goes Waring with no quarter asked nor given, it would seem. and he's up to third. Lavery down to fourth, and Ethan Hall in fifth within that class. Highcock it is, though, that continues to lead the race outright, though, in his 120. Just the four of them taking the start of this race. So we've lost David Williams from race one, where he finished third, so possibly problems for him with that car. 57.198, fastest lap of the race in the first flying lap for Anthony Seddon. He's in third place at the moment, behind George Healer. There's a lot of camaraderie between Seddon and Healer after the first race. They had a very good fight for the victory. And you can see they've dropped John Turner now in the fourth of the 120s. Here's Healer with the white car, the all-white car with those day-glow yellow mirrors. Seddon number 5, the grey car with the orange trim just behind him. He's a long way clear of the rest. We'll pick up what's going on in the 116s again in a minute, no doubt. It's still Jack Gordon leading, I think, as they come up to the line. It's actually a fairly healthy lead that Jack Gordon has over Theo Millward for more than a second, and then Waring in third. Yeah, 1.2 seconds between Gordon and Millward as it's nose to tail between Healer and Seddon, having another great fight, but they're letting Highcock escape a little bit here. He's 1.2 seconds ahead as well. Jack Gordon has got a rather crumpled left-hand side of that car, but I think it might have been like that before today, as it happens. It's not completely straight, I don't think, or maybe it's just the graphics on that car that make it look that way. Possibly being charitable. But it's Gordon, then Theo Millward, the company director from Shrewsbury. He's got behind him James Waring, who's already muscled his way past Dan Lavery to get up into third place. Over the line they come again. Millward in 80 and Waring in 228. Up the inside goes Waring. He's alongside and it looks like he's going to get through on the way up the hill. He's got momentum with him. And yet Waring goes to second, so we cannot write him off having a second win of the day here in that Matt Highcock racing prepared car. He's going to have 1.2 seconds to make up though on the leader, Jack Gordon, which we know easy ask. Gordon, an accomplished driver in his own right.
Yeah, but he hung in there towards the end of the previous race, and he got quicker and quicker and quicker as the whole race went on, and just snatched it in those last few metres.
That's right. Peter Keane is a bit further back, 7th in class in this race, having been one of the protagonists in the earlier race for the 116s.
Yeah, you sense he's making a bit of ground towards 209, which is Abraham.
Who's also a quick driver, third in last year's 116 championship. Had just the one win last year, that was at Silverstone. Sorry, 2 wins last year at Silverstone. Correct myself. So I'll be looking forward to that venue. There is Keane. He is getting ahead of Abraham. He said he was making his way towards him, and he has done, and he's made his way past him now as well at Druids. So it's Keane now up into 6th position within the class, ahead of Will Abraham, who's down to 7th. Oh, and there's been someone off through the gravel. I think they've escaped though. Can't see any car in there. A large cloud of dust rising over the circuit. Minutes remaining, so almost halfway through this race now. Final race of the day here at Brands Hatch. There's the 173 car of Lavery, now in close proximity to Millward in the 80 car. Lavery in 173 he's racing with this year, the 37-year-old oil broker from Ampthill in his 2nd season of racing. Part of the FSR team with Anthony Seddon racing. Down through Graham Hill Bend they go once again. A new fastest lap for Highcock, 57.133. So I think the best lap times from the earlier race. Highcock to 57.093, so there's only 400ths outside that as things stand, with power to add. Good to see, by the way, that Tom Law is still out there in the treble 7 car. He was the driver that went off in race 1.
Yeah, on the opening lap, so he's got some mileage for his money.
Exactly. So he'll be pleased about that, and he's running in 12th position, 8th of the 116s.
Waring's inching back towards fast leader Godden in the 116s, car 71 being caught a couple of tenths a lap by 228.
Marbury trying to get past Millward there on the stream, but he couldn't make it through there. Ethan Hall right with them as well, student in the number 25 car. 19-year-old from Newdigate. He's right with them. Just behind them is Keane, who has made up ground. He made 3/10 of a second on the previous lap to close on Hall for 5th place within the class. So you've really got pretty much 4 cars now for 3rd position within the class.
Yeah, Ethan Hall coming back in the local man from Newdigate, Surrey, fabled for its cricket club.
Millward a bit wide there at the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, using a bit more of the green concrete than you might like. George Healer has got into the lead. What's happened to Matt Highcock? He's dropped way down the order. He's dropped off our timing screen. So
he's come back onto it.
He's come back
onto it.
It was a broken transponder then. That was a concerning moment. Meanwhile, for 2nd within that class, Healer has lost the position anyway to Anthony Seddon now. He's done that at the end of the lap. Seddon has gone through in the grey car ahead of the white car. That's a bit of turnaround. And just looking, Jack Godden, Jack Godden now coming up towards our commentary position here, just watching out for him. Still about a second, isn't it, back to James Waring. 1.047 that time through. Well, he did take a 10th or so out of Gordon's lead, but I'm not sure he's catching fast enough at this rate.
And he's 10 laps to make it up at this point, and he's only got time for about 6.
Yeah. Here's that battle for what we thought was the lead, but actually it turns out to be 2nd. Highcock's transponder is working. Seddon and Healer. Seddon, the number 5 car. Driver from Tarpley, very near to Alton Park. And Healer from Winsford, equally not too far away in the other direction. And they're having a real good fight, these two. 120s, it's just a shame there's not more of these. A lot of the 116s, and it's a good chance for them to have a second outing with the Enduro race the following day, but good to get 10 or 15 of these coupes.
Waring's inside a second now, 0.947, and you sense that he's almost quick enough to pick up the tow, particularly if his rival finds traffic.
Highcock's done the best lap of the race now, 56.949. He's gone faster than in the earlier race. Broken the 57-second barrier. And leads by about 2.5 seconds from Seddon and Healer with 4 minutes and change to go. That's the 31 car up on the inside of 47. 31 is one of the reserves. Actually, Sam Holman's got into the race. Doing battle there with Con Anderson. And where is he running? In 27th position. Those two, 27th and 28th respectively. The car a bit further back, the 325 car, I think that is. Got something dragging on the back of it. That's the Callum Davis car for the purpose of this race. Or actually, no, that might be that is the 555 car of Highcock that was coming through. I beg your pardon. As Waring now alongside Gordon for the lead of the 116s. He's got his nose in front on the exit of the corner. I think he's going to get this move. No, he's not going to get it done. Jack Gordon holds on, but Waring has now caught Gordon. Was alongside Gordon, got his nose in front of Gordon, but is behind him once again as they head down the Cooper Straight. But Waring, looking like a double, might still be on here in the 116 division. Gordon will be hoping that he can keep him behind for, I think it's going to be three more laps at least in this race. Yeah, the car with the flapping something, I think, was Highcock actually. Let's see if we can get a look at him in a moment. See what that was, but we'll stick with these 116 leaders for the second. Up the hill towards Druids they come. You can see Lavery in the background there. He's ahead of Millward now, and Ethan Hall is trying to fend off Peter Keane. Then it's Will Abrahams and the 777 car, which is Thomas Law, the car that went off in race 1. And then Ben Wilshire, I think, in 666. Pretty close then amongst all the 116s.
Ben Wilshire, son of Midas Wilshire, Rob Wilshire, who was an ex-Paul Stewart Racing truckie. A big wig in the karting world.
Shuffle going on as Matt Highcock comes through. That's traffic. Well, I can't see anything dragging now from the 555 car, so if there was anything dragging, it may have been my eyes deceiving me, then it's fallen off. Whether it's a bit of someone else's bodywork, his own bodywork, a bit of debris or what, I don't know, but I'm sure I saw something dragging and vibrating along the ground.
So Waring's been ahead briefly a couple of times, got over the timing line on one lap, but at the moment the time is ticking down, 14 laps down, and Highcock from Seddon, from Heeler up front. The gap between Seddon and Heeler is less than half a second, 0.46 to be precise. Turner in the 88, the NASCAR lookalike, is a distant fourth, last of the 120. So here he comes, gorgeous livery on that car, so very strong.
As Lavery looking to get up the inside for third place within the 116s of Theo Millward. As they head through Clark Curve, he's alongside now, and it looks like Lavery might be able to make that work. Building his momentum, all important. These not particularly powerful 116s as they head.
Ethan Hall had a nibble at the inside.
He's going to make it
Keane's
as well.
Trying to get through, bought his way through on the inside as well.
And here for the lead within that class, they're side by side. Off into the gravel in the background went Millward, I think. Just looking to see Jack Godden. He's still holding on to the lead as they come down from Waring. It's going to be the final lap of the race. Well, no, possibly they're going to have to do one more, I think, actually, because it's going to be the last lap of the race for Matt Highcock, I think. Just trying to see where he is on the circuit now, but it's still nose to tail between these two. 71 Godden and 228 Waring. Can Godden hold on? Meanwhile, Highcock he's going to take the checker flag next time through, wherever he may be. He's going to be half a lap, so it's going to be the last lap now for the 116 battlers, and Waring tries to throw one up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. He can't make that work though. Another chance for him at Druids, also trying to keep an eye on where Matt Highcock is. So he's not going to be far away from the check flag, which has gone out now. In fact, he has taken the win. Matt Highcock wins then. His first win in the 120 Coupe Cup from Seddon and Heeler. Meanwhile, in the 116s, it's still Jack Godden clinging on, Marcus.
Yeah, it is. And of course, he left it to the very, very final second to snatch victory in the first race. But surely Godden's going to be wise to that one. He'll try again. Remember, in the previous race, we had one right over in the pit lane, but swooping up round the outside was Waring, and he's going to try it again. And he's got very, very close. And he's popped out of the slipstream, but
not quite done it.
Going to kind of work, is it?
0.235 seconds the gap as they take the check flag. Jack Godden then gets the win. So we've got different winners in both divisions this time. Matt Highcock winning the 120s, Jack Godden the 116s, but only by less than a quarter of a second from Waring. Then Lavery, Hall, Keane, Millward, Abraham, Wilshire, Law and Antonio Souza completing the top 10.
Yeah, Millward undid himself really by tripping out over the curbs at at Paddock Hill Bend, a couple of laps from home.
Yeah, it could have been a stronger finish than 6th place for him. So I think that's all of the cars back in. Very quick look at the results there. Matt Highcock it is that took the win, treble 5, 16 laps completed in the 120s, 1.19 seconds ahead of number 5 Anthony Seddon, then George Healer and John Turner 3rd and 4th. Then the best of the 116s, which is Jack Gordon in 5th in the 71 car, James Waring 228 in 6th, Dan Lavery 173 in 7th, Ethan Hall was 8th, Peter Keane 9th, Theo Morwood 10th and 6th of those 116s. There's Will Abraham, Ben Wilshire, Tom Law and Antonius Souza. We'll let the rest of the results scroll through briefly. Marcus, some quick final thoughts on today's racing?
Well, it's been fantastic, isn't it? That the 116 finish in the first race was absolutely extraordinary, and we've seen 2 or 3 really exceptional races, as so often made on this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. But a full programme tomorrow, kicking off at 10 o'clock with qualifying, 3 qualifying sessions, and then it's racing all day long.
Yeah, that's right. We'll be underway the racing at 11:15. Join us on the live stream if you can, just before then. But we've got 2 more categories coming to play tomorrow as well. The MR2s and the Sport Specials and the 116s are back, but in their 90-minute endurance racing format. So do join us tomorrow here at Brands Hatch. I think we're probably just about ready to head downstairs. So from Marcus and myself in the comments box, we'll say goodbye, and we'll leave you in the capable hands of Josh Barrett.
So we're down here after the final race of the day at Brands Hatch, and the 120 Coupe Cup winner was Matt Highcock. Well done, Matt. Gets redemption for this morning.
Yeah, we had some brake issues this morning. That was why the spin happened. So ABS has been cutting in and out on it, but it's a new car for me, so getting to grips with it now, I think. But yeah, brilliant car.
Tell us how, because obviously you drove one in the 116s last year. Tell us the differences and how it's different to drive.
It's a lot quicker, a lot more grip, but cheers mate, you got to be quite gentle with them. You can't, that's why I was struggling, to be honest, with because they're a newer car, you can't manhandle them as much as the 116. I don't like it, so I've had to adjust my driving style a bit.
You out in the 116 tomorrow?
No, I'm not, no.
Okay.
I wish I was, but no. Yeah, but yeah, happy days.
Well done. Anthony's here with a quick...
Was you struggling at the end?
A quick word. Anthony.
No, he just eased up.
Second place this time.
Yeah, I completely messed the start up. Fell asleep. The light went across the red light as if it was going out, and I jumped and then stopped the car, waited, and made a complete hash of it. So I'm pleased with second place. I still got past George. Yeah. That's all that matters. Beat your teammate. Isn't it, George?
Well done on second. Let's go and have a word with the 116 guys, because we should have at least a few of them. So we have down to our winner, Jack Gordon. Well done, Jack. And look, the start was pretty mega there for you. Then it was all going well halfway through.
I've had terrible starts for as long as I can remember. So that one was all right. I quite like that one. It was a good time to get it right. And then I decided I was having it a little too easy and thought I'd go off the road and let him catch up a little.
Quite difficult for a couple of laps then to keep him behind.
Yeah, just fancied a bit of fun.
The first race, that was super close, wasn't it, between the 3 of you?
That's the thing, when he was catching me towards the end, I was... I knew I had to keep it all the way until the end, because I thought I'd have race 1 in the bag until about a metre before the line. So I knew I had to keep it on it the whole... right up until the line.
Everything's going better than this time last year.
We weren't here this time last year, so it's definitely going a bit better.
You in for the full year?
Yes, we'll be here for the whole year. Matt, wherever he's gone, has done an amazing job with his car over the winter, getting it rebuilt and back better than it's ever been. So this one's down to him.
Well done. So there's Jack Gordon, our 116 winner. James is over around this side. James Waring, who came second in the 116s, so we'll let him take his helmet off, and then we'll have a word with James. So it looks like we've at least got our top 2 from the 116 Sprint Championship for the second round. James, second this time. When Jack went off, I guess you thought we might get another one then.
Yeah, well, started the race, I dropped back again. It was just, I was just having another wheel spin. and then I was just trying to catch him. The gap was closing slowly, and then when I saw he went off, I was like, oh, I could have a move here. And then the battle at the end was brilliant. So well done to Jack for winning the race. But yeah, it was enjoyable. It's been very enjoyable today. So I'm glad with both my results, no matter what.
And now we've got sort of 12 months racing in the championship. I guess you feel big improvement from this time last year.
Oh yeah, massively. I mean, one of the biggest improvements has been my new team, Matthew Aycock. He's done so much to the car, and it just feels so much better this year. It's just been amazing. So yeah.
I think Jack said he's had the same treatment to his car as well. So I guess you know the cars are very equal.
Yeah, Matt knows the cars very well, and he's very good at setting them up. So big thanks to him as well.
And off to the next round. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, well, I've never been to Thruxton before, so it should be interesting, but we're hoping to get a test day in before then, so just to see what it's like around there.
Fast.
So, yeah, I've been told it's the fastest one in the UK, so...
Yeah, imagine it'll be pretty flat out all the way around in these, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, it will be very fun, very good one to look forward to.
Absolutely, well done on second, and we are going to get Dan, who came third. Well done, Dan. Is it your first podium?
First podium, yeah, indeed, correct.
And a real battle to get there.
Yeah, well, obviously had Waring behind me, who's rapid, so... Yeah, he went past and just holding on really. So it's great. It was a great battle, some really good driving. Yeah, super chuffed.
I think there were sort of 3 or 4 of you in that battle right to the end that you were in, because I think Theo got ahead of you, didn't he? And then you got him back.
Yeah, it was great. And I must say, like, shout out to Anthony and the team. I've moved over this year and they've done an amazing job with the car. So a lot of credit goes to those boys. But yeah, super pleased.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
So well done to our top drivers from the 116s and the 120s as well. And that wraps up day 1 here at Brands Hatch on the 750 Motor Club. We've got more racing to come tomorrow, and we'll be back on the PA for the first race. Also back on 750 Motor Club TV and Alpha Live. So tune in tomorrow for another full day of 750 Motor Club racing from Brands Hatch.